of this DMCA free playlist. I have found it. I have found it. Let's do it. And we're gonna get to see it. We're gonna get to see it right out the gate. CintrianLion taking for, obviously it's a blue coin list because of the you want the cursed scroll. That's exactly what we're seeing. CintrianLion needing to figure out how to mulligan here. So we're gonna see the mulligan factor slow down a bit, because you really need to think hard about what you want or don't want to play. So CintrianLion will get to put the Smorkvarg at the bottom of the deck if that's the motive. Could hold on to it for later, but yeah, Ansi, I like that. Got it right. Shoop, Compass, Redea in opening hand blue coin. Hashtag feels good, man. Meanwhile, Mistikal has Lara, Hivemind, Gels all in hand, Serquan, and the Tatterwing Heatwave. So this is going to be great. I'm so excited. I have big excitement energy right now, chat. I'm so excited. So we see using one of the scrolls for Triss, which makes a ton of sense.
I will not let this become a second sight.
I assume you want the Flaminica in hand. There's the Flaminica, which is K Tremendo already. I'm jamming. This is great. A great day to be alive. Yeah, I think the Serpent is probably the card that gets kicked with the Cursed Scroll here. The Squirrel in hand is also really nice for CintrianLion, because there's so many... There's Echo cards, and there's so much shit that you... Between the Hivemind... There's the Hivemind, there's the Ardgaith that you want to get rid of as well. So we see the red sword in hand. I assume that the Serpent gets... the Half-Root gets clapped here. Sure. And the red sword gets played just to take out a drone. Sure. There will be no calming down here, Spud. No one can be calm under these circumstances. Not any sane person, anyway. CintrianLion, of course, opts to row stack, knowing that the frost is out there. Jams the Shoop. Takes Shoop Resiliency. Opts to play it front row, playing potentially into an Ardgaith or a Red Riders, but opting to split the rows so that it doesn't take the damage here. Challenging Mistikal to play those cards. This potentially could be to tease out the Ardgaith, which then gets squirreled away. Wisp is for another go wide with the Arrakis Nest. And there it is, round one Lippy to dump your entire deck. Which means you can also now play a Compass round one as well. That's so funny. So the Erendite goes back to the top of the deck. So CintrianLion will draw 3 cards here. So there's no fear of that. But we see the Delirium to be an echo card as well to build the deck. Melusine sends blessings. CintrianLion still looking here for a squirrel target. Finds one. This could be the squirrel target. Could also be for Ardgaith. Mistikal opts to play a leader charge here to get the Kikimor Stalker out of serpent range. But in doing so brings back a seagull. Which ironically enough is points now, but makes the Flaminica 1 point worse. We do see the squirrel come down on the Hive Mind. And there's the Laura, which can now be killed with the Kikimor Stalker. CintrianLion ahead big here. We see the early compass for the Krakenborg. Oof, Papo, that's a lot of points. And just like that, CintrianLion is right back ahead. Now, Mistikal has this Heat Wave in hand. So, the Corrupted Flaminica will get Heat Waved if Mistikal plays all the way down. But we should see an Ardgaith here, which will get Mistikal back ahead because Laura's busted. And that immediately procs the Laura. It also boosts the Kraken, which makes it so now the Serpent doesn't kill it on this turn, on the next turn, which it would have. And now the question with CintrianLion is we know that Mistikal has the Heat Wave, which can really break the strat of this deck. But CintrianLion doesn't know that. A lot of the consistency cards have been played. There's the Insta Heat Wave. And are we going to see Leader here and Hope and Pray? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So the Messenger goes up by 7. So it'd be double Leader here. You have to play double Leader if you're CintrianLion, unless your first Leader ping lucks into the Kraken. If it hits one ping on the Kraken, you're going to have to... You're going to have to play both Leaders here, I think, to guarantee it, right? It's 8 plus 7 is 15. Would get you to 51. Nope, didn't get it there. Is that enough? So I do math like shit. It's 1 Leader charge. I don't know how I got the math that wrong, but here we are. And the round 1 Tatterwing, so both players, huge spend. Mistikal, though, wins on even. Doesn't have to commit the Morvad. And now the problem for... now the problem for CintrianLion is that you need you're gonna have to go down another card here if Mistikal passes, because you discard the Hen Guided Sword so that you have 3 cards, you draw into 3 cards, but then you'll need to play the Delirium in order to put a unit on the board. So if Mistikal dry passes here, then yeah, that's... Okay, so we see just the Delirium and opts to go down a card this way, holds on to the Hen Guided Sword. We'll only draw 2... Oh, it does do... Okay, so CintrianLion does do that. Does end up discarding the sword to draw into 3 cards. Gets an extra point on the Erendite. The Morvad is worth more than the Erendite. The red sword is only worth 6 points, because I'm pretty sure it only killed a drone. But you do have, I mean, you do have a real juicy hand. Mistikal is guaranteed Morvid. Hey, Prawn, good to see you, by the way. Yeah, so now you mulligan Naglfar here, right? Wait, what? Okay, so the Naglfar will be for the Morvid. The Royal Decree will just be for whatever's the best, whatever's the most advantageous unit here. I mean, I couldn't pilot this list consistently, Dathwin. Like, there's no way that I would consistently be able to pilot this list. So, always impressed to see somebody like CintrianLion just being a badass. Bringing rockstar decks like this. Ends up going Shoop first. Was looking for boost in hand and found it, which is good. Doesn't have a unit in hand though. CintrianLion continuing to be uninteractive. We now see a jam of the yeah, not being able to Fukusha the Flaminica because of the heat wave. I mean, if Mistikal doesn't have a heat wave there, then I actually think that CintrianLion may have an advantage here. The upside is that the heat wave is out as a tall punish, so you could you're at least not as at least now whatever you play here, you could play whatever big body you want is not gonna die. Just ends up playing the Olaf to be able to soak up some of this damage. So this Olaf will actually play for 4. It'll play for 18, so that's not bad. But Mistikal is just going to discard all of his cards here to make sure that there's no value on the Erendite, no value on the Red Sword, no value on the leader, and CintrianLion will lose this matchup. Because the Morvid plus the leader charges is by itself is 21 points. So sad. So this is a really bad. Obviously, this is a terrible matchup for CintrianLion because this Mistikal had all of the cards that he needed to be successful here. Didn't even end up needing to play the 18-point Morvid, but you love to see CintrianLion trying to bring something different. Makes my heart happy to see it. CintrianLion had the P-Strike list, yeah. Yep, that Precision Strike list likes for red coin and is also probably good into this matchup because you can remove a lot of the Harmony engines. No Heat Wave in this list, though. No Heat Wave in CintrianLion's P-Strike list, since it's a Renfree list. So that does mean that if you're CintrianLion, you are incentivized to win round 1 and then bleed out the scenario. And as for Mistikal, you're incentivized to play everything except the scenario because a short round 3 scenario claps cheeks. We see CintrianLion draws a Brockvar Warrior, or a Sentinel rather, in hand. So a brick in hand. Hashtag feels bad, man, because a lot of times, especially from red coin with a P-Strike list, you are comfortable jamming your leader. Gives you the opportunity to win on even. So that will be made more challenging for CintrianLion in this Game 2 matchup. Meanwhile, Mistikal has Simless, Shiru, Percival, and Scenario in hand, so has a lot of the key cards, but from blue coin, knowing that he's going to get pushed, this can also be kind of challenging. So we see the Dana played first. If this elicits a lock, then Mistikal has a Purify in hand, and as we noted, plays double Sapper. CintrianLion knows that and knows that the odds are that Mistikal probably has the Purify, but you might still need to test with the lock. You could also conceivably play Dwarven Skirmisher here and let it live for one more turn, but that's pretty challenging. So we see instead CintrianLion putting a chariot out on the board, building some of that wide value, although doesn't have access to any of those payoff cards. We could also see it could be CintrianLion is setting up to play the Zoltan Warrior next turn when there are 2 units on board. The downside is that then if you jam full leader here in that scenario, then again you're missing out on a Sentinel Thin. So we see CintrianLion opting to ignore the Dana for now. Could end up getting Geralted next turn, but essentially opting to ignore the Dana. Potentially, it could be that because if you're CintrianLion, you're assuming that you're going to need to just play every card in your hand this round. And if you're willing to do that, then maybe you don't care as much about, like, it's not, you don't see the hand buff for Mistikal as carryover. Mistikal knows he needs to win the round though, so like jamming a Percival here could be good. Percival, catch the infusion and then click the stratagem. Yeah, it's worth a lot of points. We see a 27-8 lead. Mistikal opting to infuse the Brakvar, or the Scoia'tael Neophyte there, potentially tempting damage onto this as opposed to onto one of the tall, making the tall units that are worth the removal taller. So the Geralt is there now, of course, for CintrianLion. Can also jam the Zoltan here. You could thin. Kind of, I think whatever this next card is going to tell us how committed CintrianLion is to this next round. That suggests to me that it's that CintrianLion is potentially you might even play, you could potentially play Gang here and then pass. You could play a Berserker, because Berserker plus Gang does get you out if Mistikal were to try to tempo pass, which he won't, because Mystikal's not going to want to give up last say. But I'm kind of surprised here because, yeah, so the Berserker play, sure. I'm kind of surprised here from CintrianLion just because I would have thought that, you know, maybe it's because of the brick leader in hand, but it's such a pain in the ass for you to deal with the scenario, to deal with a long round against Scoia'tael with a scenario without Heatwave, right? But I guess maybe Renfrey, leader, lock, like those things are good. Yeah, Mystikal's been playing really, really, really well this year in a bunch of the different competitive formats. I think that's a great call out. CintrianLion still has plenty of reach here, though. Gaining and losing a point per turn, so you get 12. You get 12 on the Gang if you want to play the Gucci Gang. We know that CintrianLion doesn't have. That's a terrible ping. You hate to see the ping go on the one place where it doesn't matter. We know that CintrianLion doesn't have the payoff in hand for the row stacking. Mystical doesn't know that, so Mystikal's incentivized to play in because Great Oak obviously covers the distance. It's a 19-point card, an 18-point card. Ironically enough, if you're CintrianLion, you don't get ahead here if you Geralt the Percival. But there's also no more hand buff for Mistikal, right? There's a Treant on board, obviously an Elf on board. So the Dana is no longer a threat. And CintrianLion passes. So a Shiru at 5, a huge Willow, Scenario, and Simless. If you're Mistikal, I don't think you could have asked for that to go better. You gave up. You played Dana for its carryover value. You played Percival, and you gave up a couple of cards that had some hand buff on them. But otherwise, you know, you played 2 4Ps, 3 4Ps, and got out of that round. And Big Bird is already at 9, which is great for you. So we should see the bird at, you know, 16 by the time we get done. Why is screen so bright? Why is so bright? Roach in hand, what is this, 2017? Yeah, if Mistikal were to opt to bleed here, that would be bad. Obviously wants a long round, though, so that's a plus. Pyrotechnic or a Rune Mage is probably the motive here. Hey, Dave! Happy Sunday, friend. Good to see you. I was actually lurking, in your stream a week ago? You were playing a game I'd never seen before. So, no Brehen, no Pavko yet for Mistikal. But there are 2 bricks in the deck. And Mistikal opts to only take the 1 mulligan. The Chameleon obviously is a great card. We don't expect it to live, but yeah. Yeah, how did you like it? Were you enjoying it? And now we see turn 1 scenario, and yeah, nine turns of the scenario being on board is always a hashtag feels bad, man. Oh, the release. Oh, we hate to hear about a rough release, but I'm glad it's been good. Fuck yeah. So because of the no Brehen and the access to movement, it makes sense to play the Weeping Willow back row, get the Harmony engine down early while also giving yourself, there is 1 poison in hand for Mistikal to resolve. The poison with, obviously, knowing that armor, that second chariot, it also now means that you probably have to play the Zoltan now if you are CintrianLion, because there's no other way, right, for you to get armor on Zoltan Warrior if you want the one point per turn engine ping. You could potentially pair it with Rune Mage to get some value, but also no second Purify in hand for Mistikal either, so the lock will probably get some legs here for CintrianLion as well. It's actually better than Diablo and more accessible than PoE in my opinion. Okay, so this should just be a poison, I would imagine. I guess you could also play the lock here, but okay. So we see the lock here so that Mistikal doesn't have to play the Harmony engine on board yet as well. Fair enough. Unless a Rune Mage can pull off some, yeah. To be fair, I think Harmony would have too many points anyway, even if Lion draws perfectly. It's probably true. Mistikal did miss Brehen and Pavko, though, so that helps, but the Shiru is just gonna rock everyone's world, right? We now see an insta backup plan from Mistikal, which will take care of our boy. a fantastic find here with the Doblathon Archer. Finds a second Archer. Could also take a Farseer here, but instead we take double Archer. Archer is a fantastic choice. You go back row and front row respectively, which makes the Oak worse. I mean, what a huge point swing there, because Simless is still a stupid busted card. Misty drew everything with only one tutor. Yeah, exactly. If you played, and that's why, you know, if you played this on ladder, you would just, you know, it just wouldn't work that way, right? But it do be like that sometimes. We see another poison find here, also an engine. You might take the poison here so that way you can hold the Dryad. You also don't need to resolve the poison, so you could just take the Witcher for the tempo. You expect it to die, but that's fine. It can die to 2-liter pings without the charges. Also eats the Antherian, eats the lock. We could see leader. And we do see full leader to take care of the Cat Witcher. Not wanting to block the front row, we do see a division of labor from CintrianLion putting the Sentinels in the back row. I'm wondering the Shiru. So the Shiru is going to be able to. There's only 1 5 on the board to set up, but the Shiru could be 8. So the Shiru at 5 is actually really awkward for Mistikal, right? Because there's only 1 5 to set up on the opponent's side. You've got 2 5s on your side of the board, neither of which have harmony. So you play your without having leader access to do the other things. Mistikal opts to just save the 3 points of damage. We now see the Cyprian Wily. Slow, ain't ya? Yeah, Pavko is still in deck, and Brehen. And I think CintrianLion probably smells that the Brehen is not, because of that way that leader charge was used, probably smells that. Just a casual 10 for 4 devotion card. Nothing to see here from Oak Critters. A little late though. The Oak Critters only plays as an 8 for 4 here. No more talk of these things without saying hi to me. That's the Spud we know and love. Pavko and Brehen are still in deck for Mistikal, but of course, as we know, no Renfree for CintrianLion. So both players missing some top end here. But Great Oak is still in hand, but as promised, an 18-point bird is big, much bird. Mistikal will assumedly use a leader charge to kill this Cat Witcher. It's worth 5 points to leader charge it. But doesn't look like this wow. Mistikal got lucky on a couple of those pings though, because it would have made it so that the Shiru would have only been good. Like you wouldn't have, if the Simless and the token had both stayed at 5, then you would have really struggled to get value there. But at a minimum now, unless one of the pings goes on to one of the, there's no more random pings. So it looks like a leader charge on the Dora Gray plus the Shiru is probably the best use of the Shiru. Not even really sure if CintrianLion needs it though. Gonna have another click on the Chameleon. Can the Chameleon go down to 1? Speaking of Spud, we need to spread some democracy soon. Chad Biker from Warsaw, greater than some angry lady from a children's card game. Yeah, and that's the game. Ends up getting a Shiru at 11. Cintrian obviously played into it, but was also never winning. So, yeah, we see Mistikal from Blue Coin with a Blue Coin deck. CintrianLion missing the Renfree here, and we see here a 22-point win in Game 2. An invitational that runs a round-robin stage a la World Cup soccer for a couple of weeks. Football, to those of you non-Americans. It runs a couple of weeks worth of round-robin group play, and then plays into a win or go home format for the top competitive teams based on country. You can join the Discord. Let's see. You can join the Discord for it if you'd like to know more. It is community driven. That is correct. You can join the Discord to learn more, and then also I have a flyer that I will absolutely share with you as you go. But yeah, it's 100% community driven, and many of the top and most fun players and streamers in Gwent are participating. So it's been fucking awesome. So Matol is #legend. In this game 3, where CintrianLion needs to win to stay alive, opts again to try and take the Skellige list. Again, Mistikal is playing a list with Heatwave, and the Heatwave is in hand. Red Sword in hand for CintrianLion, and we see a insta Red Sword, so that Mad Dog is banished. The downside is now that means that the Phoenix will play. And you can conceivably Letho the Phoenix, although it would have to be a bit of a high roll in order to do that in this round, because the Roderick will show you 2 golds, and there's 5 golds in deck, so it's not a high probability of YOLOing into Letho for double Phoenix, but we'll see what happens. CintrianLion could also probably be convinced to just kill this Phoenix now, so that it doesn't, both for the 4 points of vitality, to deny the 4 points of vitality, and to prevent it from being copied. And we do see that using the Shoop. So Red Sword and Shoop, and then you probably, if you're... So Mistikal opting to play low and slow here. If you're CintrianLion, I think you want to play one more card. I think you want to get Compass before you Lippy here, I think. And or play one more, at least play one more card, right? So that then you can flip your deck. CintrianLion is going to draw into the Red Sword, so you could conceive. I guess if you're Cintrian, you could be convinced to Lippy next round as well, right? So we do see the snap. We do see the snap Lippy. That put the Compass in the graveyard. So Cintrian will draw into 3 cards next round. And then we'll want to bleed so that you can have second form Delirium, second form Erendite, second Echo Compass, I think would be the motive. And opts here to go down the card here to take the Squirrel. Go down a second card, take a Squirrel. Yeah, Gwent is definitely still one of the best competitive card games at the moment, for sure. That is absolutely, I agree, that is absolutely correct. Matol just says Gwent dead. Even dead Gwent is better than a lot of the alternatives. I'm fine with a closed pool of cards. I wish there, yeah, it'd be nice if there was a little more flexibility, but it makes sense that there can't be because of the coding. Like I think there's like one human, I'm not actually sure, Matol probably knows how the back end of this works, but I think it's like still like Ryan Godric or something. There's like a human being that verifies that the game changes month over month work properly. But that's just my guess. So, if you're CintrianLion, you don't have a deck. And you're down 2 cards. You do have 3 echo cards. And opponent doesn't play a squirrel.
Stop your yapping and start digging.
I still don't get why Compass has changed provisions like 3 or 4 times. I understand the 1 push to get it from 9 to 10 out of Kecker range, but I agree, I don't understand the 11. Like, I don't understand what was the... At 10 provisions, what is so toxic about Compass? Because you have to build an entire deck around the strat for it to work. It's either discard or hyper thin, lippy. Guy on the hill, welcome in, friend. So obviously, we know that Mistikal has the Karathi Heatwave in hand, which will clap the Flaminica. Also, having the Ramon, Nausicaa, and a Slave Driver in hand. I mean, it's just going to be really hard. Now, there is a dead Barification in hand for Mistikal. But... And otherwise, if you're CintrianLion, you can play around a lot of the other bombs, right? So Compass back to 8. Yeah, I mean it doesn't. It's just that like nerfing Controlled to 11 didn't make it stop being played, but it did. It does take away from the flexibility of the deck, right? Same thing with Compass. Like, it just makes Compass decks a little bit less flexible to nerf a provision, to nerf a provision, but I also don't understand the purpose. Like, more importantly, I don't. Getting Compass from 9 to 10 makes sense to get it out of Kecker decks, but then what did nerfing it from 10 to 11 do? I don't know. I don't understand. Yeah, exactly, Berenice. That would be my thought too, is that it's like you didn't really solve anything. Feels like we could have used that change slot to do something more efficient. Yeah, what's up, Kareem? Good to see you, friend. Rev's got the right idea. Yeah, I mean, the thing is like you're gonna have to play your gold. You're gonna have to play your Roderick here for something to Barification, and then you're gonna have to click it to get value potentially.
Well, thank you very much. Can I be in charge for a while?
Rubares.
Sir, yes, sir.
Welcome to the War Room, friend. It's good to have you. Oh, Cintrian or Mistikal does not find. So Mistikal could make their own Madoc now. They could get back a Madoc with the Letho, which is what I assume is going to happen, but didn't find an artifact. And because there was no artifact, they have a dead Barification in hand. So they did get an extra, presumably 6 points off of the Letho into the Madoc. But depending on how far Cintrian pushes here, I mean, you're gonna need to play the Erendite. You'll get back 3 cards if you play the Erendite, so at least you'll have, cards in your deck. We see Compass here. Is there a banish option? It's just a Smorkvarg. Is that really the best possible thing that could have been played there? I really wanted people to buff forgotten cards. You know, I mean, we did see Cyprian Wiley played last last game, so yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say J Will's on the right track. There have been a lot of cards that like hadn't seen play, like Oak Critters didn't really see play, right? And we saw that come out as well. You're never getting last say back if you're CintrianLion. So as a result, I wonder if you ever... So you have a 1 in 3 chance if you play the Erendite now for it to boost the Madoc. You'd like to keep the Madoc on the board so that way when the click here could end up netting you positive points. Instead, we see CintrianLion opt to play the Erendite, but there's a dead card. I think CintrianLion wins. 22. 6 is 16. Red Haze plays for 8. Dead Bearification does nothing. The Nausicaa is a 10, so it'd be 10 in both leader charges. The Heat Wave doesn't get you the Heat Wave plus both leader charges also. So either way, this is a 10 and this is a 9. I'm sorry, I forgot. This is a 9. So this would have been 16. Okay, so if CintrianLion had played the Flaminica, which would have traded to the Heat Wave, then full leader plus Nausicaa plus and then the Dead Bearification would have been enough points. Anyway, so either way, it's a wash. War Council, Truffle, Second Sergeant. It's a pretty good hand. Illusionist could be for a Hofru, which could play for positive points. You might kick it. Kicks the Bearification. So Mystical does find a bomb, which is at least worth 9. Does not find War Council. So the bottom 2 cards in Mystical's deck were War Council and Truffle. So the Truffle would have played for so many more points than with the Illusionist plus the... I mean, it plays for 10... Essentially for 10 on deploy, plus whatever the Illusionist would have gotten. Wow, wow, wow. Hey, Manginum, good to see you, friend. Bounce councils have been fairly... Yeah, I agree. I think they've been fairly effective. I think the community is also figuring out how to communicate with each other, right? Like, there's language barriers, there's geographic barriers, and that's before you ever talk about, like, people just disagreeing on what to do in the terms of the changes, and I think we're figuring out how to communicate those things. CintrianLion doesn't know that there's no Truffle, so opts to take the Red Sword into the Madoc. This is also, of course, good because it denies Savage Bearer value here. We know that this bomb then would play down, which is good. Only thing that CintrianLion's got to be careful about is having a unit on the board that's not Flaminica, because we know that the Flaminica trades is going to trade for the Heat Wave, so that whatever comes off of this Delirium needs to live. Looks like it will. So we should now see... We could see the Corrupted Flaminica here. I think makes sense from CintrianLion because, yeah, if opponent has the Heat Wave, they have the Heat Wave, and if they don't, they don't. Okay. We'll now see the Delirium. Is there? I don't think that there is a Bride of the Sea target. So this is pretty terrible. I don't think so. That sucks. If this is even a Hofru, then this is good, right? So, CintrianLion has 18 points left. Mistikal will be able to play Vigo into a Slave Driver, into a Nausicaa Sergeant because it's stupid. And a sad day for CintrianLion, doesn't quite get there. If this is a Fukusha, then there's a win. We still see the Nausicaa played here off of the Vigo for, what are 10 points? 11 and 12? Yeah. So CintrianLion brings a really interesting deck. Can't get it through, plays into 2 hyper control lists. Can't get it through twice. The second time, you know, Mistikal missed two good cards there at the end, but the Delirium low roll of either taking a 4 or a -5 really did in CintrianLion there. So good games from both players. Really appreciate the effort from both, and a lot of fun. Good games all. Or a different CDPR game. So we have Sif on the bottom, we have Sanvanter on the top, and Sif opts to take Northern Realms Kecker. Sanvanter opts to take movement Scoia'tael control from Red Coin, which makes a lot of sense. A lot of control in this list. Probably assumed NR was the first one out the gate. A really nice mulligan there from Sif to find the Royal Decree. And finds the Kecker as well. Oh, I thought, my bad. My vision is bad, and I thought that was, instead of Gem, I thought that was J-Will. I was like, I thought J-Will knows about what's going on with Gwent. Yeah, honestly, Gem, it is a great time to get into Gwent, get back into Gwent rather, because with the balance council and stuff, that's also an incentive, I think, to get to pro rank, is to play enough games, and or to play enough games to win enough games to qualify, is because you get to have a say in how the game is played. So it's pretty good. We start to see the trade-off that's going to happen in this matchup between control from Sanvanter and Sif trying to get engines to stick. So we'll see how this goes. Brehen and Shiru in hand for Sanvanter, but otherwise not a ton of additional control. And with no heat wave in this list, Sif knows he can kind of just keep going. Both players are going to, at this point, looks like are going to do a little bit of their own strat here. There won't be that much board interaction here presently. We see the front row here from Sif on what is now a 6 in the Reaver Scout, opting not to boost the other 6s that are in the deck, but already some healthy carryover generated here from Sif. Yeah, I was going to say, I haven't had a single issue finding matches fairly quickly, which is something that I thought I might be concerned about, but looking at the data, it looks like people are still playing plenty of Gwent, so. So Gem, there's a J Will is right. There's a client. There's an in-game client. They've added a tab at the very far right of where you have like play, deck builder, and so on, all the way to the right. And if you qualify, then it opens up for you. You have to hit the qualification minimums, but then you get to vote, which is pretty cool. Meanwhile, back in game, points-wise, it looks like Sanvanter is competing, but Sif is just building an inordinate amount of carryover with an inordinate amount of engines. And Sanvanter says enough is enough. Sif got a lot of carryover. These Cintrian Royal Guards. We love a good emote fight. That's cute. Sif assumedly wanted to. So Sif wanted Sanvanter to play more, but Sif didn't do good math, and is not actually ahead here. So Sif opts to. So we get our first bit of fun here. I could have let Sif borrow my trusty abacus and do some math, but I don't know if it was just assuming that Sanvanter would keep playing or just jamming the cards. But Sif, because of the bleeding, Sif was not ahead. So we'll now see the players will skip round 2, go to round 3. Pretty garbage draws for Sanvanter though, and Sif is going to be just fine between Vernon, Mata, and Royal Decree. So I think even down a card, I think that Sif has the advantage here, if I'm honest. I'm hoping for balance patch to chess. Yeah, Gem, and feel free to there's also a bunch of people that are still streaming and everything as well. If you're interested in those things after this game. Also, if you'd like to see what's kind of more in the meta, that's what the players are playing in this week's Gwent World Cup. That's the whole list of decks. So a bunch of really good deck ideas in there, but I'm also happy to talk through some other stuff that we've seen that's kind of fun to play if you're interested in that after the games. Speaking of which, so Sif playing around Brehen goes ahead and jams the Kecker here. Finds an Archer, which is a really good unit because of the continued damage. Holds on to these
Well, thank you very much.
Reaver
Can I be
Scouts.
in charge for a while? Sir, yes, sir.
Sacre bleu! Welcome to the stream, friend. Yeah, Sanvanter is really sad there because that's really unfortunate. Super lucky to find this much layered control. I don't know. I can't fathom it's worth it now to jam the Shiru, but maybe it is, because otherwise these are both worth. They're both worth 8 each plus whatever the removal, so it's a 16-point Shiru, so it's not terrible. You know, when I was a kid, there was a point when I was like 8 years old where I would just run around. I'd heard it on TV, and I just ran around the house yelling, "Sacre bleu!" I just obnoxiously yelled that at my parents for like a month. So we see the back row Willow. I think Sanvanter probably, in hindsight, would have liked to have used a leader charge to move that to the front row, because the odds that lives are, unless Sif wants to use a Reaver Scout here, and it looks like he does. I think if Sanvanter could go back and do that again, I think you absolutely would move Willow to the front row there. So, I mean, Sanvanter never found Scenario, Simless, obviously Pavko, Big Bird. So I think that Sif got lucky here, that Sif had such a good hand after stumbling into a round 1 draw and being down a card. But I'd said this at the beginning of this round, that I still thought that Sif had the distinct advantage because it's just way too much juice. Gwent was always very niche, and the top Gwent streamers bring a lot of people at once. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, well, it depends, because, like, people like Nick R, Shinmiri, Gabane, Danny, Moshcraft, of course, like, they're still pulling very good viewer numbers. So none of that has particularly changed. So the one tutor available, we see the Simless for the double backup plan, but this is still not going to be nearly enough points. There's with the Flotsam on board and the double Reaver Scout. Sif hasn't even played the Cintrian Royal Guard, and he's going to get to play at least 3 of them. And didn't find any. Jeez, Sanvanter just getting absolutely wrecked here. Didn't find in a pile where elves, bronze elves in Scoia'tael have so many low damage cards. Didn't find 2 more damage for this. So -6. Don't love that. Although, no, I mean it's over, right? I don't want to be crazy here. So you play the Dryad Ranger now. I mean, there's also just not any harmony here, right? You play the Dryad Ranger now. You kill this reinforced ballista, and then you use a leader charge to move to the front row, whatever is going to be the biggest unit in the back, to be able to Brehen it. You could also now, actually, you can move it. You can move whatever this Royal Decree is, which will be a big Royal Guard. So Sif technically has +3 points, +1.5. So yeah, it's not going to be close. Well, I don't want to say it's not, like, yeah. It's not going to be 31 points close. I forgot that this Witcher was going to proc all that harmony. So I stumbled into the right answer, but I didn't get there the right way, which is that this was a lot closer than I thought it would be. But Sif also found everything for the most part. Shame Saskia is getting cut. Provision nerf needs to be reverted. Maybe. I still think it's a great card. It just depends. And there's you know, there's still a lot of ways that it lives. It's just because of what's being played in the meta now, it's tough. And you'd rather just play, I think you'd rather play the points than roll the dice on the thinning. Anyone have a good harmony example? Do you want one of these harmony lists, Dave? I can ping you the, here's, for example, here's the one that we just saw. Meanwhile, back in the game. So Sif, of course, takes a red coin Nilfgaard control deck. Sanvanter takes, understandably, a blue coin Harmony deck, so we'll get to see the same Harmony deck run back, but from blue coin. Letho and Bird are Letho, Bird, and Heatwave all in hand for Sif is great. Sif has a dead Ramon at the moment, but a super gold heavy hand. But finding the Heatwave in hand and having the Letho to be, I mean, having the Letho, the Bird, and the Heatwave in hand is probably as good of a starting hand as you could have asked for if you're Sif. Sif does lack the bombs to be able to keep competing here for very long. We do see the little oak critters. Love these little guys. We are going to see the dancing star here. We are not going to see the dancing star. We're just going to see the click. Interesting. Oh. Yeah, I think Pavko is absolutely correct. Dave making a comeback. I'd love to see it. This makes me look so pale. Is this okay? Yeah. I'd rather be here. We love to see an 8-point Purify. Love to see it. Stuff's a vibe, huh? I don't think I'm ready for that much of a vibe. So now we do see the bomb. Sanvanter is not ahead here, starting to run out of things to want to play. Sif can just kind of keep going. So we'll see what Sanvanter opts to do. Sanvanter may get a look at Shiru at 9s on Nausicaa Sergeants. It's a possibility. Shiru also goes to 6 organically when paired with Scenario. 6 is not 7. 3, 7, 9 is really the kind of the sweet spot for this list, though. Illusionist into a Chameleon or is probably good because the Entherian is not great because you're only playing really humans. So we do see the Illusionist played here just to get ahead. Sanvanter doesn't lose on even, which is good, but Sanvanter is in a bad spot here with the Heat Wave. The Heat Wave here is not great, and how good Sif Sand is. Not great. You did lose the round though, so the Dana could be an interesting play here. Lead out with the Dana, see what happens. Could also, if this ends up being a dry pass situation, you could also get 2 turns with the Dana. You could also hold the Dana and force Sif to control the Dana in round 3. We see Mushy Truffle played now at 7 cards for the carryover value. Perhaps on a Neophyte. An Entherian because it's 2 points, sure. So we do see the Dana. The Dana played not a leader here. Essentially, this is asking Sif, do you actually want to bleed me here? Because there's no combination of anything in hand that kills this, so you're going to need to leader it. So we do see a D-bomb for leader here. It's overkill, but it also gets out your 8 points of carryover and thins your deck. So I think you're happy to do this if you're Sif. This is way too high energy. We need to turn it down a little bit. Simless here is good. Finally, Sanvanter finally finds the damage. So with both of the Maddox going to the back row, and with the Sapper dead, this is starting to become a thing of what do you play, like what are you willing to play, because now then it feels like maybe you're reverse bleeding, and you know that there's hand buff. So the hand buff plus the full leader means it's going to be really hard for you to keep a card here if you're Sif. And the shorter this round, the shorter round 3 goes, I don't actually think is necessarily great for Sif. Yeah, you heat wave the scenario, but then the opponent just keeps jamming a lot of points, and you only have one tall punish. Shiro at 9 is good. Exactly, Shiro at 9 is good. It means with this boost on the Shiru, though, I don't think you get Shiro at 9. With leader, it goes to either 7 or 10. With scenario, it'll come down as a 7. So this the one hand buff onto the Shiru kind of takes the Shiru out of play for the to kill the Nausicaas at 9, right? Oh, a Papo. Sanvanter opts to take the last mulligan, kicks the poison, kicks the Forest Whisperer poison, hopefully looking for obviously one of these gold cards, but particularly also a chameleon, because chameleons are worth so many points. Wait, what? Wait. What? What the? What? Is the idea to move the Pavko then back row? So then, because you want to be there, so you row stack? Interesting. Matol, am I wrong here? I thought that Dora So Based is Sif Great Wolf. I thought they are the same person. Is that not correct? Is that am I incorrect? I mean, that's what this is what I have in my list of.
Well, thank you very much. Can I be in charge for a while? Sir, yes, sir.
Kazing, welcome to the war room. It's good to have you, friend. So Dora and Sif Great Wolf are not the same person, and Sif and Holder are also not the same person. Holder was Sif in the past, but now Dora is Sif. No. Sif is from Ukraine, like Sanvanter. Matol, I know that you know the truth of this, so now Dora is Sif. So the correct naming convention for this other player is then Dora. Is that fair? So I'm just gonna change this to Dora, and then we're all gonna move on. Is that correct? So eventually, that's what I'm thinking. I'm assuming that eventually Sanvanter will become Sif. That feels correct. Already done, Krypton. But thank you for the effort at providing clarity. Meanwhile, back in the game. We saw the interaction that we expected of Yeet Skeeting scenario. 17-point gap opens between Sanvanter and Dora. I suppose we settle on Dora. Sanvanter probably sad to have a shitty 4-point Purify and a Dryad Ranger that won't resolve a poison. Hashtag feels bad man. So it's technically even points right now, because it was even points with the leader plus the bleeding resolve. But this just keeps getting worse and worse for Sanvanter. Especially because Sanvanter has a card that'll play for like 7. Has a 7 and a 4. 7 and a 4 instead of having a Weeping Willow or a Percival that's harder to answer. And then this gets leadered to get it away from Madoc. Yep. Yep. Although this, what's Shiru doing? Shiru right now is just doing a Ramon at a 7. Next turn, I guess you could Phoenix. Well, you'd have to also then boost your own Dryad Ranger again, right? Okay, so now the Vigo goes to 7 in 2 turns, right? Imagine a Samum actually playing for added value. Yikes. Yeah, Madoc spam sucks too. It is an unfun deck to play against. It doesn't suck. It's a powerful deck, but it sucks that it's powerful.
Fight me, or you watch her die.
Just more bomb value here, plus, yeah, it ends up being a 6-9. You end up playing for 9 points with the Madoc again. With that leader. And just nothing stays alive. Sag. Madoc with Nilfgaard, Madoc with other Madoc with other factions is fun, but yeah, Sanvanter doesn't want any more of this though. Knows that 4 points left in hand with opponent having 2 cards on even points is not going to get the job done. Coin against Sanvanter on red coin, and we're now going to see Dora's Squaretel list. So we'll see how that shakes out. Or Northwest Texas. Oh, brisket and sauce. Anyway, so we do see a slight change here. Sanvanter opts to take the Ursine Ritual list from red instead of the AQ list. So the players both know what the strat looks like here, so I think we're going to see some pretty quick play to start. With Dwim in hand, your mom was a gerbil and your pa reeks of sour plums. Is that a reference to your mother's a hamster and your father smells of elderberries? Yeah, I think part of the problem, Snake, I think you're right, is like everything else, like some stuff gets really hyped, right? To the point where it's like something isn't actually like the greatest thing that ever was. But you've been told for so long that it's the greatest thing. No Portal, no Frost. Nope. No Tempest, I think. Yeah, that's what you're asking, Liquid. You're right. This is what's in the deck. So instead it's double Dwim, Draco Turtle, and Heatwave. In addition to Dora Gray in the 6. So Sanvanter really committing here to a two round strat, playing the Svalblood Totem and the Care Trolled in round 1. So neither will be available for round 3. That is big card energy. There we go. That's probably better.
Well, thank you very much. Can I be in charge for a while? Sir, yes, sir.
Tracer, welcome to the War Room. It's good to have you. Thanks for dropping a follow. I like all the Nick R. I've never seen the plethora of Nick R emotes. I'm a big fan. Even if I don't love clowns. So we see a lock on Olgierd Immortal. Makes a ton of sense. But Dora barely keeping ahead here. Sanvanter is going to be able to start clicking clicking the fanatics. Although the fanatic at 6 plays into the Milva Frenzy Dow interaction pretty nicely, but again, the less control that Dora has access to, the better off life is for Sanvanter. Wanting to keep things, having the double Peller in hand is also good too. You might be willing to use one now. Exactly.
This world ever free.
To free this world ever free. So we see a big play there, a big point play there from Sanvanter. Squirrel in hand from Dora. It's the thing is if you're Dora, there's so many things that you want to squirrel. The Aneromancy could be maybe the best choice for to tap the consistency, but the problem is it's a 4-point tempo play, and you're being threatened to lose on even right now.
Our world is in
So we see both locks out, which means no lock for... It's going to have to be Shiru. Shiru is going to have to probably... Shiru or Heatwave are going to have to be the answer for...
Well, thank you very much. Can I be in charge for a while? Sir, yes, sir.
Wow, welcome to the War Room. Wow, wow, wow. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's going to have to be a Heatwave or a Shiru as the answer to Sigvald. You're not going to be able to lock the Canute. You're going to have to remove it. Draco Turtle is hard to remove. So we see the Frenzied Dow played here just to go ahead and give something to play that denies value. The Terror Crew Plunderer here plays for 7, plus the click on the Svalblood Fanatic. Wait a minute. What? Didn't... What? I guess it's the same, right? Yeah. The boat keeps you ahead here, which is good. And if you're, you're happy to, if you're Sanvanter, you're happy to play out the whole rest of this deck, right? Or the whole rest of your hand, rather. So finally, Dora finally accepts losing on even. Ogier Immortal and first form Care-Trolled with a Dwim is really the biggest contribution. And I guess the Fanatics from Totem are the big contributions there from the Sanvanter, but if you're Sanvanter, you're pretty happy. Heatwave in hand without having to Anero it is super nice if you're Dora. Milva is not. Second time that Dora's drawn Milva. And the Wombo, and we're going to see, I think we see the push here then. And we do. He's got a good record scratch. What the fuck are you doing saying Typhoon? Oh. Took me a second to get there. I'm with you though. Double Peller, what a madman. I mean, yeah, it's one of the differences, of course, between ladder and tournament play is when you look at tournament wise, like what the players are likely to bring, right? And then you just based on that, you look at it and you're like, yeah, double Peller makes sense. This Pyrotechnic just got a lot worse with this Draco Turtle on the board, and if this Draco Turtle ends up eating a Yeet, being yeeted, if the Heatwave ends up getting played on the Draco Turtle, then you're pretty happy if you're Sanvanter, because that means that on the outside of a Shiru that your Sigvald lives. So this looking a little dodgy here for Dora. We see an Anero for Shiru here, which means that if Sanvanter smells that it's a little stinky out, I think the push here probably gets the job done.
My home is wherever the road takes me.
So minus 2 on the 50-50. We'll see the squirrel here on the Anero. I wouldn't know what to do if it were stinky out. I mean, I barely do. TBH. Generating value on the Sigvald here. I mean, you could conceivably, if you go all in here of your Sanvanter. You play the Cat Witcher Saboteur for 6 on the Maxi. I mean, you trade, if you're Sanvanter, you trade whatever this card is. If it's anything, if it's Heatwave or Simless, then you feel happy, right? The downside now is if Sanvanter goes full leader here, he wins. No, he doesn't. Never mind. I forgot that there's 7 points sitting here. Goes offensive. Goes offensive. Goes offensive with the Sigvald. So holds on to an Ursine Ritual leader charge. A Heatwave on the Nutter. So Mahakam Pass and 1 leader charge. Plus a Nero. No a Nero for Sanvanter, but does find Svalblood. For the 3rd time this game, Dora draws into Milva. Draws into a Bricked Armorer's Workshop. Okay, so no Denny Kramer then. It's going to have to be Simless here. This Spores actually gets play here, which is pretty good. If you jam the Svalblood now, you only get it. It only goes off once. I wonder what the best thing is here to take. Yeah, Draco Turtle makes sense because it's worth positive points. It negates damage and it's worth positive points every time it goes off, right? If you don't play the Dwarven Skirmisher now, then you don't get any points from it. Conceivably, you play it. Don't you play the Dwarven Skirmisher back row? Yeah. Yep, that makes perfect sense. You play it back row because you don't want to give up points on the Draco Turtle. Smart. That's super smart. Dora, definitely, that feels like the right line, and we have complete knowledge, and that feels correct. I don't think, because of all of this armor, I don't think Svalblood beats Simless plus of the leader charge. I think you would have liked to have something other than a 5-point Spores here, right? Yeah, this is too many points and too much armor, right? Is the problem for Sanvanter.
Feign not ignorant. Remember to whom you speak.
Okay, is it 23 points on this side of the board? Let's see it. The blob comes down. And it is not, it is just shy. Just shy. And so that's a 3-0. He, she's, and theys. So that is a 3-0. Dora, not to be confused with any of the other myriad monikers that were provided to the Gwent World Cup Administrative Office. So what you're looking at right now, so this is the overall roadmap of the Community World Masters. There you go. So Gwent World Cup, that's this weekend and actually carries into tomorrow because of some carryover matches. And then March 16th will be Open number 1.
the graphics, and in we go. Lerio, Tankoff, and the bands for Syndicate and Killerganon. But yeah, no names this time around, sadly. Alright, so we see Hansel, so that means the Lerio was on blue coin, and we see Peter, Tsar, Gwynlev on Tankoff side, so Tankoff is on top. I also have it somewhere. A bit of a mess with the platform, it's a usual thing though, so Tankoff, so there you go. Where logo in the same spot where we were hiding. Now we should be. Nah, this is not the correct. No. No. So, tournament platform masterclass. There we go. The player names remind me to remove them after the game. Hopefully platform will be fine. So we have Siege versus Rentry. Rentry has some control. You see the cavalry. We see Vilgefortz to trope and toll punish Hansel, but this is stockpile, and that plays Temerian infantry, a formation unit nowadays that boosts the light unit by 2 for each remaining charge of your leader abilities. So you have 3, you have Raddy Daddy there for 5, and then you got a broken bronze.
As per our contract.
So yeah, the Alba Pikeman is on the back row stacking that armor, but sadly for it, it still becomes prey for those hungry revenants multiplying. And yeah, I'm not sure how Tankoff is supposed to be winning against this in this round. So far nothing is sticking, and we basically see instant pass. Erdem taught him that back row lock move, I see. You never know. Erdem was missing from Gwent's scene for quite a while, so he must have been prepping in some temple, hiding in the mountains, secret strats and all that. Okay, so Lerio won round 1, and now we see Siege ready to go. We see Hansel, we see AA. So a lot of stuff. Sadly, Rune Mage cannot find you an option to destroy the artifact. Scenario is safe, and we also see everything goes back row. But in round 1, sadly, this Carabalista also has to go back row, because you'd want to use those 2 points of damage. Now the Blightmaker might eliminate one of the machines,
Feed them with hunger. Crush them with thirst.
but it finds the worst one. And a reminder, Tankoff is the only player in this group who for week 3 didn't take the imprisonment leader, so Imperial formation that is. And Mage Assassin is not helping at all to assassinate a single machine. I guess he didn't have any reach against them then. So a lot of things to click. Lerio here orders order units are surviving. Any reason to lock the carro? We've seen one of the pikemen being out, but that means that cavalry is somewhere there with Ramon. Okay, AA finds another engine. Siege has finished its job. And we also see the reinforced car ballista being played on the back row. Kinda inviting the Vilgefords, but knowing that you have cancelled, probably not the way. A nice synergy between the formation and Revenant, you can protect that and hopefully create one of your own, but knowing that this is stockpile we're talking about and having Caro Ballista, reinforced Ballista on the back row might leave very shortly. Should have played imprisonment with armory to be safe, yeah. So those of you just joining, we had the tournament platform bug, but this is the World Cup game between Team World and Team Poland.
Teleria has yet to speak its last.
Okay, and the Revenant is gone. And there is not nearly enough answering potential at the moment for Tankoff. But at least he can try and spawn his own threats. We see that this time around the reinforced ballista is picked. No. Probably whatever is being spawned at 4 power or 3 power and 1 armor is getting killed anyway, so no big deal. And yeah, the mega turn is being done here, although we see Lerio decides to use the Faultless Pride order immediately. So he continues doing it. He needs to kill off Illusionist, I suppose, potentially breaking the second slave driver. And yeah, there is no pocket for reinforced trebuchet, so the job is done. He didn't play red of it, so there is that as well.
Quite a menial task.
Hello, Paya. So yeah, at the moment Siege is looking like it's dominating against the rent-free deck that didn't find rent-free, didn't find more locks, and yeah, the machines are taking over this world.
Salutations.
It's good that Tankoff doesn't have a meteor shower trees here for his own row. Of course there is a back row that you could have played it on, but yeah, seems a little bit painful.
Tomorrow we supper home.
Tomorrow we suffer home. That's 50 to 11 point gap. Point differential, but at least
About Tridam ultimatum.
at least the amphibious assault is erased from the graveyard. But yeah, looks pretty bad here. Why isn't Lerio spamming Hansel emotes? I don't think Lerio plays with leader skins too much, if I'm being honest with you. There might have been a different story with Ramon Cavalry. As then Siege would not be able to
Test my patience.
wreak havoc that fast. 2-point unit transforming into a 5-power unit. If only there were things to combine it with. Yeah.
What can I do for you?
This is a demolition in the game number 1. 76 to 20.
Obedience or the last.
And we have a Peter playing for big points.
Care for them.
Resetting Hansel, but it's Lerio's game. So 1-0. Erdem promised to beat Pajabol 3-0 without losing a round, so we are up for some 2-0 fiesta apparently, but sorry for putting you on the spot, Erdem, but it generates more traction, okay? So, Nilfgaard against Nilfgaard. Rent-free is that the Tankoff is choosing to play on blue coin as well. And let's see if there is enough control for the meta cards. You have Javier Lemons, so meta can be eliminated using that. If you kill Phoenix, I suppose you can do things with it as well. There are locks, although we've seen that you can easily miss them. And once again, we're starting with the pikeman, but Tankoff is being cautious and decides to commit a little bit here, playing the pikeman through Ramon. So claim for winning round 1 has been already done. Late. How can I get good at Gwent in 30 minutes? I know, just watch Tankoff perform. This is the best means of learning the best moves, honestly. Okay, so that soldier was too intimidating. Now with leader charges, Tankoff can basically replicate that. Sure, it's not at full power anymore, but another pikeman is coming into play. Okay, so it's interesting if Lerio ever decides to just go. 1 second, let's see what is being created here. Master of Puppets is not doing much. Lerio, of course, doesn't have guaranteed access to King's Lair at the moment. And I'm interested in seeing what he decides to do with his Madak. Of course, the Madak most likely is leaving game quite fast, but for that you'd need damage on the board or Javier Lemons on the board, and you cannot have both of those things in one go. So most likely Lerio will be relying on Madak being on the board at the end of his turn, so yeah. Imperial formation is no imprisonment in that regard. You played one game with each deck, and Lerio probably played like 50 games with each of the decks that you guys chose. So it's balanced overall in this match, most likely.
Kill the dog fiddlers!
And I guess Ramon has a target, so you can use that. You even have a couple of bombs in your hand.
History shall remember the Erdem.
A little bit of rope, which is quite unusual with Lerio playing, but we are not in a rush. We have a long day ahead of us. First, this series goes to 5-game battle, and then Erdem versus Pajabol is coming as well. So take a seat, grab a drink, and let's enjoy this. Oh yeah, it was between 4 cards. Roderick was a bit YOLO-ish.
I bring death, quite literally.
I don't know, I think the guide says not hitting Maddock, but there is so much armor, so it's understandable that the assassin just got confused and tried to kill the first thing he saw, and Phoenix was too intimidating apparently.
Don't you worry yourself.
So, Nausicaa is not the top deck you'd want. I can't really play that out. Okay. So, Tankoff continues answering at least some of the sappers.
Reality is that which
And yeah, also decides to play back row to avoid Maddox shenanigans. Loses on 1 point here. How does Lerio feel about that? He has Nausicaa that is unplayable illusionist you can throw away if you want to continue playing. You don't have bombs, so Sapper is dead as well. But there is War Council that you can try to fish with, and that's exactly that, right? Find Slayer, King Slayer, you can't do that on red coin. No need to get ahead. So carryover assembled. Double Maddock. He is of course in danger for 1 turn, but Javier can only do so much. Now that the Jin gets clicked and 12 points land from this rent-free gank, becomes a little bit harder for Lerio to catch up without bombs and with 2 bricks. He has some hidden points in leader and war council. You kinda are advised to have 1 leader for that lemons, I suppose. Martfin cavalry, I'm not sure how intimidating that is with all the Nausicaas. I feel like Lerio would want to have a different card that he can actually play. No luck with that. So Tankoff takes round 1. Can he amass enough power for that 3 meteor shower to actually matter? I've seen this game go both ways. If there is no control and we see that two Maddox have successfully landed, then depending on the drops, bombs and the sapper pings, Renfri deck kinda had not enough board presence. On the other hand, if Maddox are missing the necessary row, and if Ramon armor is being in play, then it can go in opposite direction. Red Case is getting discarded. Kinda a good card potentially against the deck that throws tanks, but its maximum potential is a bit lower, I suppose. 8 часов стрим, ну там повтор был предыдущих матчей, так что стрим на самом деле пока что только полчаса. Здорово, всем привет. Okay, so Phoenix is traveling into round 3, of course the World Council is not. Not too many draws are happening in this round 3, but you can still discard Iris and at least get the Blightmaker, and maybe Renfri option also gives you that one extra point from deck.
Fear not. We shall achieve our goal.
Fear not, we shall achieve our goal, says Javier, but raises only one of the two Maddox, so I'm not sure. Like, how passing won't do, honestly. That's not the entire goal.
Watch close.
So Nilfgaard has this Nilfgaard problem of whatever you play, I play better. Tankoff wouldn't mind probably having some soldiers of his own, but he only has one.
Mankind is a virus, a plague.
Is it Road to Pirates 03? No pirates present in this game, so we'll see how it goes. Also, one of the Onslaught lists got banned in Germany, so Lerio, I think, was scared of it. Or just didn't find a better deck to ban. Okay, so that's what Artorias, right? You have 1-2 bombs, you have Sapper in hand.
If not an illusion.
So decides not to go for the second Sapper. Instead, more soldiers. And once again, where are the locks is the question we have to ask Tankoff.
Wanna know why?
Player bronze, boost, and too fast for your Troine. So opts for the damage. Gets a pikeman of his own.
Have you ever laid eyes on a deception of such grandeur?
And yeah, the pikeman goes. A little bit of war between the Alba Pikemans. I guess in their squad they came to disagreement and split onto the two sides of the barricade.
Pissing in the moat? Oh, they're dead.
And unless it gets pinged, I suppose they bleed one another to death. Unfortunate. Sometimes you just need a calm discussion instead of this.
No oven load!
How many units will be stacked on the front row for Tankoff is the question. Also, what is this Peter Sar Greenleaf doing? Yes, he finds Nausicaa as a target, but Nausicaa is like the battle prep is 6. So for 6 provision card, he plays for value.
Friends of the family.
A famous round 3 carryover, but as I mentioned, at least the Blight Maker is capable of capitalizing on that one extra point. A leader entry was used earlier, so the illusionist that came out from there was not buffed yet. Also, yeah, only buffing 5 units is suboptimal. Look at this. The amount of potential locks against Medic, against Sapper, against the Pikeman. But I suppose Tankoff won round 1 and just cost a Ramon commitment.
It's gonna be a right good levy, big and beautiful.
Another one bites the dust. Maddock going to the wrong row. Let's see if Mage Assassin is any better. No. No, no, no. So this bomb, Samu, you might not see it very often, although with Maddock being so popular you should. Kinda moves units around. That is not very helpful for that 3's value. Also with a few random pings that we had before this was turned off. Suppose it would have been nice for Rentry to die. We've had some interesting draws from Lerio. I'm pretty certain he was not, yeah, knowing the entire sequence of the deck. But woof woof, the dogs are coming out. Who let them out? I'm not certain. Offensive 3's is playing for 8-9. 3, yeah. So that's exactly what we see. But you have a Wilgefortz for 8, 13. And your opponent has a little bit of hidden points, so Lerio takes that one. Kinda close. So Lerio won with Stockpile. Lerio won with Imprisonment. Tankoff still has 3 decks. He's been playing on the Nilfgaard so far. Maybe this time it's time to... Okay, so Tankoff opts for the shields. Why shields are good? They are protecting you from damage, right? So if you are feeling threatened by the onslaught pirates, you should be covering yourself with the shield. So the queuing makes sense. I promise you. So Onslaught, of course, is stacking your units with armor. It's not a tainted ale version of Onslaught, so don't get too scared. This is a construct version of Shield Wall, though. We see Frenzy Dao, we see Primordial Dao, and I think those are the only two Daos we are seeing, honestly. For Skellige's glory screams Krach and gets locked immediately. This is non-devotion, but this doesn't have a purify. So Krach's job is done here by the looks of it. Although we just run through the decks quite fast, so I'm not guaranteeing you I'm not missing something. But by the looks of it,
Do not look now.
Margarita is achieving her goal. So purify makes sense, I suppose. 3-point purify, and your Redanian Secret Service might just get sniped. What is there for the control in this list? We see Epidemic, we see double abortage, but those abordages are not being played with the rate enhancing Warlords. We do have a heat wave for hull removal as well. Wait, why are there no Gwent Metal emotes in that Metal command? I don't understand. So far we do see the Demon Smuggler. Demon! If you know, you know. But yeah, there are two of them. They are not too conditional, but if you draw them in round 3, I suppose you might lack the boat. For the synergy. But yeah, we do see a pattern with the buff so far in the Balance Council. Ping ping, the units die, units go into the graveyard, units get funeral boated. Lerio is being kinda aggressive here with the leader charge as well. And Tankoff is trying to construct his path to victory. He has activated Frenzied Dao, obtaining 2 rock barrages. So if it's happening in this round, Funeral Boat sees its own funeral. So far not much else to profit from damaging. The armor is being collected here. It's good to have Terror of the Seas, and I suppose Bjorn as well in your hand for that armor stacking. Okay, a pass. Is it Sancreal? No. Okay, so not believing in Windhelm because of all the pinging that can be done. The engine might be just deactivated. Makes sense, I suppose. Could have been Sangreal. So now you'd want to avoid breaking after winning the round. Frenzy Dow is there, but you also, of course.
My lady, your elegance does draw jealous
It's
eyes.
always like this in Gwent. Okay, so Dandelion was protected, but the ships, the onslaught ships, all of them, most of them, have this tendency to ping things. And sadly we see that Frenzy Dow is being played for one Rogue Barrage only. Would have been better to play it later, I guess, when there were two targets. Moving this back to the back row would not be catastrophic with it only being at 1 power, but that's not going to happen anyway. So Golden Necker is hiding somewhere in the deck as well. We need to see Tankoff's talent of drawing cards if he wants to win here. And yeah, for now Dandelion was alive, but looking at this Bjorn being 5 power, Dandelion is down. I repeat, Dandelion is down. When is Erdem being casted? After this match concludes, basically. So we are at 2-0. Depends how the games go and if players are ready to play immediately after. But well, today is also a good answer.
On the cone. I hate it.
So in the next 3 hours you'll see magnificent Erdem play, I promise ya. For now we do see Tankoff bleeding, but
Can't see it.
yeah, the pirates do pirate things. Nothing is allowed to leave freely. Also, we do see that Griffin Witcher. We've seen a betrayal of Griffin Witchers yesterday, and we continue seeing those random things finding suboptimal targets again here.
You broke my heart. You shall never find peace.
Another demon. Nothing is stacking armor anymore. Abordash is being kept as well. So you are allowed to play carryover. You play carryover. Why wouldn't you? It's a late engine, but it's mostly so that the card roll there is being carried over for the next round for Lerio. Other things are less important. Any reason to click for -5? We actually do see that. Nice. Not often. When Bjorn was just released, people were clicking it left and right. Nowadays, you see less of that. Damage an enemy unit by 2. Bloodthirst 3. Oh, wait. Bloodthirst something. Bloodthirst 2, yeah, sorry. Why did I say 3? I wouldn't know. Lerio being the bully. He's staying ahead. The barrage is dealing full damage and nothing much, but with only one engine ticking.
You wanna pass, you gotta pay.
Lerio has to play another card. Since the ship is on the board, the Moon Pirate is not discarding anything. Not much good left in the deck in terms of discarding, but top decks are quite decent as well. Golden Necker. Golden Necker is here. So Seren, Wolfsbane and one of the 2 units. So your Demon Pirate is dice if the Griffin Witcher has been taken. Yeah, so
softens them up, sword finishes them off.
Those points are gone. Now Royal Decree is playing a unit. You kinda need a unit to clash with card roll there. Kill the beast for solve. Trees gets discarded. Nah. Not happening apparently. Wait, so is it a heat wave time? No, we do see Solve being played here. Ah yeah, wait, it makes sense. What am I on about? Is it? Yeah, it does make sense.
No, oh no, no, no. You can't just sacrifice it.
On the start of the next turn? You need a Witcher. Oh no, 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 no. You can't sacrifice Berengar, but yeah, this is 21 point heat wave, so
Don't give up easy, do you?
Tankoff wanted to get some value, but are you actually wait. Did I miss something? That's the only Witcher. And yeah, the trees is enough to finish it off. Well, it didn't matter too much, I suppose. Like, the kill would be achieved anyway. So this is half job done for Team Poland to stay relevant in this Gwent World Cup. They need to win both series today. The bans. We got the bans. Let's go. This is the final game of group A or B. I definitely know which one that is, but this is the decider. Pajabol needs to win for Team Poland to reach the 3-team tiebreaker. Erdem needs to win for team rest of the world. To avoid that, sadly the team world cannot make it to the playoff anymore, but they can still influence things. We have the logo on, we have the score on. If anything, it's getting darker, so if it's going like completely after dark, let me know, I'll turn the light on. So last mulligan for Erdem was a brick coming into his hand, but he answers with a brick coming into Pajabol's top deck. And we see 2 turns, 2 clocks. The deck works properly so far, by the looks of it. You cannot wait. Yeah. There was no unit on the board after Paja played an interactively, but then the doggo jumped out, but you don't want to clock with the knickers there. It's good to have some proactive plays then, and Blightmaker achieves 1 thinning, so anti-clock is happening. Mattola, organizer of this entire Gwent 2024 community tournament sequence, should be very happy. Mattola is bringing Colgrim to the tournaments as well, so nothing new. Prophet locking Pajabol's hand. The problem is he might find the pass button, and then this Prophet is kinda wasted. As the cards get unlocked. Now we see the 2 bricks. And not actually the breaks as well, like Sanvanter Assassin needed to be answered potentially, but at the same time, Pajabol shouldn't mind it too much. Even keeps it over the Executioner. Mulligans into a brick, and we see... Okay, we do see Erdem playing Blightmaker, sadly on the open board, but what can you do? And now the annoying property of Syndicate, being able to play a turn or 2 uninteractively, is being showcased here. Not the card you see too often, Armory, Resilient. Card that gives 3 armor on the order. You've seen the boost, so you can protect your stuff. Don't really want to cloak your opponent with Rolands as well, so waiting for a bronze. We've seen Paja having 2 executioners before mulliganing into the Roach, so giving more executioners at one point becomes beneficial, but maybe you just want to cloak with the coated weapons. So let's see what happens here. Paja is not getting ahead, but does protect his Caleb. And this is where the leader becoming pretty useful. Golden Necker has Salamander hideout. There is the Purify option on the hideout, but at the moment you don't really need the Caleb. You need to cash in a bounty first. This allows the Prophet to buff your Executioner if your heart so desires. There. You are happy as a clock player to have double Viper Witcher. Are you happy about giving Caleb Manga number 2 to your opponent? I guess like you can play the Doodoo roll and actually do that, but at the moment we see Vilgefortz thinning out the garden, so hidden 3 points, the card is a bronze. If it was kept a gold, Vilgefortz will be missing it. So do we see a buff? Vilgefortz is out. Of course there is still imprisonment, so it's not like your spender doing too much until you potentially purify it from Golden Necker play. Okay, we do see the buff. You cannot cloak with tokens. And a pass. So Paya avoided getting cloaked. If we look at the cards he played, it was an interactivity, 2 golds that you potentially don't want to bleed and create copies of, an interactivity, and then a spender, but the coins also work out nicely. So Paya still didn't waste his leader, does 10 damage nowadays. After a couple of bounties was collected already. Erdem only now finds the Sirinova, we don't see Golden Necker, maxi round 3 card is not what you love to see. So the carryover for round 4. Golden Necker has been saved for round 4 as well. It seems to be not the ideal way it goes for the clock player. You can give your opponent an extra Ignatius. It creates a base copy. Are you sure that Kurt Slander are not happening though? Not sure about that. So yeah, the cloak, without being cloaked, didn't find its cards. Paya, I think, had Golden Necker from round 1. Found Ignatius Morale. So I actually see another Ignatius being created. There he is. There is a crime that he's buffing it.
Catch smash, eh?
So at the moment the bounty is not being collected, and there is a freak show in Paya's hand.
A great deal, my lord. Take comfort in that.
Okay, there is no access to for another Ignatius, no royal decree. And we see the insane armory value, just protecting that Viper Witcher from being killed with 4 damage. Of course, leader is dealing like a billion damage.
Touch it, go on. Feel the craftsmanship.
Kinda want to collect the bounty here to buff your Ignatius. Not sure how important that is. But it's over profit. Was there? I'm not sure how many coins was in Paya's purse 1, right? But yeah, we also see Paya floating this poison, having morale. Kinda important to get through the defender and poison the Colgrim potentially. But surprise, surprise. The golden anchor is not there. Pilgrim is coming from the royal decree. But without leader charges, what can you do? Okay, we go for the defender instead. But 13 plus 9.
My reason to travel
Is not exactly enough. And also insane Colgrim value in this match, as we see after all the clogging, playing against the deck that has Roach, Knickers and also Golden Necker itself. That would have been not the biggest Colgrim you'd ever see. This I also didn't address in round 1, I suppose.
Your blade is just an
Plus
extension of your
9
will.
and plus 13. There is poison on field experiment. And there was morale, so doesn't look particularly close. And Golden Necker carry over for both players for the next round. Paja takes this game number 1. If Erdem wins, the group is set. Okay, let's see. This is the stockpile against guerrilla tactics. Shiro with Milva, right? No, without. Okay. Shiro with Seamless and Cranmer against Hansel, Siege. And probably the most interesting card, Chimerian Infantry here. And Siege has landed in Pajabol's hand. I repeat, Siege has landed. Yeah, this is the 3rd World Cup. Been a while. I was in Sweden when World Cup number 2 was happening. Been casting a lot of that
I pass on
as
every
well.
10th round.
So does Erdem possess the cards? 5-point War Dancer, I suppose, is okay. Does he have the cards to contest round 1? Like, you can play for carryover, you can play Pirate, Technicians, but it's not the most threatening hand. Let's see how Paja handles the Squirrel. Will he just try to preserve Amphibious Assault for later? Or does he deem that the card is necessary to contest round 1? Strong pile. If you, Tankoff, would find the locks, I guess it would have been closer. But since your lock luck was not very good with Nilfgaard, it definitely looked pretty one-sided there. Okay, so Pajabol here clearly calculates points for the round 3 already. Trust me, that's what he's up to. That's why he's also maybe cosplaying Lerio. You never know. But yeah, we see the round going to the 7 card. Very rare now. If anyone wants to take a leaf, it might start happening now, but at the moment both still have a couple of cards they can drop. Erdem can play for his carryover, and Paja is not in a position where he should be threatened to lose on even or risk losing on even cards. So yeah, we see that he just eliminates any dwarf, big or small, from the board. Same goes, no discrimination. Elves also getting mowed down at the moment. But no pressing need for them to leave, so he can just play Vile, play Maxi. Okay, maybe play Maxi. It's fine. Might cost like a leader charge if you... not even that. Verification is pretty good. Unless you keep it for the siege. Then it might be not that good to waste it round 1. Okay, so finds Frenzied, Mahagam Pass and Oniro. And I also missed Mill. I guess she was in the Mulligan phase when I was checking, so sorry about that. If you have your Oniro, you get the access to Heatwave and Cranmer in the later rounds. So this is most likely where Erdem is leaving round 1. Unless the math is being done. Very precise math on the reach. We also see, as I mentioned, Amphibious Assault is being kept by just place the Bronze Engines and the Point Slammy cards. Okay, we have the continuation. Though it doesn't look too great for Erdem. With Seamless and COC being bricked, he has to rely on Cat Witcher Saboteur, has Hubert to move. 3, 4, 5 leader charges. So I might be tempted by this pass opportunity, but I think he can even play Amphibious Assault because Squirrel is definitely too low of a tempo. Place the Flotsam instead. Okay. We did see one backup plan being played, so you cannot go for the alternative target there. And Turtle manages to find the pass button. Not sure how he feels about losing this round. Like, nothing big was committed, but also nothing big was gained. I suppose, yeah. the maxi showing cards. The order has been kept. So he finds his golds, and Neuromancy gives the flexibility. We see the heat wave. No verification left to answer this scenario. Heat wave deals with that and also provides an interactivity. Now this Frenzy DAO only has one rock barrage, unlike the Construct NR that we've seen earlier today.
Never have.
There are no more constructs in this Squirtle deck. Push continues. We also see in Erdem, of course, Mulligan the Squirrel, not the tempo you'd want to play. So.
An officer and a gentleman.
How are they finding them breaks every time? Seen probably third or fourth time today, and we've seen a clean 3-0, so not that many games. This is literally fifth game, and everyone is breaking all the time.
It's like a pathetic passing day.
Does Spire want to play more? Decides to do so with leader charge, or even with float some charge. Gets another Revenant going for himself. Anything in Shiro range at the moment. We cannot really buff by 1. Leader buffs by 6. Unless you play Shiro and start moving things, but that's not really leading to anything because of the Milva. Decisions. Are you scared of that Revenant? And the answer is Erdem was afraid that between the reinforced ballista stockpile charges and other potential damage, Paya will be able to spawn another Revenant after setting it up. Do we see a leader charge instead of Mahakam? Yes. Okay, so break avoid in time. Paya of course has Judgment in hand already. And if you want Hansel into Default Sprite, you have your mulligan set basically. Erdem just needs to avoid Milva and seamless targets. Takes a risk on the mulligan. Finds brick number 1. 6 cards in deck. Finds Milva. Who is surprised? Let me know in chat. Natalis has Bombardment, Boiling Oil. 8 exclamation mark deck list for the tournament decks. That's the problem with this Squirtle deck.
Don't you fret about me. I can take care of myself.
It tends to break quite often. Same goes about the rent-free Square though, with the Precision Strike. Okay, so Natalis applying some oil here. No more Milva to synergize with the leader. It's also somewhat suboptimal.
Dreadfully sorry.
Backup plan. Erdem of course needs units on board so that Seamless is not completely dead. But you know what is very good at dealing with the units? It's Shiro. I won't keep the pose for too long, so yeah,
Remember to whom you
oh wait, what's Shiro? It's Hanselt. But yeah, we do see suboptimal Seamless here with only 2 units. And now there is a bunch of armor to deal with as well, so that Volta's Pride, stolen by Hanselt, crewed by Radovid, will be digging through some armor first. There is Kramer coming from the Turniremancy. Okay, we see the beauty of the Mirian infantry with 5 leader charges, buffing by 10. Suppose you can... How much worse was it to go for Spores instead? Like, this was 16 points, the 6 is not mattering, so it was 10 points. I guess there is some value if Cranmer is not getting pinged, the Seamless gets disarmored faster, so it's just that you are potentially getting some play on the Shiro, but most likely it's hard to achieve more than burning 1 unit anyway. AA still has Caro Revenant. There is still Judgment, so the last leader's charge is being kept. Although at the same time, you are not getting that order through then.
What do you want?
Not the best Shiro, you can witness, and yeah, Erdem is only 3 points ahead. So there goes the Radovid, there goes the AA, and Vaya takes a 2-0 lead in this series. So reverse sweep featuring Colgrim is on card. And he opts in to play Knights first. Knights pretty good if their scenario is not answered. There is a heat wave. And we see that there is an anti-heat wave in Donimir. So let's see how this plays out. The first round combo will be Immortals and Damn Sorceresses. Unless things happen with Immortals, as we witnessed yesterday with Lemon. Immortals is actually a propaganda, they can die quite easily. Yeah, in this situation though, protected by the shield. Buff himself by 2, maybe not that easily. There was no lock in this Team Poland's Pirates version. Do we see Krach? We do see Krach. Last time he was insta-locked and done nothing. What's his fate this time around? Just getting heat waved. I was checking if Margarita is there, but no. The Krach is no more. So this seems like a turn for Damsor. Erdem has the second damn sorceress, and honestly, well, she has some synergies with Knight Errant. You won't mind seeing one damn sword killed and the second one committed if you are Erdem. Or am I mistaken about that? It's one leader charge, so Paya is playing it quite aggressively.
I'm never short on stamina.
The danger of infusing immortals with Knight Errant's infusion of loose shield boost by 2 is on cards. And without leader charge you cannot interrupt it as well.
What is it?
So yeah, the dream has been achieved by Erdem. Now if you rip the shield off, it will boost by 2 by the Immortals ability, and then it will be boosting by 2 through the infusion. It is his second damned sword though. It is at 7 power, the shield breaks, it's at 9. You can kill it with Clash, with Demon Pirate for example. And then this kinda doesn't matter unless Paya also sets up Funeral Boat.
Give us all you got.
So yeah, while the combo has been achieved, both damn sorceresses died.
Axe or might?
It is a success story though, because Fire Troll has been deactivated. Not too many things go into the graveyard on Paya's turn, but if a Immortal Shield is getting pinged, that's rather unfortunate, as that might endanger your reach potential. Also, yeah, the carryover is here, infused carryover. You have some damage. But you can't really cleanly answer it, so instead we do see leader charge number 2 go in play. The Funeral Boat is pinging Squire, but Paya is not really in the mood of giving Erdem the round control here. Can he stop it though? Abordash is basically dead, and that's why the card even after buff is not considered the best ever. But the moons are nowadays playing for 10 on deploy if there are targets to hit and if there is one ship, so pretty good in round 1, round 2. Do we see Donimir landing? I honestly expect it to be the case, but then you are. Okay. Instead we do see the Maiden's Shield being dropped here. I don't know. I try to keep it, but if you are like, what are your payoffs for the Damsel in Distress? The Graces from Bronzes are okay. You need to find your scenario first though. That's some old score. Who is this Danirai and Gravish? Magpie, at least Mistikal we see occasionally. The other two... Okay, finds the Lady of the Lake. Lady of the Lake means Oneiromancy. Oneiromancy means Damsel in Distress. Irondite is also at 11, by the way. I have not been checking that. But Paya also doesn't have the Heat Wave. So by the looks of it,
The righteous.
if only Erdem knew, keeping that Maiden's Shield would have been a better move. It was when well, it makes sense. Nah, it might have just that we didn't keep score for the other, but yeah, this was the default player.
You shall never find peace.
Beam, beam, bam, bam, goes Erdem. His engines growing. What is the AA?
What
That.
It's not on any maps.
Erdem's Royal Inspiration is at 4. Do we see this Redanian Knight getting exposed here? Yes, we do. The moon broken? Yes, it is. I don't know. It's a pattern. We've seen all those done banners and everything buffed. Done banners didn't really claim a top
I
spot
shall be with you shortly.
in the meta, but the moon seemed to be worthy of scene play. Bam, bam, beam, bam, goes Erdem into this point slam from the scenario. Pajabol has 3s. That plays for 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15. Not enough. And reverse sweep attempt is on by the Erdem. He promised that Paya won't win a round against him. I guess he meant that he'll lose 2 games and after that he will just 2-0 Paya 3 times in a row. So Paya leads to 1. Still has to play the Onslaught, no other decks. Erdem is playing Guerrilla Tactics, Shiro Milva, all that. So might be problematic to set up a huge Shiro or keep units alive for Seamless because of all the damage and armor coming from the Onslaught. We also see Oi, oi, oi! What are you drawing, Erdem? Paya once again has Krach. Last time, 2 games of Onslaught we've seen so far. Team Poland was slamming him down in round 1 already. What's the Shiro scope? The Moon Smugglers at 4 and I doubt they will be changed too much, so not in Shiro range. And the Moon Pirates at 9, at a bigger danger, so we see the Krach giving armor to Smuggler, protecting it from being removed, Longship, and also Terror of the Seas. No Krach allowed. So yeah, kids don't do Krach apparently. We see the Squirrel, Erasing on Eromancy in return. So now you don't have access to guaranteed access to Seamless, to Shiro, to Mahakam Pass. Paya spears a leader charge here to get rid of that annoying chariot that would be preventing from preventing him from getting the Bloodthirst. and get the damaged units for armor stacking on this Terror of the Seas. Terror of the Seas potentially, if stacked to 15, is still finding a target on those Seamless Armorer Workshop buffed units. It's deck lists, not deck list. Sorry about that. Okay, I didn't really pay attention to the maxi order, sorry about that. We'll figure it out when the cards come. Well, all the bricks, most of them are already in hand. So the draws should be improved because of that, right? Do we see? Yeah. Erdem goes for the line of playing the workshops from hand and backup plans from Seamless. He has access to Cranmer anyway.
You wanna pass, you gotta pay. Can't let you through elseways.
Если нужны колоды, во множественном числе деклиsts. Erdem didn't give away that he has Milva in hand, right? Nothing was moved. Also, comment is not wrong. There are World Cup uploads on YouTube, and there is the link to Lerio's spreadsheet. All makes sense. Ah, look at that insane value.
Swords are for wenches. Get
7 points for 4 provision cards. That's probably the best value of an uncried armor smith you ever seen. Do we see a leader charge? Probably on maxi if you're moving anything. Not sure why Dennis Cranmer was moved. Not too much of the difference, but if you are counting like Terror of the Seas potential damage, it's better to hide it behind the maxi. And yeah, we see White Trees is being played in this deck. Demon Pirates are 9 power. Demon Smugglers create 2 units, which is also damn good. And now, if you are Erdem, what are you? You're forced to pass. A leader charge down. Your opponent, of course, played trees, but this trees kinda was playing into the Shiro range. Are you forced? I guess not yet. It's actually a decent trade. CatBurger Saboteur does combine with leader charges. Okay, so was it a missed opportunity? Like if Paya passes, you play Milva. No, of course, Erdem doesn't see it. It might have been another bronze that Paya would have traded for the Saboteur. There is still Fuku, so the pirate is getting separated from his twin. There is only one of them left now. We've seen Maxi being played. I didn't pay enough attention to catch what was there. We don't see Seamless, and we see Seamless. Double backup plan in deck, so maybe it was all correct. Knowing that there is a COC in Erdem's deck, Fire probably plays Soul Finisher, hoping to set up some Bloodthirst. Although there is no Squirrel, both of them already in the graveyard. But yeah, now Fire's job is just to avoid giving a big Shiro. Those abordages damage enemy unit by 2. Play pirate from your hand. There is a pirate. You can also click him and bring him back into your hand. But as we see here, the first abordage is being used because good luck getting Bloodthirst to begin with. Okay, we see Royal Decree is being played for the bronzes basically, and not the greatest bronze as well, but you don't want to risk pirate discarding. Your beast. Bjorn is of course the last pirate. In your hand, Soph is just a warrior, Fuku is a beast. So you'd prefer to discard Abordash and bring Bjorn back into your hand, but you're still not getting the Bloodthirst for that. Okay, we see the Terror Float. Shiro is never reaching a 4 value in those decks. No hand buffs. No combos for that. So that's quite annoying for the Shiro player, not finding good targets. While theoretically there should have been some. With all the 6s made by 3s. Okay, we see Fuku probably into okay, we have a ship, so yeah, Demon Smugglers are here to assist you with the Bloodthirst. Cannot get them for power once again. So Abordash is potentially on the cards there. Of course, Erdem has Leader, Erdem has While. Can you find an archer to set up things to 3 power? This damages by 2. BME finding full value on Fuku. Funny.
I'll feed you to the crows.
And also some points. Are we playing around the Bloodthirst? We shoot, and by we I mean Erdem. There is the While anyway. And that is a 2-point unit. This is a 3-point unit though, so Bloodthirst 2 can be achieved on basically anything. But you need to kill a 6. Bjorn, good at killing a 6. No Bjorn and potentially drawing the half pro is it's not exactly that. Playing Solve as a tallest unit is also not ideal. Ah yeah, true. Even that could have been done. So the Bloodthirst, the Rain, it should work out for Solve, but Paya is keeping it till the end.
I trust no one. Never have.
There is still a ship on the board. And also all Bloodthirst in the world is being assembled here. While Erdem has the Shiro. If only Shiro was a 4-point card. Guys, go vote Shiro power buff or nerf. So that he is at lower base power and easier to set up on the force. This is the example why you need to do that. See? It would have been a board wipe. And at the same time...
Who am I to kill?
Yeah, that doesn't really work for the Shiro click. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And a leader charge. Only a 7-point game in the end. If there was some meat on that Shiro potentially. But congrats to Paya, congrats to Matol as well. And this though. This is not Gwent World Cup, this is Gwent Community Open, for which we had the qualifiers during the February. You can see the pairs getting revealed. Drum roll, no drum roll, it's on the screen already. Maimon versus Lerio, Nekvis versus Sanvanter. We are casting it here, we are casting it with Lemonsky, so I hope you like the duo.
We have Team UK on 4, then we have Team France on 3, then we have Team China on 2, Brazil on 1. So the bands are Square-tailed band on the side of Killerganon, and the Skellige Self-Wound band on the side of Violet Hirama. Running the early aristocrats out. So interested to see how that quad Joachim turns out. Will the draws be there? There's the early Gothic Evade, there's the Joachim in hand, missing the coup and the Cantarella to get that combo through. On the other side of things, the jackpot does manage to find the Madame Marquis Serenity for Killerganon, but the Slice Doctress, that's a break. Gotta send that back into the deck. Gotta be pretty happy with the Sewer Raiders on that final draw. You love to see that in the round 1. Helps if you're trying to get kind of that tempo pass or just contest a little bit further. And surprise, surprise, it's Madame Tribute turn 1 on the blue coin. I think you've all seen this before. Flying Redanian about to say hello. Quite a friendly ghost ship. That's already a potential sort of 3 points per turn here for Killerganon. Quite scary to play into. And with no other pikemen, it's going to be quite difficult for our Violet to try to keep up engine-wise in this round. Yeah, you have a Dame in hand, but there's not much great sort of status givers to double up alongside that. So you go for a lock here to shut down the Madame Marquis Serenity, stop the profit for each card play. But there's still 2 more engines that are on the board currently. Note the Killerganon does have the Purify in the form of this Salamander Lucky, but with the huge sort of gap in points right now, I don't know if you want to commit it or save that for later on. Maybe to try to deny a poison or something. Hey, Fiddler. Yeah, that's a fair opinion that you guys came to just stream. Yeah, so I doubt we'll see a tempo pass, because Aristocrats isn't really the kind of deck that you want to go into a long round 3 against, I would expect. I could be wrong though, because perhaps if you heatwave the ball, you're able to deal with the Danes, potentially poisons. You might be fine just taking them in a long round, because it will be hard to catch up here. There are these engines ticking. Okay, there was one poison on the soul, but there's not even a follow-up in hand. So this might just be one on even as a result, a win on even from blue coin. I don't know what you'd have to commit. Okay. To secure the poison, it has to be the Philippe, but this also means the Odd Fiend is coming out quite early in the game here, and in a situation where it's going to be quite rough to bleed in the round 2, because you'll be going up minimum 2 cards down, depending on how you're able to actually catch up right now. Not great top decks the Odd Fiend. You'd have loved to actually play this earlier on in the round, maybe over the turncoat. You see the Dame. Soul can get finished off by the Philippe. Still a little bit down. Does manage to find an agent which actually has some synergy with the Odd Fiend, unlike the Arbor Pikeman. So what will we be giving Spine to? I really don't know. Like, if depending on if Killerganon's order is different, you could maybe give Spying on something good to set up the coup. But, I mean, Madam isn't a good coup target, despite costing, you know, 14 provisions. It relies on you having workers at the Passiflora currently residing in your deck. And, yeah, Violet does not have that. Yes, Manu, this is France vs Brazil. No, not France vs Brazil. This is France vs China. France vs Brazil was in a previous week. Yeah, my title is correct. Yes. Yeah, so Killerganon is on the side of France, Violet on the side of China. And yeah, to catch up, we do actually see the imposter leader as well as what gold is it? It will just be the coup onto the Madame. I guess it gives some profit, but yeah, I don't think it's... Okay, actually no. The profit lets the Passy Peaches tick, not that it matters. Really, the Aristocrat leader was the points that was... So Workers of Passiflora, I think, is the politically correct way to say it. I've said some less polite ways on some previous casts, I think. Okay, this is actually interesting. So you see the second mulligan not being used on the King of Beggars. It looks like Killerganon is quite confident that it will just be a dry pass coming out from Violet Kiriman, saying there's no way you're going to bleed me 3 cards down, that would be suicidal. And that does happen. And the reason you want to keep the King of Beggars in hand is because then you know you're not going to draw into it on your final mulligan in that round 3. Because that is like the worst thing that can happen to a deck running King of Beggars. Keeping it in the round 2 means you're safe from that worst case scenario in the future. So I was a bit curious about the tempo pass, because like, you don't really want to give round control to the Aristocrats, but you did see in that round 1 what got committed. Well, it was the leader, the Philippe, the Odd Fiend, because the Philippe was played, and also 1 Dame. There's only 2 Dames remaining. One from the Masquerade Ball, and the other finally being drawn. Freak Show is in hand for Killerganon, so that should be able to answer one of the Dames. Poisons are also here to answer another. And depending on how this progresses, if Violet tries to just play some engines onto the board early, this brawler could be very scary and just shutting down any early attempts engineering. And okay, we see the Mage Infiltrator being drawn, being mulliganed, finds a Van Servant. Not terrible, but maybe not the best. Probably really hoping that the Amir might have been found. This is just an Eventide Plunder. I feel like Brawler's the obvious choice here. Brawlers are just very, very good. Might force an early Joachim, which can be a little bit awkward. And yeah, we saw that Violet had spent a lot in the round 1, but having that long time to play into that round 2 for Killerganon meant you could secure the Novigrad and the Candle to have resilience there already on board for the round 3. That'll help with coin generation, having a bronze game unit to just do whatever you want, and Candle gives you a little bit of spending that isn't vulnerable to being locked directly. Although what you boost can end up getting poisoned, I suppose.
Don't blame me.
Early Lackey, so yeah, just aiming to sort of try to shut down the board. Also getting rid of that lock is quite important, because it means that there's some Van Morhem Servant won't have access to copying that lock. And if we look into the deck here, there's no more ways to give the lock, so I don't think it's possible with a fully drawn for anything more to get locked by Violet here. But, yeah, to play around the Brawler is this early Joachim. It does find a poison onto the Venom Brawler, and the thing is, because Joachim is guaranteed to play non-disloyal units, there's only 5 possibilities, so might be able to find this Emir anyways, despite missing it as of right now. You'd love to find the Emir, because then that frees up your Roderick to just be used on the Cantarella to help you get that, well, I guess in this case, only a triple Joachim in this round. Non-disloyal? Yeah, so unfortunately, if you're not making use of the Echo and the Coup, you're not going to get the quad Joachim, only a triple, but triple Joachim is still good, right? Yeah. It is, again, vulnerable to poisons, and that's what Killerganon decides to do. The nice thing about the poison here is you're not really developing your own board, which is good because it doesn't give great targets for Violet to give statuses to. But again, like, there's really not many poisons, there's not many locks, or no locks. Poison can come from Van Morhem 7, I suppose, but yeah, there's not many options to decorate. Or in the hand, I mean. What do you do? Is this the chance for you to just set up your aim or pikeman? Well, I don't think so, because if the poison goes through, you just spend on the brawler, and there goes the entire board. So you go for the second Joachim here, and you find a aristocrat. It's a decent engine, but without the Odd Fiend, you don't have many ways to consistently give spying. So actually, no. Okay, you have maybe Cantarella and Roderick to get spying, but that's really not amazing. Hey, Erdem. Don't mean to be so distracting. Now you're distracting me. But good to see you, Erdem. Heatwave, yeah, that's quite nice. So the second toll unit from the Joachim falls to the toll punish in the form of the Heatwave, and that does open up the Brawler to just spend, since there's only one engine remaining on the board, you know, 4 coins to kill a pikeman. I think that's a pretty good deal. Yeah, maybe pikemen should stay away from tavern brawls. Can't stand up to the Barnacle Brawler, despite having all that armor. Actually, I mean, other pikeman doesn't actually have armor despite the art having armor. So maybe that doesn't work so well. Okay. 5 cards into the round. Will this 5th card actually stick for Violet? Probably, because it's just a Viper Witcher. Not a very important card. And it does allow the CaueVrihedd to set up the Roderick into Cantor, into Joachim. But, like, the sad thing for that is you're putting 5 points onto the opponent's side of the board to only boost one of your units by 8. I'm not convinced that's such a super good trade. Novigrad being clicked? Could get yet another Brawler? I don't know what these rolls are. Maybe took a trip to the casino as well as the tavern. A lot of luck going in their favor. Instead it will be a non-devotion mutant maker. But that's fine, because Redanian works very nicely if you need to destroy an allied unit. And yeah, very quickly comes back anyways, with that Novigrad being on board. Okay. Violet has 1 point right now, up against a full coin purse leader, and a 27-point gap right now. Oh, did I mention there's a candle in Novigrad, by the way? Okay. So with the hero being used, that does mean the ball will be able to stick, so the 2 fangs will get created. But the problem is with no toll unit, it means the Dame does just die immediately, which is not really what you wanted. I don't know if you even go for the Antarella here. It might be better to just go Roderick into the Emir to get a 1-turn poison. Maybe you set up a secondary poison along with your servant. The sequencing is awkward here, right? Because you want to play the Dame early, right? You need the Rosa to have time to get its order through. You need the servant to, I would say, have time to copy a poison. Yeah, I don't know.
I shall be your eyes, my lord.
And yeah, I don't think you wanted another seditious aristocrat. At least it has decent deploys, because there's a lot of spies on the Killerganon side of the board. That's the good thing about spamming your Yolkings like this. But what are you gonna poison? Okay, an H&A, sure. Is this gonna be a Dame finisher? Because I don't know how you get value out of this servant otherwise. You need the 2 poisons on board to use the servant to secure a poison. Yeah. I'm not sure what you guys are saying should have been deleted. Hopefully if it was bad it was deleted. I don't know.
The semblance of power don't interest me.
And just to add insult to injury, just gonna remove another unit because JD Vendor is able to find the payday. Yeah, it pays quite well there. Getting rid of the Fangs of the Empire. There's lone seditious aristocrats trying to stand against the whole might of Novigrad and a few Nilfgaardian defectors. This is just rough. And as if this wasn't bad enough already, there's a huge Captain Yago finisher. Yeah. Ah, okay. Removing the Dame. Yeah, these aren't even amazing rolls on the Rosa. By yourself, because I believe it was a power nerf in the last Balance Council, they kind of all mixed together. I think Rose did get hit recently. Because now, because you spawned a 4 power unit, I guess it's kind of 1 less because as spying it works with this aristocrat. Let's generously call the Rosa 3 points right now. The good thing is you were able to clog the front row. It's just absolutely chockers right now. No space for a feature to finish off the Rosa. Guarantees that there will be the space, or the ability to actually, get the kill with the Rose and then play something. Okay, I lied. You don't need the second coup, get the quad Yoking, just use your Rosa instead. Finally finds the Emir. This might help with that sequencing I was mentioning. Maybe not really, because the servant's still looking pretty useless. Yeah, you can't follow up this poison. You can use the Emir to seize some spying units, I guess. The Yokim is set up nicely to give the Mage Infiltrator a killing target. But, yeah. It'll be closer than I expected it to be, I think, with that high roll getting the Emir. But I don't see it being very great. And yeah, with the front row being full right now, you're not really able to get a kill with the Mage Infiltrator. It can't retreat back to your side of the board. It's only playing for that 5 points right now. It does have the spying status, which works nice with your... Looks like it is Yago time. A little bit of brawling. Surprised we didn't see more candle spending there. This candle is a more efficient spender than anything else on the board right now. But maybe there would have just been enough points anyways, it wouldn't have made a difference on the candle. And yeah, regardless. Probably even without the Yago there, Killerganon had just had way too many points because that servant was not the finisher that you want there for Violet. With that, Killerganon takes game 1 and France in the driver's seat to continue. Killerganon, it will be the self-wound. Now this is going to be a bit interesting because whilst there is point slam in spades, on the side of shield wall, you don't have a lot of control. You don't really have toll punish. You have 2 locks. But there is a Pella on the side of the self-wound here as well. Not found yet, but that can help deal with a lock. Yeah, going to be very difficult to actually deal with all the threats that the self-wound is putting out. And yeah, Svalbard, I think Svalbard is going to do a pretty good job at popping shields.
Knights get princesses and we get what? Bloody streakers! Retrieve the bolt, I know.
Early Griffin Witcher has the Veil from the Crystal Skull. That means it'll be quite scary once it's able to get its Adrenaline 3 condition through. As you can see, it'll just start dealing 3 damage randomly at the end of each turn. Try to lock itself, but you can't lock yourself if you have Veil. But you know what it's not very good against? It's not very good at hunting down a Drakkar. That armor, you don't really want to ping that down. If anything, it helps your opponent more than it helps. Instead, just not even gonna click the Griffin Witcher right now on the side of Violet. Play out your Adept. And along with that, Target Practice? I never see that card. I think it's Target Practice. You get another Witcher student, turn it into an Adept. And yeah, ends up being sort of a 9-point Target Practice, which is not too bad at all. Maxi is something that you don't mind damaging. Pay attention to that. I think the deck had a few golds near the top. What is this? Okay, Selective Mutation, not opting to find the Dandelion, just going for the second Griffin Witcher. Quite interesting. Selective Mutation, of course, very, very nice if you do have this Adept on the board. But, again, Griffin Witchers, they're alright here. Maybe didn't want the Dandelion because wanted to just save the leaders for later on. I would have thought trying to get the early carryover through would have been a decent play. And again, might have been expecting an earlier pass from Killerganon, not hard coming into the round, which the very opposite happens here. The Canute coming down, used on that Drakkar to kill off the Veiled Griffin Witcher. That's a lot of the engine potential cut off early there for Violet. On the other side of things, this is where it starts to get a little bit more difficult. There is this Geralt Quen. Probably want to save it as it is one of your strong plays and guarantees consistency with binding like your Keldar or even maybe your second Adept if you have the card on board, or even Berengar. A lot of great options the Quen can pull you, so you probably want to save that for later. Mortals, it's a very strong potential engine, especially against Self-Wound, because the shield would auto-ping against Svalbard and regenerate, and that's quite nice.
Never seen a last wield a blade before.
Instead, just goes to play the Damned Sorceress. There are a lot of shields you can pop, and if you want, you can play out the Immortals for a few additions. But the Terracrude Plunderer is setting up this Canute with the Berserk. Does force out the Decree into Unicorn to pull out this Kyrenex for the 6 damage on the Canute. Takes down the Grizzled Old Warrior. No stand for the mystical powers of the Unicorn duo. And yeah, that just gives us a huge point gap, and I don't think Killerganon will be able to catch up. I'll be expecting the pass, but yeah, decent amount secured. Gotta be happy to have the unicorn combo gone. But to be fair, on the rest of it, it was really just bronzes that got played. So on the side of Shield Wall, I probably wouldn't mind that much to have Canute gone into the graveyard, and realistically all you had to spend was the Unicorn Kyrenex and you got your round control as well. That gives you the option to bleed, because if you don't have direct answers to scary things, your next best choice is to try to bleed them out so the opponent can't get their combo together, can't secure all their pieces. The best way to break up a carefully crafted sculpture is just to break it into little bits. Because those little bits, they're not doing a whole lot. You actually see one of the locks being mulliganed. A little bit interesting to me. I guess saving that for later on potentially. Maybe thinking, I need a bit more proactivity if I don't see the early threats coming up. Because that can be the thing, right? If on the side of Killerganon here you don't play things that sort of threaten a lock, and Violet did hold on to both the locks in the hand, it means that the rest of your proactive plays are kind of forced out and maybe inopportune times. The Necromancy coming out for the KO Troll here. Setup is very important, because whilst we have this decision being made, there are the two Gwents sitting in hand, so you kind of need those to be able to actually get value out of your Gwents. Okay. Early Keldar, which is quite interesting. I think it's quite important that you're able to get a second Griffin which you adapt through, but it's not vulnerable to being killed with Scaretroll. And here's the problem though, these both have shields right now. There's no Svalbard to try to pop the shields. That does force the Heat Wave onto the Keldar. Heat Wave could have been used quite a lot of value on something else, like something that Sangreal was used on, something that the maybe even just the Barringer later on. Is that the Heat Wave used on just the Keldar, which could have been shut down a lot more efficiently with a K-Troll pick. But yeah, no access to the Spellblood. Sitting in deck there, that's going to do that to you. So able to kind of cycle around with the Griffin Witcher adapt here. Too bad, does find damn Sorceress. Nice with this Immortals here as well. Yeah, so target practice quite good with the Adept sitting on board. And I wonder what we will see here. This could even be maybe a mentor time if you don't want to keep the Margarita in hand right now. Alternatively, go for maybe secondary Witcher Adept. I don't think the Griffin Witcher itself is that great. I guess it can play for 8 points. Okay, it will just kill off this Marauder for sure. And if we look at the deck here, we do see there is a Spores. You do need to be a little careful of going too tall on one unit here on the side of Violet. But we know the Spores is not in hand, so Sangreal potentially can be a little bit less careful. But the Sangreal is also very nice on the Griffin Witcher, right? Because we'll get the Purify. The lock will go away, gets an extra bout of 3 damage. Lock itself at the end of that turn, and that will disable that infusion from the Sangreal. Yeah, Griffin Witcher, quite resistant to getting drunk. Must be all those Witcher mutations pumping through that bloodstream. Adapt's just gonna keep adapting. That's actually good. Getting more shields through and setting the power a little bit higher.
What can I do for you?
And yeah, here actually is the Margarita, but not actually used, because I guess not worried about potentially a immediate K-Troll because the Dwims don't give Zeal. Not, I guess, worried, with the Sigdrifer's right onto Canute. Probably would rather just lock the Canute in that kind of situation. With the Dwim coming through, decides, you know what, maybe I should actually deal with this Olgierd so the K-Troll doesn't get any more value off of that card. It will now be resorting to the Jericho Turtle instead. See that Sangirl played for like 15 points onto that 5 pro unit. Very, very efficient usage. So there's Draco total. Not bad getting that armor through. And this additional Dwim will help get a little bit of value. This model's looking quite sad with no way to remove its shield. Saying it doesn't really matter if I just play a 6-point unit here. I'll let you have the round. And I think this is quite powerful because I don't see a way. Actually, you could use verification and full leader. That should do the trick here. That should do the trick. I mean, yeah, I suppose how much do you value this leader going into the next round? Would you rather have the leader or an extra card in hand? And as soon as we see the Dwim or the verification being played, we'll know what decision was taken. Okay. Decides to just go for the Dwim here. Yeah, and here's the thing, because the Dwim would have been a lot of points in and of itself. But yeah, without the Zeal being given, does force the additional verification out. It's not a 2-0, but it does result in Killerganon being down a card here. Needs to make that up in this short round. I'm not sure how great the King Rogner will be, with quite a low number of chances to give shields over. And yeah, with that, it does end up being a forfeit. Could also just take the self wound on a blue coin here. I think that would be a worse matchup into the aristocrats. So, okay, it is the aristocrats up against the Madoc. We get to see Madoc. I'm so happy. My life is complete. Kingslayer is found early. That's the thing with this deck. Okay, they're on the curse scroll for the consistency. Disgusting. But yeah, I guess if you have the points you don't need the additional points that another strategy would provide. And yeah, with no Decree and Roderick being your main sort of good tutor, it makes sense to run the curse scroll. Because yes, you're running War Council, but like that's really not a good tutor. I don't want to hear it. And you know what would be a really Chad move for Killerganon to take? Would be to use a Self-Northern Wind onto the Yohi. Because that would mean that the Cantarella and stuff are all useless. On the other hand, what Violet can do is you can use the Gothic Evade along with the Cantarella to steal one of the Maddox as well. I think that's probably sort of the correct play to take. You'd want to go for the earlier Gothic Evade, so you're able to set up that Cantarella play. But here's the problem with taking Madoc on blue coin. Because this deck really just doesn't have that proactivity and you have to discard a bomb on blue coin. Yikes. Yeah, I think we might have even seen the Illusionist being mulliganed that round 1, which I would say you should have kept that rather than end up discarding a bomb. Yeah, like I guess ideally Phoenix is your only good play turn 1 in this kind of situation. It does not cut the mustard, does it? And if I reversed what we saw in the game 1 here, Violet has an Arbor Packman in hand, but no Thirsty Dane to follow up on that Bleeding Provider. So, not even able to, I think, threaten stronger engines in round 1. Madoc's really not good. Poison targets either, so those Fangs are not looking likely. No lock in hand. It's a little bit rough. Just the mystery. It's fine. Just wholesome point spam is probably kind of the best kind of thing you can do here, I'd say. The immediate Kingslayer coming down, and when you have the two Maddox, you may as well click whenever you get a good chance to, because you can very well just end up with too much Cataclysm. The back row crew means this upper pikeman will be able to get a little bit of armor together here. Just fall on the wayside with the northern wind. Yes, I wonder why we're not playing Cantarella first turn Victor. Yeah. Yeah, no courage at all. Yeah, I will be interested to see when the Gothic Evade actually is played, and whether Violet actually does go for that kind of play with the Cantarella that I mentioned. First scroll being used to draw into that war council. What are we going to put back? Is it the salmon? Or is it the slave drive which comes next? Is the salmon. So no more bombs in hand. Though I guess war council can quite easily find a bomb anyways. But it is just the pass coming up from Violet. We go into the round 3. Murdoch again going to have to play proactive. Yeah, with the Cantarella shenanigans, potential imposter onto a Phoenix. And Joachim being quite good in a short round. That can be a surprising amount of shenanigans that the aristocrats can do to get their own carrier or to deny carrier. And the reason I would have liked to see the Gothic Evade here is because it would have forced an awkward first turn where Killerganon would have had to pull a Marduk out immediately. Now, probably the correct play in that case, if the Gothic Evade was sitting on board, would be to play the Sappers onto a Dancing Star. With no target, the Dancing Star doesn't force you to do self-damage, because it forces an enemy unit to be the target. But it still counts as playing a bomb, which would let you bring your Maddox back out and play around the Gothic Evade. So maybe that is why we don't see the round 1 Gortho. Instead, it probably will come out sometime. Illusion is kind of scary here, actually. Upper Pikeman, yes, it's only 1 power, but the only damage that I think Violet realistically has is in the form of this Mage Infiltrator, which is missing at the moment. This looks like the Rosa are able to sort of deny the flanking. But doesn't have a good target right now, and I don't really know what the Rose would want to target either. Probably Vigo would be the best target, but I don't expect that to be played really anytime soon. It's not easy to kill this in 1 turn. You could lock it if you wanted, I suppose. And the other thing is that there's no Purify in Violet's list here, so any lock that you use your leader for is guaranteed to find that value. This is a slightly awkward war council, but luckily the Illusionist does give you those soldier tags. It'll likely just be a slave driver onto Illusionist to get us a second upper pikeman. And it looks like the Maddox list is somehow doing statuses better than Violet. Trash Panda the Night, thank you for the follow. Hope you're enjoying this World Cup cast. Yeah, I think I know someone who isn't having a good time here, and that will be the Rosen Edna. As gets bled out by the pikeman, imprisoned by the imprisonment leader. That lock, with no Purify available, it's just not going to find a whole lot of value here. Roderick comes out to shut down the second through on the pikeman. Doesn't go for the mirror, instead we see the Masquerade Ball coming out. This is interesting. I wonder what Killerganon will deem more threatening. I think it might be Or correct to just kill the Dame if you're able to here. But with the Odd Fiend finding a good target, boosting the Dame up to 6, I don't think you'll really be able to get rid of the Dame just through bombs. Like, if you really want to be aggressive here, you could heat wave the ball, lock the Dame. Or instead you can just say, that you know, that's fine by me. You've used Rosa, you've used your ball. You need to go catch up here. You need to do 8 points, and that's not necessarily easy. Because, like, say, a Fang wouldn't do it here. Sure, you could play an Aristocrat, but that Aristocrat is probably a bit more of a valuable card than some of the other things in your hand. But it might just have to be the second Dame being played. That might be considered the least valuable unit. And actually, the other thing that you need to be careful of is that the Philippe is actually really scary in this matchup. Because it can apply Doomed. I did forget, Philippe is a Doom giver. The double Madoc actually won't live for very long, I think. Instead, you'll just have the bombs with the Sappers. But I don't think the Maddox will be getting a whole lot of value once the locks and the Doomed come through. Especially the Servant to copy the statuses. Nausicaa's not bad if you just want some point slam. Nice pull finding the Emir. But his only target is a Van Malholm Hunter, and the drawing is quite inconsistent. Hey Kung Fu, yeah, I'm happy seeing the Madoc. And yeah, for anyone who is watching this from Kung Fu Rabbit's YouTube channel, make sure you subscribe to Kung Fu so you're able to catch all the future tournament games as well, both in the World Cup and in Gwent Masters. Oh. YOLO Mentor finding the value. Top card being the Phoenix, not found. So yeah, unfortunately missing that resilience, but maybe you wouldn't have minded not playing that early, because that does kind of play into the imposter leader anyways. And yeah, the Madoc list also doesn't have any purifies. I don't think they even have a purified bomb in this deck. I think it's just double Northern Wind. So once the Madocs get... oh no, there is one, but it is sitting in deck still. Once the Madocs get locked, at least in the current sort of hand state, that will be it. Was the Dame put to the bottom? Or was the Servant put to the bottom? Okay, Dame was put to the bottom of the deck. Actually, with the Joachim, and with how many times you're potentially able to play Joachim, you might be able to sequence perfectly if you cook the Odd Fiend enough times. Use the Emir to draw into the Servant, I guess. That kind of de facto moves the Dame up one card, helps you get it quicker with the Joachim. There's one lock on smaller Madoc. Vega coming up, misses a Slave Driver, but it will likely just be a Sapper for a bomb here.
What is truth if not an illusion?
Okay, never mind. It's actually Illusionist for an Arbor Pikeman. Thinks that this engine will provide more value than potentially playing a Sapwood instead, which I can potentially see it. There's not that many chances to play the bomb. The Arbor Pikeman would be a more consistent engine. Joachim number 1 comes out, does find the servant. I mean, Violet knew was going to happen with the hard fiend being clicked. Looks the Vigo, and we see the leader on the pikeman does able to get that crew through. And yeah, that's going to be a bit of a difficult unit to deal with, that 9 power pikeman. I think this is starting to look very, very good for the aristocrats here. See a sapper being used for the dancing star, trying to knock this other pikeman down a little bit. But the Maddock goes to the wrong row to try to get some cataclysm next turns. Note that there's no soldier in hand, so Ramon is not a good coup. The other pagan was not played from hand for Violet. It was spawned through the leader after Killerganon used an illusionist. It's a bit like a game of other pikeman hot potato. And now we see, well, this one did come from Violet's deck, courtesy of the Joachim. There is a lot of bleeding now that is going to be coming through. And I'm a bit sad Killerganon did not take that line I mentioned at the start of going with the Northern Wind onto the Joachim to try and shut down that Cantarella. I thought that would have been very fun. I don't know if it's the correct line. It unironically might be, because you're able to make the Cantarella a whole lot worse. Like, there's not much good stuff to play from the graveyard here otherwise. Instead we see one pikeman being finished off there with the Sapper into the Northern Wind. Maddock coming back, and draws into the Roderick with no golds in deck to play. That Roderick is a very, very bad pull. And it's probably just the starting to screw the nails into the coffin here for Killerganon, I'd say. Hey Xhantiax. It's unfortunate. I did get nerfed. But in a few months I'll be buffed again. So it'll be fine. And yeah, for a look, decides that Violet's had enough time entertaining these Maddocks. Now they should all just get locked down. And these 1 power sappers, not long for this world. It's getting bled out. Not that it really matters, there's no more bombs in the hand here for Killerganon. Then we see the Phoenix coming through. Yeah, it has vitality. It's ticking. It's also your primary poison target for Violet right now, though. So I don't think it makes a difference playing it now rather than later. In fact, I probably would have rather you'd play Nausicaa earlier. Maybe play the Phoenix in the following turn, because it still would have gotten the max value out of its vitality. And yes, yeah, Matt. We have Phoenix is some great carryover for round 4. If only Phoenix could stay around for the next game in the series. Instead, it's just a poison coming through from Philippe. Vitality being an additional status on the Phoenix makes it easier for the fleet to get those poisons through. Second leader does get used up by Killerganon onto that Philippe. Now, this is interesting. You get a haircut as well soon, Xhantiax. It's a necessity which has good parts and bad parts. Yeah, Liquid 90k. We likely will be seeing the Cantarella into a 3rd Joachim in this round. I don't think there's a rush to go for that. If you look at the options, okay, it is a Dame. Maybe it might have been better to get the Dame down earlier if you were going to find it. But it also might be trying to take a few more turns on the Ard Fiend to set up what the Joachim from Cantarella would be pulling. Here's the Illusionist. solid 8 for 4, sporting a 5 prop engine at full power. And this Amir can just start stealing units as well. There's this 1 power illusionist that can get stolen, 1 power Amon which can get stolen. Cantarella denying the crew on the other pikeman does get the Orpheum onto another Sister Scrap. This is probably a lot better than that Dane, because it's able to benefit from having all these spine units set up from the Ardfin earlier, and also I guess the Emir, because he's stuck around every unit that was played from then on out. And yes, that does mean that Violet takes the game there with a huge value on the Yorkim there. But it is actually the self-wound instead. So... Mulligan on the Rock Barrage, obviously you don't want that because that should be coming out through your Frenzied Dow. Let's find the Curse of Corruption and the Heatwave both in hand here for Violet. Those 12 Punishers are very, very good here up against Self-Wound. Yeah, Fiddler, I would be dying if I had the heating on. I didn't click the Vial. I guess they already know what their opponent's decks are, but it's always fun to click Vial, isn't it? You have a green button on your board, you really should click it always, right? This is actually the Maxi coming down on the second turn here. Frenzy Dow and the Mahakam pass towards the top of the deck. Simulus would be found in the round 3. Backup Plan and Capture Saboteur, not terrible draws either. Only real downside I'd say is Skrill is a bit low, and the Dwarven Chariot a bit low as well. There's actually 2 Rock Barrages in this deck. I think Killerganon Square was only running 1 Rock Barrage. I think that's a little bit of a difference. That nice little synergy between the Chair Crew Plunderer and the Drakkar does enable a Killerganon to almost catch up in points here. Of course, the stratagem is sitting on board and it hasn't quite been clicked. Besides, it's probably the turn to get my Skirmisher down. The rest of my hand is a little bit more awkward. You might just want to maybe play Skirmisher, Circle Life, and get out of the round here for Violet. Yeah, the Skirmisher dies to a Cutting Slash, but I think you got to be relatively happy with that trade. Violet, you definitely end up on the better side of exchange. Here, there's Circle of Life. Ends up boosting the Shiru up to 5. I think that's fine, potentially. Can help you kill a Canute, potentially. And depends on sort of where Sig, Vul, Draco Turtle, and Olgierd are getting up to. Could get it to 10 with a Mahakam Pass click, and that would enable you to kill an Olgierd. There's actually the second Terra Crew Plunderer being returned by the backup plan here. 10-point deficit, but Killerganon able to catch up. It starts to get slightly dicey for Violet. The only card I think you'd really be happy playing here would be the Aneromancy. We see the Aneromancy onto the Frenzy Dow, coming out with the 6 damage onto the Terra Crew Plunder. Milva goes back into the deck, and now it's 11-point deficit for Killerganon. I mean, we could do it, I guess, if you went for an early commit on your Canute. That doesn't seem amazing to me. Orchid is a 10-point body, but you don't really want to commit it in a round where you don't have much else to use with it. If you value the round control, you could just play out a Drakar, and then if the pass comes out, you could play your Orchid. I think that's a fine play to make. What you can do as the Red Queen players, you can kind of just force your opponent to get into an awkward spot like this, where they either have to play a card a lot more valuable than they would like to at the moment, or just force them to pass because they don't want to play anything. You see the second case coming out here. Killerganon does take the round. They do have to spend their own Knut, however. What a Knuty turn off events. Hey Pimp. And it's a bit interesting that you decide to show up right as the armored Drakars, these ships are coming into play as well. Goes to the long round. That makes sense for you to maximize your Svarblood value. Probably one of your, I guess, win conditions. Problem with the long round is you potentially give Shiru more value as well. Shiru can be used to try to deal with a lot of bear abominations. But at 5 power, I don't know if it's really going to be doing that much bear abomination hunting. We'll see. In terms of what to play on the dry pass here, it's a bit interesting. You could play the Mahakam Pass. The fact that you're getting 4 additional armor against a deck that does decent bits of sort of damage. You might value this deploy more than the backup plan itself. Especially with the Knut in Graveyard, you might have wanted to otherwise save a backup plan to try to kill the Knut, but yeah, just not as much in this case. I'm not sure, Crash. We'll see. And hey, Big Bal, I hope you're doing well. Okay, round 3. Early Dwarven Chariot. That ends up being the Necromancy of choice. Because Simla sucks right now. What happened Mulligan-wise? How did Violet end up with this? Okay, that's going to be a lot harder to set up. That's, yeah, that's going to be a lot slower than being able to one-play your workshops with the Simless. Okay, see the immediate heat wave coming down onto the... Okay, Trolled. Not a bad read there for Violet, because it does make this Dwim on hand here for Killerganon quite sad. Yeah, Dwim has no locations to target, so her magic kind of just gonna fizzle. It's actually not a bad roll, however. With the bleeding coming through onto the Dwarven Chariot, Violet is forced to protect it here. Unless the chariot somehow succumbs to bleeding as a machine. I don't know how that works. Maybe the Dwarven operators are the ones that are dying to the bleeding. Interesting pulls here from the Dragon Pass. Goes for the shielded Beaver's Muscle rather than Dwarven Mercenary. Because with the one non-dwarf of Shiru, it would have been 1 more power, but it wouldn't have had shield or something like that. I don't know. Hey Kayui, how you doing? Good luck for your game. Still a little bit of time. Best of luck for that. IT all geared comes down, but it isn't good, really. There's no Knut, because Sigdrief is right, is sitting in deck, as you hear. Also, Svarblood is just missing. This is actually looking really, really rough. And yeah, with the K-Trolled Heat Waved, there's not many ways to get value out of your Draco Turtle, Olgierd, Sigvald. You don't have ways to deal damage to yourself. Totem is sort of the only enabler alongside the Martyrum. However, they can still play for decent points, I suppose. With the Spores and the Heatwave, the Workshop and Niskrama combo can be shut down to a decent degree. And especially since Violet is being forced to actually play out these workshops one by one, it means that Violet's board has been developed a whole lot slower. And wait, what did the Martyrum actually kill that? Was it a Skirmisher? Yeah, okay, it was an offensive Martyrum. Kill that Skirmisher. Maybe a little bit worried about potential setup that the Chiru could have provided. Here's the other thing though. Curse Corruption is in Violet's hand, but Killerganon has last say. And with the Martyrum being used there, Killerganon really doesn't have to go that tall. If we see this Workshop coming out now, could force a bad Curse of Corruption, which is why you see the curse being used now. That is all the Tall Punishers gone. If Killerganon wants, they could get quite a lot of value by playing out, say, Draco Turtle here and starting to use the
Travel makes one modest.
what's it called? Swabbled Totem, potentially. Problem is, you would be playing into Weedno is a Shiro 5. Ordinarily, a Shiro 3 wouldn't have as easy of a time. Actually, it would still kill a Draco Turtle 8 if you're able to use the Hack and Pass for the 5 boost. Although, of course, you have your leader, which can give you a bit of granularity. So, maybe you click your totem, use a leader charge, get the Draco Turtle up to 9, and that should be a little bit more difficult for the Draco Turtle to be killed off by the Shiru. And Draco Turtle is weird to set up with a Milva and a leader offensively damage-wise. Will we see the play around the Shiro at 8? I think it would be best to just do one click on the Draco Turtle and put it there. We see 1, we see 2, we see 3. Okay. I mean, that looks like as good a Shiro as any, right? A 22-point Shiro? And even if the Shiro didn't get that 2 boost from the Circle of Life, this still wouldn't be the correct play because of the 5 boost from the Mahak and Pass Tempering. Wait. Well, wait, was one of these at 11? No, but the... Okay, maybe he was scared of going too tall in that case, but no, you could just use the Mahak and Pass and then there's something else. Okay, I'm confused. Please play around the Shiro here. No. Okay. Okay, so even if one of the doors was 11, I mean, you can still offset it with a Mahak and Pass.
Who am I to kill?
So, yeah. I don't know. I think both players were not playing very well around the Shiro here.
I trust no one. Never have.
Okay, maybe... Okay, right. Does that because it's more valuable getting the points of the Milva out? Although I think it would have kind of been equivalent anyways. Might still be enough though to catch up here for Killerganon. With efficient Sigvald usage, it's a draw. Okay. It's a draw. Okay. We go again 2 Rock Barrages. You're fine with one in hand here for Violet, but you don't want the second. Actually gets rid of both of them. Right. Does find a scroll earlier on. Maybe that could help a bit, although with the Sidrufus right being missed for KG, it didn't really make a huge difference. But yeah, generally Skrull is nice in this matchup. Even if you just get rid of an Neuromancy, that is quite a powerful difference maker. Quite similar hand here for Violet. You see the Dwarven Chariot into Maxi being the most likely opening sequencing. No Drakar for Killerganon makes it basically impossible to cheaply contest this round. The Priest doesn't really have a great target. Okay, goes with an early Troll. Besides, this game will be going entirely differently with the Troll being played earlier. This means this might also just be a Heatwave check, to be fair. Saying that I know you get the most value Heatwave in Troll, especially since my list runs 2 Viandras. So if you're gonna Heatwave it, you need to have it in hand right now. And since it is not, this is the chance for Killerganon to actually get the Troll value. It could very well say be you just play out the Olgid. I think Olgid is quite a good choice here. Play out the Olgid, kill something, set up your Priest on the following turn. Also you can use your Dwym, because use it while you got it, right? Use it while the Troll is still on board. Use it before it's been melted away by a Heatwave. That would be the more aggressive play, which if you stun Troll turn 1, round 1, I'd expect the aggressive play to be the more likely choice, and that is what we see. Immediate click. Gets rid of the Dwarven Chariot. Feels a bit bad killing the Chariot after giving up bleeding, but still thinks it's a more valuable card than this Pyrotechnician. Especially because the Pyrotechnician could miss on a click and hit the Olgid, especially with only 2 units for Killerganon. Yeah, Magic Lantern hasn't been clicked yet. But even accounting for that, it's a 5-point deficit right now for Violet. Your good point slam right now would come in the form of the Frenzied Dow. You have a slower play in the Maxi. You find access to the Heatwave, but I think this is just a shuffle, right? Mahak and Pass, Curse Corruption, and Neuromancy all very low in the deck. That's not what you want. Probably putting something down to the bottom. Get interested. Okay, both Rock Barrage is a premium. Some players might decide to play with one non-premium to sort of know which one you put to the bottom of Maxi potentially, but that's not the go here. Also, Pyrotechnician hits the Olgid. If you've played through Hearts of Wine, you know, Olgid doesn't get hurt a lot if you damage him. Let's just say that. The Skirmisher is a bit more precise in its targeting. Damages the Uncrate Warrior, but dies to a Martyr. It's a bit interesting to see all these aggressive Martyrs. I would think they're only playing for sort of 4 damage, but maybe the potential reach is the scarier part. 4 points, whereas a defensive Martyr plays for 6, or potentially more on like a Sigurd or something. See the Priest coming down right now. Wouldn't get ahead in and of itself, which is why the Troll gets clicked. Removes another unit from Violet's board. But yeah, and here's the nice thing with the earlier Skirmisher 3 damage. It does give a 1-powered unit for the Milva to use her order on, which wouldn't have existed otherwise. And if the Priest came down sort of before that 3 damage went through, the Rock Barrage would be a lot more awkward to play in this kind of situation. So, not enough to get ahead here with the Terraku Plunderer only playing for 7. Needs a Guarding Slash to get ahead. So, where does this put us now? Troll being committed along with the Dwym and the Olgid on the side of Killerganon. Able to take the round control, however, and I think last say can matter to some degree in this kind of matchup with Toll Punishers flying around. Force Mulligan on the Milva. Workshop Mulligan as well. Simla's actually looking usable right now, potentially. The other side of things, fairly cheap round for Squire. Use the Frenzied Dart, but that's kind of neither here nor there. Could just be a Squirrel, sure. There's not much point getting rid of the Olgid. So gets rid of the Priest, because that's, I guess, currently the most valuable Sigrifa's right target. And what's this? Killerganon has actually drawn the Svalbard Totem and the Svalbard himself. So yeah, I say Crash Dragon. Actually drawn those golds. And yeah, with Draco Turtle, with the Sigvald, probably would like the Canute, I'd say. I need the Canute since K-Troll isn't even a factor here, does not find the Canute. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, these draws have not been amazing for Killerganon. On the other side of things, how are you looking for Violet? Only gold really missing is the Heat Wave, but there is the Neomancy to get access to that anyways. So, Neomancy might be a myth, but it is a myth that Violet heavily believes in and are able to find their own Neomancy. Early Totem sets up potential Drakkar value for later on. Right now, the Shira is only at 3 power. Hasn't been boosted by a Circle of Life. How do we approach this now? This is just going to be early Sinless, actually. This potentially plays heavily into like a Heatwave or a Spores earlier in the game. But those are really only good options if the Dennis Crammer has been used. Card number 1, putting onto the board. Still doesn't really give Violet a great target for sort of their damagey bronzes like this Skirmisher. Like this Saboteur. They're going to play nicely around the Saboteur right now. What are we going to do next? We just play a second Drakkar. Kind of the obvious slow play. Just not develop too quickly, let the opponent see what they're going to do. Oh, sorry, it's Violet's turn. Mahak can pass another Cleaver's Muscle. Yeah, seems to be a real fan of taking the Cleaver's Muscle in this matchup.
Next time it'll be personal.
And as we progress in this round, it might be worthwhile to start, flipping some of these Bear Abominations. Sort of earlier in the round, I guess it didn't matter as much. Because with all the armor, the Svalbard would have kind of done more damage to Killerganon's own side of the board. But, I mean, now is probably the perfect time. You get to kill off this Skirmisher, pretty efficient. Trigger all your Drakkars. And as you do that, you're able to get a bit of... no, not actually Bloodthirst, because the Skirmisher... Doesn't have armor right now, but you probably want to kill it because the chariot will just give it armor anyways next turn. Hey, Passy, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Okay. Yeah, a bit of thinking here. I think the question is, what do you use? Or okay, yeah. It only wants to flip one of the Fanatics, leaves the other one still at 3 power. It is vulnerable to dying to the Saboteur, which probably a good play here for Violet, I'd say. Yeah, you also need to be careful of the potential Shiru. The Killerganon here. Shiru is at 3, can be boosted up to 6. Which could maybe kill a Drakkar and a Svalbard if you set up the Svalbard with the Milva on board. But yeah, also with your own Cleaver's Muscle at 6, that probably isn't the best play. So the Saboteur does get that kill, but now Milva's just on the board here. I don't think there's a rush to get the kill. Because Killerganon doesn't really have direct damage right now. Also protecting against the Martyr is a nice, cute little play. Here comes a Sigvald, but not much to use it with. Yeah, the Shear at 7 is not possible. You can't get Shear to 7 with 3 boost and 5 boost. It's that awkward number right in the middle. Yeah, Shear didn't pass his modular arithmetic class on base 3 counting systems. Heatwave might come down onto the Sigvald, because I don't want to deal with that. I know there's a potential second Martyr and potential Knut. I don't want. Sigvald just goes away, and now we see the Draco Turtle out to play. Yeah, and yeah, Killerganon feels very safe setting everything to 7, knowing that the Shuru isn't able to get up to that. Yeah, ordinarily you could try to choose a Vial to be the 4 boost to get your Shuru up to 7. But of course, with both players running Vial, they already came out. That's not a possibility. Since this Vial, you can't see it. I think it's unsealed now, right? It's been doomed, banished from the game. It's an unsealed Vial. That's a cute little play. See, the move actually damaging the Draco Turtle to make it the tallest unit, so it's susceptible to that. Curse of Corruption? Because otherwise it would have been a bit of an awkward tie with a lot of units sitting at 7 power. Yeah, I quite like that there. Because it means that now you're freely able to get your Dennis Crammer together. There's a heat wave. I would have liked to see trying to get this Drakkar up to 10 power.
Oh, how lovely it
with early use of leader. Instead it's just going to be okay, Shura 8 is scarier. Yeah, it would kill both the units, and that is enough for the Squire to take the game. And also Violet takes the series, winning the replay on the draw. Self-wound not finding a lot of value for Killerganon. For Team France, it's not over yet, not by any means, just still in the top 2 of the group. Just, you know, win the next game, tie it up, you'll be able to stay ahead of China, and you'll be in a decent position. However, if you lose this, well, that would mean that China would overtake you on the standings, Team UK would stay ahead of you, you would fall down to the bottom 2.
In we go. Xhantiax on blue, playing shield wall. I'll bring the score in as well.
Okay, so this matchup is let's say interesting, okay? Because there is quite limited control for this shield wall deck. There's some locks, which the good thing is the aristocrats, they don't have a self-purify. Locks will be able to shut down whatever they want. You do have a Xavier Lemons for the coup, if you're able to get a chance to banish that. Boiling Oil is here, I guess, but you want to use it quite quickly, otherwise Dame will quickly get out of reach. I guess Trial of the Grasses can also be used as a bit of offensive 6 damage, and there's the Wolfsbane as your solo toll punish. So maybe more control than I was kind of giving it credit. We'll see how far that goes. There is also the double ordaining Secret Service, which is able to protect against status givers that CatBurger will be playing out here.
Okay, and we see that Dandelion is getting that little bit of protection immediately. But Redanian Secret Service, well, it's a dangerous job, so it dies in a spy versus spy war. And we see that after successful infiltration, the mage infiltrator jumps back to Nilfgaard. We see that Irinova is getting buffed. I'm not, yeah, that's the only card with the buffs.
Can't see him getting any better than this.
We see the Griffin Witcher at 5 power and synergizing pretty well with Crystal Skull.
A shame I have
Unfortunate for
because the
Redanian.
mage. There you go.
I mean, unfortunate for Redanian Secret Service to jump out like this. Maybe it would have been useful later on.
That's because, yeah, the mage infiltrator killed the first one. So that's it for Redanian Secret Services now. They're all out of the deck. Yeah, you could use this to get rid of the poison, but that will also get rid of the shields. Windholm not looking as great after that goes through.
We see more buffs on False City, the unit with the whale.
Yeah, I quite like it because there is no sort of Vincent or any of that kind of like direct toll punish. Toll punishes are all in poisons for CatBurger, so the boots on the City Nova are quite safe.
There was also not a play for Tempo Pass, only one active engine that was poisoned, so yeah, we see Xhantiax going below 7 limit, and also the Griffin Witcher is getting that whale that would be lovely after the adrenaline hit, but yeah, the round ends prematurely for that to happen. So quite a few engines thrown away here, but more to come on the side of Shield Wall. And I think there is not enough control in the Shield Wall, although there is quite a few cards to just take a long round against Status Nilfgaard.
Yeah, and yeah, I think with like the Keldar as well, you plug your board quite a bit. The bleed would be expected.
Do we see Masquerade Ball immediately? We actually do. Not trying to grid it out.
So, what do you think you do here as Xhantiax? Do you play into the ball? Try to dine and wine the aristocrats? Or do you just pass and say, I'm not going to accept my invitation to the party?
You might just drop False City. Oh, not False City, City Nova, sorry. And then look at it. But Void Oil might be trading okay here. You just get another aristocrat out of them, or another poison. So,
and to note this, yeah, the Sangreal is also a Purify. It will go super tall on that one unit, but it can get rid of a poison.
Okay, so finally, or not finally, RTP in the second location. Second artifact is landing on the board as well, so deck manipulations bound to happen in Nilfgaard. There of course was a line of insta poison, but I don't think CatBurger is concerned too much about those not connecting, although, okay, at the moment the poisons are quite lacking and he doesn't have Philippe as well. Looking at the hand, like, there is a 6 damage in trial, there is a lock, so
yes,
you can deal with a few things. And I think that for that Cirinova to be at 17, it's quite a bit of tempo, so you can probably slam it and stay ahead.
The counter is the known top deck, probably wanting to keep that with the Ard Fiend towards the top of the deck. Oh, actually put the counter to the bottom. Interesting.
A superb specimen, truly.
But yeah, now you've got a sitting up. Notably, CatBurger is not trying to get away with playing bronzes. We've seen Masquerade Ball, we've seen Edna and Rosa, and now Emir is also landing. So yeah, that false city I mentioned. Why is it false city? There is no false city in the counter-relic Wadioki, but yeah, the true city is landing on the board, but it only gets ahead by 1. It's also nice for Thirsty Dame to see that Sirinova is gaining statuses. So Thirsty Dame is just boosting self.
And yeah, now that Thirsty Dame is out of range of the Trial of Grasses. But yeah, I think Xhantiax is not likely to catch up in this round. So yeah, didn't want to commit that removal, probably saving that for later. We do see Keldar, probably because it is like the best imposter target for CatBurger here. So you'd rather just get locked out in this round rather than provide a good leader in the following round.
Yeah. Do you ever Purify Keldar with Sangreal?
Mind it. It will play for a lot of points. The Sangreal being a special will give you an additional proc on your Keldar. And that kind of point gap, I mean, it kind of depends what will be played here for CatBurger, but it's going to be pretty significant. Although you might instead opt to use the Sangreal to protect the damn Sorceress. Maybe a Sangreal and leader commitment could get you a card back.
Yeah, on the next order, Hubert is also jumping out. So Xhantiax is probably considering, does he want those 5 extra points of carryover? What is the unit situation? Quite a few of them, so should be fine. Of course, we can just see the thing and then the Golden Necker flying, trying to trade, but yeah, that doesn't look too good, honestly.
Yeah.
Dodge.
Yeah, I'm just not worried about the poison. Instead, decides purifying the Keldar is more important. But with the active infusion, this would require Xhantiax to kind of play into this a little bit more to protect the Keldar from that 12 damage on the pass. So yeah, CatBurger is basically ahead right now.
So that leaves what? Philippe as the only like serious engine that you can deal with using the Trial of the Grasses, so we either see the Thirsty Dame getting killed here. I still don't think, I don't know, we go for all in. Okay.
Feels aggressive. Not a bad wolf Spain.
Yeah.
I guess just a ranger would be the witcher of choice.
A wounded monster is deadlier than you might think.
And we see the Keldar protected here. No pinks available at the moment for CatBurger, no bleeding.
Enough! Let us finish this.
Playing the yoke in the same road denies the Keldar an extra spawn. Finds a Thanet turncoat. Not the best kind of pull. You'd have loved maybe an additional poison or like a servant or something perhaps.
It also gets him a ping, but I guess Spine went to something else than the Keldar. But that ping would come next turn anyway, so yeah. So Joachim is in Xhantiax graveyard now, but considering we've seen the Cantarella somewhere there, I'm not sure how much of a rotation was done.
I shall flog them into submission.
Pretty sure Cantarella should be, especially these Joachim things, should be in the drawers. Next.
Okay, so the shield is getting popped. What's this sequence? The infusion says once both players passed. So
Yeah, so the
bleed
bleeding
goes
will
through.
trigger
Mhm.
beforehand.
But looking at the points currently, does it even matter with with Emir's potential steal as well? But yeah,
Yeah,
we'll
I
see.
think we only had a steal on the back row, which would have given that Keldar another turn to proc. So, yeah, kind of would have cancelled out there. Okay. Berenger does have a friendly Witcher on board, so not going to completely suck. Xavier Lemons, it's kind of too late to be banishing things, I think, but it's as good as a Maxi, which is the only remaining card in deck here for Xhantiax.
Yeah, those cards not achieve much, and here we
There's
see.
Joachim now.
Yeah, nice. If only. No. So this is Roderick into Cantarella, Spy into Spy. Sadly, no. Yeah, 3 spies in 1 turn. Sadly, no payoff on the board yet, but there is the Seditious Aristocrat that capitalizes on those spy attacks later on. We do
So
see.
nice shield means the coup is going to hit the shield rather than actually damage the Joachim.
CatBurger probably is not going for the random Cantarella, knowing that all the good stuff is already potentially out, and you don't want to hit Berengar if your opponent misses that.
On principle.
No, and the other thing to keep in mind here is that there's no vampire at all in CatBurger's deck. Yes, Philippe does not have the Zeal, so it has to be played quite early here.
Fugitives, of course.
Can decide whatever you want to be, maybe the next top deck with your Joachim. Okay.
Yeah, but sadly for Philippe, he is a very toxic card if it stays, but that happens quite rarely for him.
Let us finish this.
So quite a big Seditious Aristocrat, and also pretty nice leader for the Imposter, with all the spine statuses on the front row. Is it enough against the Berengar? Berengar, of course, is...
I think, I mean, yeah, the imposter leader plays more than the Berengar, and the Seditious Aristocrats should put, well, the Aristocrats over the edge here. Just some additional spying and bleed.
He's up to something. We ought to
No, I
give him
guess the
something to
movement choice doesn't matter too much.
Yeah, so Berengar is nice, but having that big city for Imposter and some buffs makes city bigger than Berengar, and the engine, the Seditious Aristocrat, is just too big to handle. So status Neil got check, still pretty good. Okay, so got CatBurger on blue this time around against Xhantiax's Nilfgaard. That was a Rentry one, and Skellige self-wound. So you probably know what to expect more or less in terms of the plays, but let's see how much Swollblood is capable of thinning the unit count for Nilfgaard. No ship is no problem for the Swollblood priest. It can just work with the Djinn as well.
I mean, it's not nearly as good going for a chin rather than a
Yeah,
shit, but yeah, you take what you can get.
it's nice to have a proactive play that doesn't leave your card at 3 power. Not like it matters too much in this case, but nonetheless. So we do see that Xhantiax has a lock, and then he could have played more of them, but probably have other plans for those locks, not throwing it out immediately.
Yeah. And look, the priest is only a 1 point per turn engine currently. Should be better off setting up your own engines anyways. Especially since the light cavalries are quite bad later on when stuff like Draco Turtle, all geared, and so on are hitting the board.
Yeah. So we see Xhantiax play for carryover and then for thinning, and a little bit of tempo, of course. Blightmaker combo is still pretty tempo-y, a couple of years after the release.
That leader was not necessary to get ahead there, I believe. But yeah, it does decide to go for it. And yeah, here comes the Augur. This actually does work nicely with the priest. Also can't be damaged by the light cavalry. The response is a rune mage.
Do we get a lock from the rune? No.
Ooh, Servant could have been spicy if there was already a lock. But otherwise... just go for a second light cavalry despite it not looking amazing right now. Or okay.
The CatBurger's deck is running on Aeromancy, but why not try to infiltrate anyway? Maxi is playing for 6, but there is +2 engine on Skirge's side now, so if you want, you can Thain with Blightmaker. If you want, you can just commit a leader charge. Okay.
I think it is worthwhile to just get the maxi through here.
Yeah. So we see
even
that
if you do need to use a leader.
Tris is buried, and Mage Assassin will be a mulligan. But you see that second Renfri gank is at the bottom, so maybe it was a keep.
No one gets to fool me twice.
Yeah, it's a bit interesting because like the Triss is really good on a bleed in particular. If you're able to just slam your unfreeze gang a couple of other higher power units, Triss can play for huge points and really force some of the bigger threats out of the Skellige player.
Okay, we see the shuffle happened and Tris arrives immediately. While, yeah, also the... where is it? The Infiltrator has done its job one time at the very least, and maybe it happens more. Depends on the maxi.
Yeah, this hand is not good for CatBurger. You have Sigvald, sure, but you don't have access to K-Troll, don't have access to Knut, don't have access to Svalbard. That's basically, or even Modern, like that's all your payoff for the Sigvald, you're missing it. So Sigvald doesn't really even matter with this kind of hand state. Yeah, you're relying on priests and Drakars to try to keep you in this. And if Xhantiax can't sniff the blood, they should just be pushing super hard.
Okay, so the engine started without the priest this time around. Totem is okay to activate the Drakar, but yeah, if your engine combo is getting locked answered, then you kinda are playing 4-5 point bronzes most of this round. And as you mentioned, your gold engine is not doing much. And we see a leader charge committed, so trying to maximize the points.
I think you definitely need to maximize those points to have some chance at staying in this. Xhantiax might sort of change how they play because the threat of the Svalbard can turn the tides quite a bit here. Notice how Xhantiax's board is going a little bit wider than CatBurger, which does make the blob quite powerful. Especially with them playing next here. Something like a slave drive would create 2 units, one of them being quite low. You could lock the priest, but then you'd need to draw your second lock to be able to deal with later threats in the round 3.
At the moment, your impression might be that the opponent is just trying to preserve their good cards, and yeah, we actually get a pass here, so CatBurger just needs to to find a card. He's okay with throwing away.
Yeah, and it should just be the max. So you're getting 5 points on the Priest Car combo, an extra 3 points clicking your Bear Abomination. So yeah, Maxi should definitely do the trick.
So yeah, CatBurger finds himself in a position when he can play basically a carryover card here. Yeah, the draws. Infiltrator is amazing, being on the top side of the deck once again.
Yeah, it's done its job. But I gotta say, CatBurger, you're so happy with that pass. It's just looking at your hand here, looking at how set up the front row was for Xhantiax going into that Tris Meteor Shower, you would have been screwed if the bleed was continued, but going into round 3, you have a chance to actually find your key golds.
Yeah.
Maybe Maxi could have helped with that. And yeah, we'll see how it all goes down.
Yeah, now it's interesting if Tris will find a similar value or not. Should be able, especially if Ramon is coming, and well,
yeah,
there was a Maxi play, but the shuffle happened. We don't know. We don't see a Ramon. Okay, so Oniromancy, slow blood left in the deck for CatBurger. Unfortunate.
Great Sword can be really nice to play, but I'm not sure if it's as great without the Svalbard to work well with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is there is only one Norzka in this deck, so with the Ramon missing from hand, the correct play would definitely be for CatBurger to heatwave the Norzka as soon as they see it come out, because that would mean that the slave drivers don't have a good point slam play, and their only option would be onto these locks of the Arbor Armored Cavalries.
Okay, so where there is one log, there is another, and Alba can be hurt everywhere at the moment on the battlefield. So look, you and your opponent played 3 units, you played locks, and you have more points. Should be happy. Of course, there are details like the carryover or unused cards being there, but still, you should be pretty happy.
I wonder if you're going to be able to maybe use the K-Troll to sort of kill one of your own units here to enable the Sigdrief's right. Because right now it's only really getting like a priest or a Drakar, which is not ideal.
You'd need, what, a 10-point unit for that?
Yeah.
So if you want a great sword to die, of course, like trying to get Knut into the graveyard might have been better, but it's even harder.
Yeah, if you're not expecting that to find the value, then you're probably better off taking just the Sigdrief's right now to get a Drakar.
That Vilgefortz is put in which one of the bronzes? There is quite a few. I'm expecting Infiltrator to just finish its job. Honestly.
I would not be surprised either.
Okay, we see that the first card roll is being used with the Draco Turtle. That of course opens up Vilgefortz, but if you know that the graveyard is bad, there is no reason to activate Glyph's Right too early. So no reason to Vilgefortz yet. You can just play your Renfrey out. Although
you have the law.
Yeah.
Like,
although the engine value of Renfrey option is probably already quite low, so you just take the point slam. We see some damage, stratagems, base copy of enemy unit. Don't think it does too much here.
I mean, unless Sigvald would get 4 boost with the Triss. That is 11 points.
Yeah.
I actually think that might have been the best choice, depending on how the strategy
I
was.
value adventures only independence can provide.
Actually, if there's Magic Climb stratagems, it's probably still the correct play.
Okay, so Killerganon quite far ahead. We do see the scroll probably hunted for. You cannot really.
I mean, you can get Ramon over a Vilgefortz or a Triss. That's not great.
That doesn't sound too great, yeah.
Otherwise, the Nausicaa is just better than any Bronze Soldier in your decks. Yeah, that's why I'm not convinced stratagems was really.
Yeah, I like
that
your
amazing.
mention that the copy on Sigvald Great Sword even might have been better.
Oh, actually, yeah, Great Sword is
Yeah.
10 points. Yeah, no, yeah, just go for that. Okay, yeah, that would have been 15 points. That would have been pretty insane. What 50? Yeah, it is.
Yeah, especially since you already have like cavalry on the board. The Heatwave would be playing for 10 either way, and extra value from the removing unit increase. So it's not like you are activating Geralt in that case. Or anything like that. So yes, Glyph's Right is still waiting. A decent target to come.
Yeah.
It's not every day that something gets brought out of the graveyard. So might as well make it worthwhile, but by the looks of it, nah.
Yeah. And yeah, if you're expecting that Glyph's Right, you should just be taking the Triss. That's probably sort of the correct play. Even maybe against the Svalbard, that's still the correct play, because the blob coming down, I think, would kill the Slave Driver off regardless.
Do we have any math viewers in chat, guys? Who do you expect to win here? Because Triss brings it close. But Killerganon still has a lot of unused power. You get to smack the 12. Is it worth it? Over the 8?
I think it is.
Yeah,
Yeah, because the damage kind of turns into boost onto that armor. Although maybe not, because it dies, and it's still worth it. Because 12 damage compared to maybe 6 on something else.
There we
when
go.
The Vilgefortz is gonna kill
Glyph's
it.
Right also got activated
Okay,
quite nicely with the leader charges combined with the totem. So Vilgefortz is playing for 24 minus the unit, but there is the lamp. Yeah, I don't think there was a better unit as well, because the Berserkers wouldn't turn. So
yeah, all would have been 4, I think.
Okay, 2 points.
Okay.
GG. Xhantiax takes game number 1 for himself, and it's 1-1 now in the series. Get occasional Pajabol stream, and he will be playing tomorrow. So pros who are not competing day in day out anymore, and still participating in events. But yeah, now to the game number 3. We've already seen Shield Wall. It gets another shot now against the bounty. Non-Golden Necker bounty, as a reminder. Witchfinder and Heal family is present. So let's see if the shields and purifies and control is enough to avoid getting demolished by the bounty hunters.
So importantly, in terms of total punish, there is a heat wave, and I believe Graydon is in hand. So 2 important total punishes to be playing around here for Xhantiax. We'll see how that unfolds.
Yeah, and the first annoying thing is on the board. Dandelion is getting wheeled, so some carryover is starting to build up. We see that Griffin Witcher is the top card. And let's see if we'll see Sirenova getting those manually added hand buffs now. Once again, she finds Kelder is being protected instead.
We shall never surrender.
Yeah, I think it's wise to protect the Kelder.
Not too many coins available for CatBurger at the moment.
I'm not sure. The temper pass could be a very real possibility. Like, I don't know how CatBurger would really catch up with all the smoke coming down. Problem is, you would really want to bleed here as the Northern Realms, but
yeah,
that would also give the opponent a chance to just, play the super low tempo like what we've been seeing. Literally hasn't played a unit yet.
Okay, so a little bit of carryover. The money was gathered for Tamara to... Yeah, a lot of people probably haven't seen this card ever, or only in the deck builder, but Tamara Strenger is being added by the CatBurger to his bounty list. So we see the buffs going through the hand and also the deck. Nothing too important.
Opting not to go for the tempo pass gives a chance for CatBurger to get out of the round here. I expect it to be taken.
Yeah, it's instant pass here because that would be your leader and probably all your win cons spent here to try and catch up. But yeah, we must be seeing some sort of bleed here. Don't think Northern Realms can allow themselves to just take a long here, even with the control. There is Candle, and Candle renders most of your control, kinda useless.
Yeah. Also, the boost from Tamara helps as well to get stuff, say, out of boiling oil range. Maybe still susceptible to the Trial of Grasses, but yeah, Candle can just help with that additional little problem.
All as one!
But yeah, this is one of the units that is quite annoying for the bounty. Like, without Graydon, you'll have to spend extra coins and whatnot, and even now bountied up. If beautified, it's
might just have to be an early leader onto it, but without the bounty, I don't think there's a super efficient way to get through the shield.
So of course there is Purify still available, then bounty is getting reapplied.
Maybe Graydon. Graydon might just have to be the way to answer the Immortals. I don't see how damage would be able to punch through the shield and the resulting 2 boost that popping it would give.
Little does CatBurger know though, but I think he's about to find out that Damned Sorceress is stuck in the deck. So, if you're not seeing the Damned Sorc here, you might be reading into the situation. There might be a golden necker. We've seen it highlighted, but not sure about that yet.
Maxi has been played, so if it wasn't a shuffle, I wasn't paying much attention to the Maxi. But it very well could mean that the Golden Echo, like Xhantiax, would know what they're going to be getting.
Okay, so no delay in Graden comes, no tribute, just destroys the Immortals. So the name was just a propaganda by the looks of it.
Yeah.
Okay, we do see the Golden Acre being played anyway.
Media Keldar is pretty sweet. Decree can get you that Siri Nova set up. Another scary thing which Bounty isn't going to have a nice way to get through. Could even just threaten the Adept here, I think. Yeah.
It's quite nice.
Retrieve the bolt, I know, I'm on it.
We protect Kelder here with the shield wall, you kinda shoot. There probably is some math on do I just waste another leader charge. It's not like you get too much out of it afterwards, but not yet. And we see the real menace. Problem for that menace at the moment is that it's at 6 power and there is no candle to save it.
And yeah, a Child of the Grasses killing the Executioner there would give the card an additional proc, which would be quite scary. There is also a little... I was thinking in my head, I'm a bit hesitant whether you should actually boost the Keldar here. I guess it helps you play around the damage from the leader, but it does make it the tallest unit, which means Witchfinder gives it the bounty here. You could, yeah, just play out the Child of the Grasses offensively to kill the Executioner. Maybe an argument to go for the defensive Sangreal. That would kind of give a very juicy Heatwave target were the Heatwave in hand.
Yeah, this is not an evolution bounty, so we've seen there, we see Royal Decree, and indeed Heatwave would have been too scary to play into. Candles still are not on the board, so if your concern was just killing the spenders, the offensive spenders, you can continue doing that. And that's exactly what we see. Sadly, no more Witcher Adepts, or Witcher students to be transformed into the Adepts.
That witch was brewing magic concoction.
Ping, 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 ping. And bounties ahead.
By one, but that is all you need here. Does have the Siri Nova as the carryover, but that's maybe not going to be enough if you're up against Ignatius and then Brute with the bounty having the last say.
Yeah, 18 and already what, 13 plus money. And you're not doing anything about that candle. Candle at the moment is giving 4. Oh, not at the moment, after the changes is giving profit 4.
You need to spend thrice with the candle here to get ahead. Which kind of sucks because spending twice would only tie you up. But you definitely want to get ahead here, I think. The other thing is, the hand here is not that amazing for CatBurger. There's the Menge with no follow-up, Confession Extractor, and the Decree, which if you need Decree could fetch you the Ignatius or the Brute. But yeah, CatBurger kind of just struggling for the raw points if we see this round continuing a little longer. Whereas raw points is exactly what Xhantiax's hand is good for. Between that Berengar for 12, the Sangreal also playing for 12 if you, say, use your leader to get the shield protection through. Yeah, gotta be careful.
If you'll have to, yeah, use that royal decree, it becomes a little bit dodgy for you finding the payoff cards. You need to find either 2 of them or Octavia. Okay, so do we see royal decree into Octavia immediately? Yeah, no chances taken, and you probably should be safe.
It's not personal.
Like trading the last card or the last card of your opponent.
Yeah, you can just toss Ignatius out if need be, and that should be fine. But the other good thing with the Octavia here is a more consistent spender than the Candle. Not as efficient if you've not been killing enemy units, but it does do the trick if you just need a little spending. However, there is the 1 power secret service. If you really need, you can maybe use your leader to get that kill to enable the Octavia to be a little bit scary on the final turn if needed, but it's not required.
Yeah, this is the story of Bleeding Bounty when they have the means of fighting for the round win. You basically bleed out everything but their finishers. And looking at Xhantiax's draws here. Yeah, I don't know if your shield infusion is getting broken.
Bad. Yeah, actually the Sangreal, I don't see it being very good. Actually, no, you can use the Sangreal on the Griffin Witcher, that will resolve
yeah,
it.
that locks
That's the
out.
best case scenario.
There is
Yeah,
no way to kill it. Yeah, especially protected one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Leader's only at 2 damage, by the way. So it hasn't been refreshed that strongly on the side of the bounty.
Okay, then your cards playing for some value. Of course, CatBurger, seeing that the entire deck has been drawn out, would prefer not to buff anything too tall. To play around the Wolfsbane.
Anyone teach him to share?
Yeah, I assume you keep Ignatius for the last say because the Brute is only going to be playing up to 13 points. The rest of it will be profiting by 8 right now.
End this battle already. I've more important things to do.
What else was there? Caleb Menge as a threat potentially. That Xhantiax should be considering. There is, yeah, no damage. You cannot instantly put a unit at 1 power and purify your Griffin Witcher to try and snipe it. So unless I'm missing something, no need to buff anything.
Yeah, I don't think you care if like any of these die really. You should be fine for spending. I mean, maybe just spend 2 on the Street Urchin just to be on the safe side, but then you kind of lose value on not being able to spend the Candle with this card.
So yeah, you get a ping, you get another one, killing potentially one of the two powered units, but that shouldn't be devastating.
These ramshackle cards for Xhantiax have been playing for quite a bit of points right now. 30-point gap. And Wolfsbane will be decent. Sort of negating some of the value of the Brute, but it will still be giving over 8 profit.
Okay.
3 Urchin instead. And by the way, CatBurger did miss Heatwave right now.
Yeah. Would have been pretty nice, but there is no tutoring for that. So there is a shield for ya. And Wolf's Bane reset.
Wait, is this a tie?
Once the leader, still 2, right? Boop! There we go. Quick maths from Lemon, from the other side of the world, and there we are. I drew. Nice. Yes, I was choosing my wording quite properly, and it was on purpose.
Yes.
Oh,
I hope
Heatwave.
CatBurger will decide to not fail to draw the Heatwave this time. We already see it is in hand, so a lot better for start. Does find the Tamara Stranger as well. I'm curious if Xhantiax is going to go for the similar style of play of just going for 4 cards and then passing in this round. Or maybe we will see the attempted tempo pass.
Yeah, did find Dandelion once again, so the carryover starts to build up.
There are 2 Slanders in hand, but no Hysteria for CatBurger, so can't lead with the same style of play of just killing the Secret Service straight away.
Buffing Windhelm of Artrace, probably not the best for Dandelion's target. But not much you can do about that.
It's not the worst. If you're able to get it up to a semi-decent level where the bounty can't kill it in like 1 turn, it gives you a chance to kind of re-enable it.
Yeah, I suppose that's
alright to boost a little.
As well as just playing into the heatwave target, but you are given something anyway, so might as well.
Look, I'm not convinced the Windhelm would necessarily, like, if the Windhelm gets heatwaved, you're probably happy.
Yeah.
Because then whatever you say the CintrianLion is safer.
So more or less similar moves, but yeah, not exactly the same. With bounty having different kind of hand this time around.
We did see the Windhelm in the round 1, I think, last game, right?
Yeah, might have been.
So having that not in hand may give Xhantiax a bit more engine power later on. Because yeah, I don't think they needed to play all that stuff to get such a huge point gap if you were just going to play down to 6. But a different style of play here, Nova coming out. This will have resilience now for the round 2, not the round 3. Will help getting that bleed a little bit stronger.
Yeah. And the question for CatBurger is, do you want to purify full series? Because last time Kurt played for quite a few points purifying the Witchfinder.
Yeah.
So if you are sure, you can protect Witchfinder from damage, and you can never be sure with the Wolf's Bane being a card, but yeah. NR is also playing double lock, so 1 purify is not exactly enough.
He does opt to use the Kurt on this false series. Or maybe it was a Series Nova, but now it's lost the resilience. It has become a false series.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Siri. Cannot trust her.
No, you cannot.
Especially while playing Enslave. But that's something from 2023.
Yeah, that's so last year, man. So Lemon's just coming out. It doesn't really matter getting rid of the slander from the graveyard. So sure, may as well.
I like how fast CatBurger finds the pass button in those situations, like 20 points as a bounty play. No, I'm not trying to catch up. I'll need to either leader or just, yeah, spend my win cons. Okay, so this Windhelm got to 9 power. As you mentioned, makes it easier to restart. It's not
because it will get its grace immediately, right? And it doesn't matter if it gets damaged below 10 once it has the grace, the order is unlocked forever, right? So it would need to be killed straight away, or you can just use the order to get another shield, get another 2 boost, and yeah, make it a lot harder for CatBurger to deal with.
Alright, yeah, we've seen that. This time God can be combined with the damned Sork as well. A CatBurger is, well, missing both Witchfinder and Octavia Hail makes it a bit harder for him to decide what to use the Royal Decree on, because last time he kinda needed that Octavia to guarantee the draws.
Yeah, and the Witchfinder was really important early on for securing the bounties, so it does go for the witch hunting.
So yeah, kind of banking on.
Gladly help if I live to see it.
That's why I kind of not sure about this, because yeah, it just gets locked. Your card is out, and now you are not getting too much out of it.
So pretty neat purge there.
Yeah.
Although, is it really that good? Slander would have basically played for better. You would have gotten 3 coins instead of for damage.
What is it?
It's fine. Yeah, maybe it wouldn't have mattered anyways for the Purify, because there is the second lock drawn in Xhantiax's hand regardless. I guess it just would have given the Witchfinder 1 extra bounty it can give. So yeah, you see the Damned Sorceress coming down, forces the Graydon out to stop the Damned Sorceress going. Immortals, yeah, in the graveyard.
So this looks like a heatwave target, but then you can, like last time, Xhantiax dodged the heatwave on the Griffin Witcher, that was 22 or something power. So this time around, he still would probably take the same line, because otherwise the card is dead, but now if he sees that heatwave out, he is much happier.
And that's the thing, because with the Scoundrel thinning a card out, Golden Neck will play 3, the remaining 5 you're forced to draw into.
So now there are 2 engines that are quite scary and are protected by the shields, so you can hitwave any of them, but first we see that wait, there is enough money for that with the leader as well if necessary.
Well, it doesn't even need a leader.
No, yeah, that's what I mean. If necessary, it would have played for what?
Yeah,
a lot of damage.
really nice. Saves that 9 damage for, I guess, a Griffin Witcher. The other thing to note here is Berengar is still in deck, and there's a suspicious lack of witches remaining if that ends up being played round 3. So Xhantiax might really need to find the Berengar in the 50-50 from the Golden Necker. Otherwise, it's...
I mean, location gives a Witcher as well, right? So you can just combine.
Yes, but
but you're playing
if that
against
one
bounty.
Witcher is killed by bounty.
Yep.
I don't know. Yeah, with your Griffin Witcher here, you probably want to take the Golden Necker, because this would also be your best chance for the Sangreal too. Or you could, yeah, I don't know.
I suppose you are all in, but that's basically what it was last time around as well.
No, you can't just
You are having not much power in round 3, but yeah, it was enough to guarantee a tie in the previous game. But yeah, we talked about the heat wave. Okay, so what's the best?
Timing's the easy bit. Getting down's another
Yeah,
matter.
this adept would be quite nice if he gets a chance to transform next turn. Surprised the damn sorceress isn't really being clicked here. And yeah, the Witchfinder being chosen rather than the Octavia means CatBurger is really missing out on that point slam potential. Yeah, you have the 17-point heat wave on the Windhelm, but even if you do that, you're still down by like 30 points. At least there is a huge bounty on this Berengar.
That bounty is amazing. So yeah, leader is doing 9. Kills the damn
be
sword,
a-
gets a couple of points, and that's enough to get a full bank again. It's a shame that Ignatius is limited at 18. Imagine him being uncapped, growing to 30 power and beyond.
Yeah, that's not something I want to see. I'm sorry.
Yeah, there are innocent souls in Gwent that forget how bounty worked, and you can bounty multiple units, for example. Those were the times.
That's pretty sure PTSD though for anyone that does properly remember. Speaking of, it's maybe CatWitcher will be having PTSD to that decision on the decree, because I don't see how the Executioner and the Eventide Plunder will combine for enough points.
Evil's not going
And
anywhere.
even your bounty Fender that you could have combined is getting locked if necessary.
Yeah,
but
it's
not like it matters too much. You cannot really bluff a Purify. Doesn't make sense. So yeah, the heat wave on an engine could have been used a long time ago. No reason.
This
to do
loss
that,
actually
though.
gives CatBurger a chance. I think it would have been a 2-0 with the Droggery. I'm interested in seeing the maths. But there should be enough spending here along with the Plunder to let CatBurger catch up. Leader is only at 1 damage. It was used previously, so not super amazing.
Okay. So
It's
you
6
get
point
Husker for 6. And you get some coins to spend and blood money, so yeah.
Yeah.
Now top deck mode for bounty.
Touch me, go on. Feel the craftsmanship.
Maybe the other reason you want to keep the Droggery is it can lock whatever the CintrianLion infuses. There is that to consider. That is another way to play around it without the shield, but yeah, if you look at that point gap, I think it would have been a 2-0 if the Droggery was played, correct?
Yeah, there was also, I think if you're trying to draw, you also... if you expect your opponent to have an 18-point unit, maybe you don't waste the leader charge here, especially with the Sandriel. So one of the two is found, the Brute boosting cell by 12 as well.
Yeah, it's a 19-point Brute, and with the Wolfsbane gone, that is huge.
Goodness.
Don't mind this uninteractive play. This is actually, yeah, between the Menge and the Executioner Prophet, you can get perfect spending with the Candle, so you don't even need to worry about using your bounties on enemy units or anything of the kind. Like, it'll be good, I guess, if you get the chance to maybe just, you know, get rid of the units, but I don't think it's really necessary. Because I expect this to be locked. You have the last say for your leader, even a card up. You have double last say, so Sangyeol should get through no problems.
Yeah, but you only get 9, 12, so 21, 23.
Yeah.
23 doesn't look like it's enough to beat the 39 the CatBurger is managing to put out here. So yeah, bounty, even without the 18-point Ignatius, is prevailing here. But that's the problem with quite a few Golden Necker decks. If you try to 2-0 and not a successful mission. Okay,
Yes, this is already game 5.
Yeah. The last, or not last, but Shield Wall has to win here. So it's actually the last Shield Wall appearance
Yeah,
here.
it's the last chance for Shield Wall, yeah. Oh, so many bricks.
Oh, finds the Drakkar and the priest. No boiling oil for Xhantiax here. But boiling oil might play a bigger role later on, so CatBurger need to position the signal correctly if that ever comes into play. Okay, 50-50. Oh, no. Berserker just wants to hunt, not to fight, apparently.
With pleasure. Do not look now, my lady.
Damn Cirque is the top deck.
I expect Xhantiax to push hard for trying to win and try to win uneven here. You need that round control to have a chance. The problem is with the Bricked Hubert and the Redanian Secret Service, your hand is not super playable in this round one. You don't want to play those two bricks, you don't want to play the Golden Necker most likely. So, kind of narrows down what you actually are able to play.
You can run, you can hide, but I'm gonna get you.
I didn't really catch the maxi order, so we'll figure that out later, unless you memorized it.
I've been not very good at paying attention to the maxis.
I always fail at that mission, honestly. Failing at it as the Berserkers fail at finding that Windhelm. I suppose it doesn't matter too much now, but yeah, we see that Xhantiax seen the top decks, has bricks in hand, means that he can just slam Golden Necker, easy.
Oh, mental could fix.
Yeah, also, since it's the... so, no, it doesn't go for that.
I wouldn't have had the adrenaline, I suppose. But still, maybe just getting the Hubert back would have been good so it can actually start taking its orders. Okay, here comes the Blob to kind of counteract that Golden Necker. Big commitment for the Blob to be out. But if CatBurger can get a pass here, I think they'll be in a pretty sweet spot.
Yeah, Mentor without adrenaline is not as exciting, honestly. Might have been the reason. So Dandelion is not inspired anymore, unless leader charged. Quick maths on the engine, this gets +1, Windhelm is getting +2, so... Ah, wait. Okay, there was still a card to play. With all the orders, I missed out on that.
Yeah. Playing the Hubert from hand. Does feel good.
Also having units on the board and not having an answer for the Swole Blood is problematic here.
I mean, yeah, missing all the locks, Svalbard just goes through. So Golden Necker basically just trades for the Svalbard, and you also lost your Hubert with the additional tempo. Yeah, this is the first time I think the Shield Wall actually lost the round control. I don't think it lost a round one before.
Yeah, the bounty was given up on fighting for round one, and in the first game
it was the Aristos who got bled. So yeah, it's the first time the Northern Realms is on the back end, and it's actually kind of funny because this was the time they actually committed that Golden Necker in the round one. Not super amazing draws. I mean, the Pella is possibly going to be an MV Pella in this matchup up against the double lock.
What's left in the deck? There is no Kirinova, and we see juiced up Berengar. Buff into 19. Okay, so no, not a believer in the engine value. There the Xhantiax is.
Okay. A lot of gold's missing right now for the self wound. I can't tell what is it. Water in there? It's a bit of a visual glitch on my end. Yeah, I'll have to wait till this is over. Ooh, yeah,
find it
really
squirrel.
poor draws.
And also your Svalbard is leaving the game.
So yeah, this is the. I'd say this is looking really bad for Xhantiax here. Apart from the few silver linings of a very good lemon straight away, and the fact it probably sticks for now means that yeah, CatBurger needs something in the graveyard which is quickly vanishing to have this victory for us right now. So on the other hand, the Neomancy is going to need to choose between the Draco Turtle, the Sigvald, or the Olgerd. And that's kind of rough.
So a little bit of value coming from the lemons. Of course, last time we've seen that graveyard was just activated by the Skellige player using the totem and leader charges. So there are lines for that. But yeah, having locks is quite beneficial if you are trying not to kill anything. And it's not like you have too many killing cards, boiling oil still in the deck by the round 3. Like it would have been potentially nice to boiling oil greatsword and immediately delete it. As if it grows, it gives more control options.
The other thing to me here is that with no blob being available, it's very hard for CatBurger to efficiently get through shielded units. So like, let's say this Kurdar is played with a shield. You probably need to, say, combine your K-Troll and the Canute all in one turn just to kill it.
So the squirrel, I don't think has any meaningful interaction with the graveyard.
A moment, I need to smoke.
So we see that Sigvald, Draco Turtle are being left in the deck. Instead, Olgerd Immortal, a tall unit that can clash with things, is being brought out.
But very well, Olgerd is kind of. Oh wait, actually, oh no, never mind. It's not settled with Spain. Don't mind me. Yeah, so the Drum can refresh the Ordon's K-Troll, maybe open up an avenue for the Keldar to be slightly more vulnerable, but... Okay, decides not to lock the Olgerd, maybe saying there's no rush for me right now, no Canute on board, the K-Troll hasn't been refreshed yet. If I see something like that happening, I can then just play out my locks later.
Yeah. I suppose what after the location refresh we might see that.
Yeah, like with the Peller in hand as well. Even if you lock the Olgerd, you can still click the Clash the same turn you get the Peller Purify. It would just make it a bit awkward if you were trying to combine it with the Canute to kill a big shielded up threat.
Yeah, I think having 2 locks is quite clutch for the Xhantiax here.
For sure.
Yeah, you'd love to kill the Griffin Witcher to try and make the Sangreal much worse or harder to implement, but yeah, there is a secret service and you don't have blob to damage and kill the low units, so...
Yeah, I don't think the secret service really needs to purify much either, so it's... only real use here is getting rid of that infusion.
So we see that a little bit of wasted damage should happen here.
It's a little bit. And yeah, note this placement with the Canute next to the Olgerd. Having these valuable things next to each other makes a potential boiling oil a bit less good. Say if it was used to kill the Canute when the Olgerd was locked, Although, of course, the boiling oil is still in Xhantiax's deck.
So yeah, Kilder didn't manage to produce any Witchers. Would have been nice with the lack of Swole Blood to just go white. Especially with a couple of specials in your hand.
One look.
Yeah, and Knut is nice like that, getting the order refreshed already, so when you purify, you can smack things immediately.
Goodbye down. Sorceress currently Sidrif is right, only has a Spotlight Fanatic here to bring back, which is not so great.
Okay, killing neutral units, although yeah, nothing of value would have been dying anyway. But making the totem combination with a 2-power greatsword of Knut not viable.
Yeah, look, like, this requiring theory is maybe slightly nice.
Okay, that's bad.
But the totem is already used up on all the Fnatic.
That's bad.
That's...
Gold, ships, anything.
Yeah, that could be a game changer here. Killing the canoe lets a refresh go through.
What do you need?
But yeah, a couple of big finishers for Skellige there, Drakkar and Squirrel.
Yeah. Also, yeah, like this Wolfsbane, it's not amazing. It's still better than one of these 4 bronzes, but yeah, Wolfsbane not so hot here. Berengar is amazing. It is kind of the saving grace here for Xhantiax.
I suppose it's true. So does he consider... No, I was thinking, does he consider to just kill Knut?
Bit of another low roll.
Yeah, unfortunate there. Knut is saved though, yeah, now you cannot finish it off, since you already used your Purify. And Knut is pinging by 5.
Actually, yeah, that click on the Redanian Secret Service played for -2 points. Which... yeah, this Griffin Witch has really missed anything that Xhantiax would have wanted. And I think, yeah, that 2-point low roll here makes the difference.
Yeah, I'm sure. And I'm pretty... Wait, the Wolfsbane is set in, but it's not usable on Olgierd, right?
Yeah, it doesn't work on Olgierd. Yeah, Olgierd can't be changed by other abilities.
Yeah.
So, gosh, those were probably 2 of the worst rolls on that Griffin Witcher, which essentially turns that game from a really good-looking victory for Xhantiax into a essentially snatching defeat from the jaws of it. In terms of bans, we have Self-Wound Skellige banned on Hayui's side. FullTilt's Jackpot Syndicate is banned. Right, yes, and for game 1 here, it will be the Renfrey Montauk coming up from FullTilt on Blue Coin.
As per our
Kyrie on the red coin here with the aristocrats. Ooh, this will be interesting. A lot of locks. I'm not sure how the Koche will face into that. You can get a bit of value on the deploy. First scroll actually being run in this, I guess, can help your ISIS companions, early ISIS companions. And just using the curse scroll to get some extra thinners out here. Yeah, you're right, Matol. No more ladder for me this month.
Stay true to our way, we must always.
Yeah, full tilt might be Team Triss, which we'll see how well it goes for you if you decide to be on Team Triss. Okay.
Please wait, Your Excellency. Falling behind.
A pleasure to bleed you.
So we see the Caravan Vanguard. Know that they didn't have the bonded, but because on the deploy ranged, they spawn a copy. Technically, the deploy triggers before, like, the unit counts as being played, so it triggers the Highwaymen, but not the bonded effect, I believe. But yeah, that's a lot of thinning coming out already from this Renfree deck. And yeah, probably more thinning on the side of the monsters here. Aristocrats get a little bit done, but not much. They just play their stuff out and get out quite quickly. Yeah, there's the Wantot deck drawing into that Koche. No Xhantiax right now. So yeah, that's gonna hurt quite a bit actually if you decide to go for like a hard bleed. Unfortunate as well that a little bit concerned about board space in such a long round here. But he respects the bleed here, plays an early Emir in response to the Dragalava. That will start to give spine to everything that gets played, potentially ramping us up to a really big Stitches Aristocrat later on. But we do have a bricked Ard Fiend, as I assume the final mulligan. You wouldn't have kept that otherwise, because you would really be expecting the monsters to be pushing here. That is going to be quite tough. Oh no, the Emir would have drawn it. Yeah, the Emir screws you over if you get super unlucky there. So, yikes. So I guess full tilt misses the Xhantiax, the Emir breaks for Kyui. And yeah, if full tilt has keen eyes, would have noticed that, yeah, the Ard Fiend was not on board despite a gold aristocrat being played. If you notice that, then suddenly you might be a whole lot emboldened to continue in a bleed. But yeah, Dame comes down along with this Flagman, but Lord Riptide doesn't really like that. Not one for fancy parties and thirsty dames, just drags their hat and big anchor through the whole party and takes the Dame down to a watery grave. Alright, how do you progress here? You can play your other pikemen, can get you kind of like 4 bleeding per turn, not bad here. But you don't really have a Dame to double up on that with. Roderick can be used to get you a gold, in particular Usurper, Rosa, or Masquerade Ball. Show you 2 of those 3. You want the ball to get another Dame, that might be the correct kind of play. Also a ball would, I think, very quickly kind of force full tilt out of the round. Between the Cyclops and the Lock, I expect Dames to be dealt with fairly quickly. And Xsub, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. That is really kind of you. Thank you so much, you're absolutely amazing. I cannot thank you enough. The thing with the bleeding, however, is it does make the units go quite low for full tilt, and that does mean that if you go for an Orchid Mantrap Infusion, it's quite easy to trigger those thrives for those units. So now there are 4 thrive units on full tilt's side of the board. I have a feeling this was probably searching for a bowl and it was not found. Then we see the Rosa, which isn't bad necessarily. but I don't think it's super amazing either, because it will be staying at 6 power here. It is quite vulnerable to a Cyclops on the Lord Reptide. And yes, so ultimately that Rosa played for like 2 points, right? It's a really risky card. If it doesn't work, you're in a pretty bad spot, and you can see this point deficit extending. The Roderick gets replayed, decides, I really need to find this ball. That is the coup gone, which means you also don't want to commit the Joachim this round. At least there is the Philippe and the Sedition Aristocrats to help test this here. And with all the bleeding, this Dame getting quite big, I do expect it, however, to get locked. Also note the coup playing the Roderick onto the ranged row to allow the Emir to actually get a good seize onto the Roderick. On the melee row, it was an option previously, but it would have denied the coup on the upper Plagman, which is not what you want. Almost catching back up here for Kaiui. I think the better play here for full tilt might be to kind of just forget about your Montauk right now. It'll still be decently big, but you have your Cochet and you have guaranteed access to Caranthea as well, because your deck has 5 cards in it. You got the ball out, you didn't go a card down. That was a really good pass, I'd say, for full tilt. Yeah, Kaiui able to just establish the odd fiend there, but looking a little bit dire now. So there is the leader for which can be used on a Cochet. Potentially good. With Joachim can even proc the Cochet Thrive. This is where the Pella might come in quite important. And finds the Sir Scratch Lot as well. Yeah, there's the Caranthea. Yeah, unfortunate draws earlier on in the game for full tilt. But the good thing about this deck is that if you thin so much in the round 1, you thin so much earlier in the game, you're left with exactly 5 cards. At this point, going into round 3 left in the deck, you're guaranteed to find whatever you want. So there's a reason we have this age-old quote in Gwent, thinning is winning, and you're seeing that right here. Guaranteeing full tilt access to the key cards they require.
A superb specimen.
In terms of golds, I believe we have, yeah, all golds found here for Kaiui. Cat is a bit of an unfortunate thing to try to play into because it has immunity, quite difficult to deal with. Probably is just time for the Usurper to come down, I would expect.
And the youth were prepared to suffer and die.
The full tilt are hanging onto this lock. I think the lock has to be used onto the Philippe. Ooh, early Caranthea. Arguably too early because it's only getting a drone. That not being a lava is potentially disastrous if it gets dealt with early on here. The Philippe being used does trigger the immediate Thrive. Again, doesn't matter because it's just a drone. But it does get locked out. So yes, we can use the Purify here. It's not a terrible play by any means because it will also, the Pella play will help trigger the Thrive. But yeah, okay. Instead we have the lot coming onto the Philippe. I think that's more pressing. You need the Philippe dealt with before you can try to progress your own Cochet shenanigans. Seditious Aristocrats played gives us another possible use of Odd Fiend. I guess the Aristocrat is going to go down to the bottom of the deck, leading onto Groggery. Dame is growing. Sleep. Here's for the Cochet and the leader. Surprised we don't see the Pella first here. And doesn't click the cat either. You can use the leader here. And then servant can basically be another lock, because there'll be 2 locks in total on these coches. Yeah, this could be like, say, leader Joachim turn. Also, actually, it's known that the Joachim is pulling a servant. Servant is the top card. You can just Joachim a servant, and it'll pull the coche. Alternatively, if you do want, you can use your leader on the coche now to just use the Joachim to, you know, proc the coche as well. Your own coche at that point. Servant is never bad here. You could just lock the additional lava. It looks like the leader might be preserved here. I don't mind that because of how this cat is still existing. It's the mage infiltrated down. Oh, they're both agents. I guess it's kind of a non-matter. There's 4 agents and 1 aristocrat. Okay, we have damage by 6, destroy 8 or less, spawner base, copy. Curse of Lust could have been interesting depending on how the Luster leader progressed. Okay, so it's, yeah, 6 damage and played the lowest provision unit. Lowest provision unit is an Orchid Man Trap. That is very good if you do get like a 1-turn Purify potentially. You can lost the Usurper, but it won't seize these because they don't have spying, if that's what you're thinking. Because you need them to have spying to seize them. Yeah, as Entropy says. So, yeah, with a bit of a lack of good targets, we see the Servant being used here. I'm a bit surprised by that. I would have expected it to just be the coup onto the Joachim, being the better play this turn. We do have a pretty big Montauk finisher here. So yeah, now's the Pella being used here along with the Orchid Man Trap to get the double proc the coches. Or the single coche, and might even be a cat click as well. Okay, so cat being played there. What do you imposter here? It is the cat. I mean, I think that makes a whole lot of sense. Joachim gets replayed for a Fang. Poison isn't achieving awfully much here. And the Montauk will be enough to take this. Additional Thrive procs are pretty sweet. That's a 7-point win here for the Monsters. I mean, yeah, quite an interesting game. Could have gone a lot different if our round 2 draws were a little bit different. If Full Tilt finds the Xhantiax, if Kairi doesn't brick the Ardfian off of the Amir play. So, game 2 of this series is the blue coin Northern Realms for Kairi. That's not a surprise. This Northern Realms deck, like most Northern Realms decks, loves their blue coins. I don't think we've seen much Northern Realms today actually at all, have we? Up against the Skoya Renfrey. So this is a semi-similar matchup to something we've seen before. Though Full Tilt's a bit different to some of the Skoya Renfrey lists we've sort of seen played by Lerio and the likes. Running the Triss means you have a few less control options for earlier on in the game. For example, if you want to contest, you really need to go hard with, like, say, Dwarven Chariot into Zoltan Warriors, trying to shut down these Reavers. Like, yeah, you're happy to play that and your leader. The slight problem with that is Full Tilt has bricked their leader here, so that's really not great for them. Early Erdem immediately getting locked, but it's kind of done its job here in helping getting an additional Reaver Hunters. So that'll us up to 4 Reaver Hunters in total. We could even be using the reinforcements to get even more of them. Yeah, no, I believe there's only... Oh, actually there's a casting contest in this deck. Interesting. I don't think most of the Golden Echo lists we've seen of this kind run casting contest, but I mean, definitely fits if you're able to get your Reaver Scout to get casting contested. Perhaps instead to develop the Arbalist rather than taking maybe a slightly too early reinforcements on the Reavers. And I guess Full Tilt right now is not too fussed about the Reavers, because 2 chariots, that's sort of 2 armor per turn, it's kind of negating a lot of the damage the Reavers are putting out right now. Zoltan of course could be used to kill Reavers. Wouldn't be spawning rowdy dwarves, however, because Zoltan warrior on a kill doesn't get to spawn. The first leader being used to kill off the Arbalist along with the Skirmisher. Skirmisher dies though. Yeah, Reinforced Blisters combining to shoot down the lone dwarf. Reavers are just popping away at this armor bit by bit. Now is when the Onega starts to look pretty good. It sort of doubles the value of Reinforced Ballistas. So then you'd be looking at kind of like 8 points of damage pings per turn. Probably looking at, yeah, trying to secure a kill onto this chariot so armor is not being provided anymore. Meta can be quite good here, sort of just extending the round. The problem is it would draw into the Golden Egg, which is why you don't want to play in this round here for Kayu. On the flip side of things, it does give your opponent a 4 provision unit, which they very likely might like to play. Unless it's something like a Brocklon Center. We see the, I think maybe we saw the leader being moused over here for Kayu. Opts not to go for it. The yeah, Dwarven Chariot's staying around for a little bit longer. Okay, here's the aggressive Zoltan. Sets up another potential engine here for kills off the one of the Reinforced Blisters. Actual full leader here. Okay, this is just super aggressive, securing the round, spending a lot to do so, but I'm kind of fine by that. It's classic Red Queen abuse. Kind of just chilling the round, decides, you know what, wouldn't it be nice if I just won this on even? So just throws out a high provision golden leader. Yeah, but with the current draws that Kayu has, Matt is guaranteed to find Golden Echo because it's at 10 provisions. And the Golden Echo only has casting contest as a special remaining in the deck. You'll be guaranteed to find that, which if you're able to have a Reaver Scout sitting on board, that can be very, very scary if it has like a valid target. I would not be surprised if Full Tilt goes for a very hard push here. Slight problem is that the Triss Meteor Shower is missing. That is kind of the big sort of tool you want on this kind of destroy enemy unit, damage all by 1 or spawn a base copy. I just expect the destroyer 8 or less will be poison. Taken here. Seems like the most obvious choice, especially against a super engine heavy deck like this. Cooldown 8, not bad if you want to use your leader early here. 4 on a pass is never bad, or additional damage. Okay, just going all in on the damages.
young is the night.
Early matter gives Dwarven Skirmisher over to Full Tilt. One of the better draws, I'd say, by far, because you could have found the Volunteers or the Sentinel. And yeah, you would not have been happy with any of those, I think. The annoying thing now is Kyrie doesn't have an answer for this skirmisher. So now there's just 3 damage sitting on board for Full Tilt to combine with anything they like. And that's especially scary when you have this Doppler Arch, which is 3 damage in and of its own right. Oh wait, oh, there's still Decree in deck. Okay, that's what I said about the casting contest. Was a not quite accurate statement. I wonder what you go for here. Could just be an Arbalist along with a Bleeder potentially. Ooh, Ship Ballista is kind of spicy. Okay, yeah, nice roll on the ping there. And off to just use both of them right now. The Golden Necker is committed, but able to stay ahead here for Kairi, and see now I think the game plan is just want to stay ahead by enough so you're able to save like your Bone and Roach for the round 3. You'll have that good short round play, because generally speaking, like this Renfrey deck is a lot more mid-range, he has a stronger short round. And what I would expect Full Tilt to do now is kind of just give up on the round. Especially without the Triss, I don't think you have the points to realistically catch up. Especially with, say, the Ship Ballista and this Onega kind of staring you down right in your face. But play out the cards you're willing to toss away. You can play your Berserker, play your Volunteers, so on and so forth. Just chill. Funny thing is, you could see a very greedy Ship Ballista being used to boost one of these units in deck to high heavens. If you missed it, our Renfrey here is Curse of Pride, destroy an enemy unit with 8 or less power, and the Blessing is a split of 6 damage pings. Pretty good in this kind of matchup, I would say. Definitely help in just shutting down a lot of these Reaver Scouts. Have the double mana Arch though, playing for the points. Probably worth a bit less than the Renfrey's getting in the short round, especially if you don't have additional targeted damage to set up the Bowman Skirmisher. Largely being played, yeah. Skirmisher remaining. 2 reinforcements getting us another. There's hey, Ignite playing for 12 here. I don't mind it. Yeah, actually I quite like it. Igni's enough to help you just stay in this round for Full Tilt. And try to just bleed out awkward combo pieces here for Kairi. What do you commit here? Okay, the Run and Roche is coming.
I love to see it.
Yeah, this is probably now just time for get out. Yep. I have mixed feelings about the Roche. I don't know if Full Tilt would have kept playing if you just played a Cintrian Royal Guard here. I think the Roche was a bit early in my opinion, but I'm not. You see a boosted wagon after that Ship Ballista went through. And between the Oak, I think, yeah, game here is just shut down the Cintrian Royal Guards, and there's not much the Northern Realms can do. And with open deck lists, Full Tilt should know the last card is likely to be generated here, especially with it not being played first. I would say this is looking really good for full tilt as long as they kill the central guard. Because if that happens, then everything on Kaiwi's side does not work, which is why we see the Reaver Scout having to be played first. And we're gonna protect it. Yeah, that's fair, Entropy. I've casted this Northern Realms deck a lot, but I haven't played or played against it very much myself. Leaves it at 3 power. The only... and yeah, it would have been going through the deck list with no skirmishes remaining. The only way for it to die would be a Curse of Pride being used. But if that happens, then it should be quite possible to get the Central Guard to stick. Okay. Yeah, and it is kind of forced early. There's the early leader. What that means is the Central Guard should be... oh, okay. I mean, I guess it's basically equivalent here. Having this live. Central Guards will be some points here, but with only 3 Central Guards, I don't think it's going to be enough. There's still Uruk and Triss playing for quite a lot of points here in this pretty short length round. Or, okay, sorry, 4 Royal Guards in total. I could be underestimating them, to be fair. This last casting contest will play for like 19 points. It's not bad, it's more than an Oak. You know, it might be enough, actually. I wasn't counting the base Central Guard, so yeah, the 4th might do it. I guess the question is casting contest worth more than a Triss Meteor Shower? 5, 7... I think it is, by 1. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Another super close game there. Full Tilt takes it though. So, now to win the series it needs to be a reverse sweep. Ayui needs to get a win with all 3 non-banned decks up against this Triss Meteor Showers Pirates deck. Bounty, it's the start here. I think you should have a decent time. Bounty doesn't mind if the opponent is playing all these high power units, because that just means the bounty is even bigger to collect. It's early boat. We see we're playing uninteractive. I think the right decision. Yeah, so it is a Witch Hunter Executioner to clean up one of the boats and potentially threaten a kill onto the second. One thing to note is that to run the Triss and some of these bigger points units, as well as this Roach, FullTilt has given up a bit of control in this deck. Notably, there's no Heat Wave, there's no Torpon. Did we discard? Okay, discard the Bearwitch Quartermaster. Got buffed enough to be included, but not buffed enough to not get discarded, sadly. Yeah, this Dimin Smuggler is quite scary here when played next to this Uncrate Longship. However, if FullTilt wants to kill off this Executioner, you either have to, I think, commit Bjorn or... it could just be... okay. Or you could use your Decree. Ranged Corsair will get the Cataclysm. All the hits onto that solo unit on the row. But enough bleeding was given very nicely here that the bounty on the boat will be collected. Yeah. The smuggler does get played before the boat falls to pieces with blood seeping through the boards. I don't really know how that works. And it's just more bronze bounty specials being playing on interactive, trying to make it a bit hard. And with no boat, it could be potentially awkward if they will say like a different pirate in hand trying to get played. Instead, FullTilt has like a couple of either just pass. This is a pretty big point gap. Although maybe Xhantiax Executioner have a decent time just catching up itself. Alternatively, maybe develop your KO Troll here, but that would kind of force you into playing a lot harder into the first 2 rounds of the game to get use out of the order. It goes for the more sort of, less aggressive play, I guess. I don't know, it depends on what you call the best. Just goes for the pass because it's getting a bit awkward. Very gold heavy hand. Your cheaper golds, like the raiding fleet, didn't target to be played. CaueVrihedd does have to overprofit a bit playing this Executioner. This is not a jackpot list, so the overprofit does kind of cost you coinage. Should have gotten a bigger bank. Right. Little bit of bleeding. A self-poison would be sufficient to get enough bleeding to get ahead. Then yeah, we'll be going into a long round 3, it looks like. Opts to go instead for the Salamander Assassin. Flex on the bounty. Yeah, FullTilt's hand is pretty sweet. Having the Kraken hand to get additional armor to help protect him is very nice. And you also have your Bjorn and your Terror of the Seas, which is almost everything you could ask for. I'd say the cherry on top would have been if you had your Justiana, maybe a Dim and Light Longship as well, but it was pretty good still. Find the Triss. It's like the Justiana is still missing, but with the Maxi being played, you can try to help guarantee that you'll be able to find her. Apparently the answer to do you find Justiana would be a resounding no. You might very likely see the shuffle of the Maxi coming through. And it's just a setup of a trolled. Out comes the Great Sword. It doesn't really matter, because I don't think there's a way to really bring the Great Sword back. On either side, it's yeah. So at least the Golden Neck was found. Handle is here as well. The Golden Neck will find the Salamander hideout. We still haven't seen Roach come play yet. Yeah, no gold unit has actually been played even by CaueVrihedd yet. Or gold card, I mean. Nicholas was summoned, not played. Alright. What do you lead with here as the pirates? Truck is the obvious choice, Grunt. Can help give armor to your Bjorn, you Terror of the Seas, your Justiana. Yep. Golds tend to get the most value out of your armor, so may as well use it. On the other hand, you could try to go for the early Gala and make use of its immunity. But then you're vulnerable to clashing from Kruck. Oh, good matter. Probably a bit safer to, yeah, just develop your candle. Roach comes out as a body, makes your Golden Neck safer to actually play if you want to go for it earlier on in this round. And also lets you boost things and provides a bit of a block against. And yeah, like I don't think you can really afford to develop the Geller either here. Because you need the Roach to effectively end the turn at 4 power, so the Geller isn't the guaranteed target on the Croc. But that would mean that your... If the Roach was 4 or less at the end of the turn, then a leader and a longship could combine to kill it. Even Pirate with the Croc would end up. So instead, the Croc needs to die, basically. So with that, we see the leader being used by Coyote here. Now, full tilt. Kill this Menge. You have a bit of a problem. Terror of the Seas is kind of your toll punish without a heat wave. It's only at 6 armor right now. And yeah, like I remember in the round 1 we only saw minimal units, the boats being killed ASAP. I don't think the Assassin and the Knickers really damaged. The Assassin didn't, maybe the Knickers did. Yeah, there hasn't been that much armor gain so far. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we've only seen like 4 armor come through total. 2 damage units, so I'm not sure. Anyways, yeah, basically, more of the story. Full Tilt can't really kill this Menge, it's a bit too big. That will be a lot of bounties being provided each turn, which is very, very scary if there is a bounty spender which is able to stick onto the board. And currently, that would have to be the Freak Show. Instead, the way to do it is you do need to use your Clash, double leader along with the Demon Pirate. Making use of the high base power there kills off the Meng. Now with the Croc not alive, you can finally kind of develop the Geller, but like, you'll only get 1 more turn. Oh, I mean yeah, at the end of next turn it's not going to have the immunity anymore. You don't really get an opportunity to boost it, because the opponent has sort of first right of interaction after the Geller loses immunity. Here comes the Fukusha. You're going to threaten with the additional Croc? The answer is yes. Put additional armor onto the Bjorn, the Justiana, the Terror of the Seas. And again, the Croc needs to die. But the question is, how do you kill Croc? Go for the morale. Get a bit of a fork going. If the opponent kills the morale, then good for you, you can just follow up with your own fist tech. But yeah, or you can just play the Freak Show. Now note that there's no more ways to apply bounty except potentially whatever the Golden Nectar gives us here. Efficient use of the 1 damage on the bounty leader to kill the Croc off. You're not having to spend 2 coins to deal 1 damage. Geller loses the immunity here. But 5 power, it's quite vulnerable. I think Full Tilt isn't having the hookers. Has decent shots at a ranged Corsair right now, nothing amazing. But the most obvious answer to the Geller would be the Bjorn. Might be a bit early for them.
Whoever harvests Lynch stays in these woods for good. Got it?
I'm surprised that the Geller actually got to live there. Helps protect the Roland. Welcome back, Mattola. We are in around 3 here. Full Tilt Pirates have been doing a decent job dismantling the praised bounty givers. It's the good thing with the Cataclysm is it makes it so the creature needs to be protected now. When is this Golden Necker being used? Okay, now. Rather go, yeah, for the Purify or the Poison. I feel like the Poison... Okay. Okay, no, with the freak show this makes a lot of sense actually if you have the coinage. And if you want coins, well, you can just purify your Nova. Yeah, you can give bounty to the great big pirate, or not.
Don't blame me. Blame bloody society.
I would say you kill the pirate here. Okay, instead you protect the freak show.
Think long and hard on that one, did you?
That was a rope, and probably a game and series costing rope. Ayui. That's just unfortunate. You hate to see it. And Yusiana just high rolls onto the Geller as an insult to injury. Yeah. Okay, the bounty has last say. They have the big threat of the Ignatius. It is 18 points.
In my trade, I am a great artist.
I'm not sure what the best use of coinage here is. This is pretty big. The Peller is not a good finish. Might still be able to catch up here, to be honest. Like, I know this looks bad, but you have the ability to spend coins. I think it's enough. I think it's enough. The poison is able to deal with enough of the tall units, such that the 18-point Ignatius takes us over the edge. But yeah, huge congrats to Kairi for not giving up in the face of such an unfortunate rope. We have a series on our hands, guys. Attempts to reverse sweep incoming? 1, 2, 3. The second series, however, was postponed because Xhantiax's internet was not working, so that will be happening at noon CET tomorrow. On probably Matola's channel, unless someone else casts it. I potentially might, maybe Salty would be, no, Salty wouldn't be awake by then. Yeah, Pirate's high end is, no. I mean, Bjorn and Pair of the Seas is good, but the other stuff, it's not really good. Like, Yusiana feels like it gets a lot less value, sort of points per provisions, compared to Terror of the Seas and Bjorn. Hello, Lerio. Welcome, welcome. Joining us here on the first series in Brazil vs UK. FullTilt is leading us 2-1 up against Kayui. We got a very interesting win in the last game after an unfortunate rope resulted in a Geller double poison on their own freak show. But yeah, managed to start us off with a potential reverse sweep here. Question now is, how easily will the Pirates be able to deal with the many engine threats the Northern Realms Seneca list puts out? See, Mutual Generator being played just after the Reavers. Probably trying to get a little bit of carryover now onto some 5-prov units sitting in the deck. Okay, aggressive play with the Corsair, I like it. Goes off one of the Reavers, gets rid of the Bonded. Ooh, it's a bit of an unfortunate kind of sequencing. So the Margarita, because it's not a deploy lock, gets damaged by the ship. Boosted by the Mutual Generator back up to 6, but it'll very quickly get damaged by the Cataclysm down to 4. And that's 2 bits of damage, quite a lot of armor generation here. Yeah, well, first game, yeah, not great results. We'll see how we go here. Managing to deal with some of the Reavers early on. Yeah, Big commitment with Reaver Scout number 1 being played along with a leader charge, helping set up another Reaver. Yeah, this is the base Reaver, hasn't spawned its copy yet. Yeah, the problem I have though, like here, it feels so weird, but okay, you have pings on your... Maybe you can just Demon Smuggler, to be fair. Play your other Demon Smuggler, that's 4 bits of damage. Hope the Cataclysm gets the kill. It seems so scuffed, but it could work. What else? What are we going for here then? Oh, are we gonna use a second leader? Okay, really aggressive play. I don't mind it, because you really do want the round control against this Golden Necklace. We'll see if that happens, Entropy. Wait. Oh, okay, that was just the reinforcements. I was like, no way you're committing your second Reaver Scout in round 1. Okay, that was just from reinforcements. Second leader committed is huge in this kind of matchup. But to be fair, with FullTilt not having their own leader, that it does kind of gimp a lot of the damage potential that they have. Reavers finally survives a little bit. Start to develop a little bit more. And not coming down on the back row, helping get a little bit of deck boost set up for later on. Yeah, this Onager not looking so hot. Wagon... I'm not sure how Wagon's gonna... Okay, one Reaver's dead. Is a potential pass, but I don't think you take it yet. You have your Reavers, 2 of them alive, but it is enough. Reinforced Blister will help you a little bit staying in this. Wagon's looking not great. Onager's questionable, with only sort of 1 order per turn. Quite a bit of armor achieved right now. Yeah, that's enough to get ahead, with all the Cataclysm pings missing that armor. Unfortunately for FullTilt, there's no Krak, no Carry the Season or Bjorn in hand to really benefit from the armor. Like the Yusianas, it's good to get armor on, but yeah, there's a whole lot of other things that you would have wanted in hand here potentially. But also, not having them in hand means you can actually contest this round a lot longer just by playing bronzes, which is what we've seen. Semi-aggressive Wagon here. I say that in that it's quite a slow play. It does force out the Pella, it does give the potential of a pass here for Yui. It does force out a semi-significant card in the Yustiana. Yustiana can really sort of shut down an early round development from the opposing player. Having that out here is maybe a slight relief. I'm not sure how great Triss would be in a short round potentially. I mean, you do have a Demon Pirate here. You can Fukusha another. Yeah, definitely get rid of the Armor Smith here. It's not very good. You're not bad, and this hand might be as good as you're getting. Decides to mull the bronze. Finds a Quartermaster. I think that's a downgrade. That's not going to help on a push. Decree is found for Kayui. Might just have to be used to find the Matahuri to grant access to the Golden Neko. Yeah, this is, yeah, like it's always weird, kind of just leave like a Quartermaster. What is the opponent going to do with that? Like instinctively they want to get ahead because it's not a big play.
Do not make me beg.
However, with the matter here, you know there is the golden nectar in hand. That gives you a very potential bleed target. And also, the matter does give you quite a cheap bronze that you're happy to just play into this round with. You see the longship coming out on the back row here. But yeah, the rose is split, making the tryst not great. Here's the golden necker being used with the casting contest. Basically just a Gaunt seal. It's not bad, kind of does the job. Finds another ship ballista. This probably is card advantage here for Kaui. I don't know how much food it would gain from bleeding themselves. I mean, I expect Erdem would basically sort of just be the play. Probably the least valuable card in hand right now. Like FullTilt would love, say, like, to have this K trolled right now. Plays you a not so great card, gives you a very good flash. I think you need to save the Fukushi for round 3. Okay, it is just quite a bit saved here. Quite a bit saved indeed. Yeah, I expect the Arbus to be mulliganed. Right now, you just want to go all in on the CintrianLion Guards. That's the short round play. You want your Ildiko, I think, quite a lot here. And does manage to find the Ildiko. The other side of the things, Triss has a Demon Pirate. K-Troll was found, but I think for the first save we just seen Arbalest. Cook 2002, thank you for the follow. Hope you're enjoying the. In response to the Arbus, it's just a K troll. Brings out the Uncrate Warrior, a bit of bleeding on Arbalest. Alright. So in terms of control, there's minimal Terror of the Seas, a 6 Clash Brawn, and a Demon Pirate. Omega missed. Maybe fine. And yeah, FullTilt. Kaui just wants to kill units to minimize the truth value. I'm surprised the Roach wasn't played back row. Especially if you'd expect like if the Kush to be played front row to get the rain value, you'd be able to sort of split the rows by playing the Roach back row, minimizing potentially 2 extra points on the press. I have a feeling you might be right now.
Taking on new swabbies. What do you say?
Armor Smith being put into the graveyard by the Demon Pirate. There's suddenly 5 turns of rain, and that's when the K Troll is used. Ooh. Potentially problematic, because now the CintrianLion Guards will live for free.
Disgusting old man. His mere touch is revolting.
Terror of the Seas is starting to gain armor, it's at 3 now. Dawn kills off the Ildiko. It damages the Bjorn. Thinks that they'll be able to kill the Bjorn before the Triss comes through. Or potentially you'd revert to the Roach if the Arbalest dies and doesn't get a ping.
Can't let you through elsewhere.
The Arbalest does die though.
Shit, I knew it. I told you so, you idiot.
What's the play with the Erdem here?
Sound the alarm.
Surprised you don't just lead with the Erdem, or are you gonna... Ooh. That's a risky hold, generally speaking, unless you really just don't think the Terror of the Seas is big enough. Or you've done the maths and you say that even if the Terror of the Seas kills my Reaver Scout here, I'm able to win with my remaining cards. Even against a tree. But at that point, then it kind of doesn't matter what you do. Yeah. Maybe just thought it needs to risk it for the biscuit. And yeah, I think that's a very tasty biscuit. Yeah, it looks like Kyrie will be able to secure the win most likely. I don't think the Triss is going to be big enough. I said that last game. And I will say it again this game.
How can I help?
None of you to hear.
I don't think it was known Fukushi was the last card round 1. Pirates going first, up against the Aristocrats. We'll see if Kyrie is able to, you know, not draw into the Odd Fiend when the Emir is played this time. Early ship, early lock, standard trade to start the game. Another ship. Oh no, there's no second lock. I guess it's just gonna be a hunting back and pass then. China vs France score is yeah, so China won the first series 3-1. Violet Kiramon, yeah, took down Killerganon. The second game got postponed to tomorrow, however, because of Xhantiax's internet not behaving. So yes, you'll have to wait for tomorrow to know what the result of that is. I don't know much to say there. It's kind of standard round 1 of just the Red Queen player giving it up. We did see the Fangs of the Empire discarded, because otherwise it would have been damaged and given armor to everything in Full Tilt's hand. We did see Full Tilt setting up the Chaos Troll towards the tail end of the round 1 though. That does signify, of course, a push should be coming in. And yeah, trying to make it a bit more difficult for Kyrie to establish engines and threats in this round 2. Ship is down. This looks like an Emir to start with.
There is but one punishment for traitors.
I had a mini heart attack for a second when I saw a gold card coming from the Emir, but no, the Ardfiend is not bricked this time. It does summon onto the board. It's the Usurper being drawn instead. And knowing full tilt, I would not be surprised if this just immediate deranged Corsair into leader on the other pikeman. Yeah. Full tilt seems to love just using the leaders on these kind of players, and to be fair here, can't really say it would be a bad choice. Okay, doesn't actually use the leader. Lets the other pikeman live for one more turn. Interesting. I mean, there is no purifier, so you're not worried about that. Okay, I like this. Yeah, I think you're right too. But what Caillou is able to do here is by playing the ball early is basically saying, okay, if you want to play into this round, you're going to go down a card. If you don't want to play into this round, give me my 10 card round 3 with me having first say. Also, if you do go for that long round, well then suddenly your Troll now isn't getting any value with the order. You see the Emir getting up, well sorry, the pikeman next to the Emir getting cleaned up. Emir is still here, but maybe not for long. Unless something else is played front row here, Emir is dead to rights. Ooh, Dame is quite high up in the list here. Wonder if you put that to the bottom or if you hold on to that. Yeah, full tilt playing into this. Hasn't used the Troll click yet. But yeah, is now facing down double Danes. Double Danes, and if nothing is done, very soon they'll become double-digit double Danes. Unfortunate for Caillou that this Troll click is used here, because otherwise that would have been double-digit double Dames, denying deliverance of the double round win to. Instead, we just see the Rosa and Edna. I guess we get another 4-power spying unit. The Rosa might not actually die here, granted. But the Rose has been very underwhelming today. Like for a 9-power unit, it's played for 2 points a surprising amount of the time. Yeah, 8 armor Terror of the Seas. I mean, that would do the trick. You also have Decree for quite a few things. That is a lot of gold still in deck here for full tilt. One leader. Two. Triss. Oh, offensive Triss. That's cute. Don't mind that. Deals with the Emir, deals with the Rosa and Edna. But there is this coup now which can be used onto the Triss. Granted, I don't think the current board state is such that that is such a great way to go, but it is there. See the Philippe. Is this going to be enough to get ahead? I don't think so. This is going to be a pass for full tilt. Playing into this is starting to get quite scary, I think. I'm not sure how you should best navigate this if you're full. Leap is something you'd have to answer if you want to stay in here, which is, yeah, why we see the pass go through here. This is a big commitment because it means that a lot of the stuff remaining isn't nearly as good. Like your Demon Pirates, they're wholesome 9 power plays. but it's kind of questionable against poisons and imposter leaders and all that jazz. Early draw into the croc. The croc I feel like might just get imposter immediately. I think the Roderick mulliganed because there are no gold cards remaining in deck here for Kyrie. Okay. What do you lead with here? Dame is maybe a bit hurtful to be led this early. Definitely want to combine it with an Odd Fiend to try to get it, I mean, even above 6 power if you can. If you play Dame the same turn you leader, that could potentially be good.
That's a nice ring. Is it not?
Yeah, Full Tilt has drawn into all the golds. So it is just an absolute gold showdown right now. It's just aristocrats leading the charge for Kyrie here. Not the scariest engine, but maybe something you still might want to answer with, say, this Justiana. Probably, yeah, quite inefficient. It would be ironic if the Pirates finally win where they get, like, not that much value out of the Triss, I'd say. Or, I mean, to be fair, it was actually a decent try. And it allows these better control tools like the Terror of the Seas, the Bjorn, the Justiana to be held onto the round 3 by using the Triss for the removal in that round 2.
A taste of more.
Here comes Dame. He's the leader. He has an aristocrat and an agent. The Dame can go up to 6, but it is very vulnerable to a Bjorn. Yeah, that's a lot of emissaries. Okay, yeah, I don't think they're amazing. Fisher can get some really good rain value as well. But yeah, I mean, this is a no-brainer. You just use the Bjorn to kill the thirsty Dame. Rock is a 1 point of damage every 2 turns. Oi, oi, oi. So there's 2 servants, a Fangs, and a Hunter. What's I guess okay, Joachim onto a servant is probably by far the best play here. With how much bleeding is on this Croc, you can copy that bleeding over. Croc is a quarter of Marine, exactly. Yeah, Sova is certainly stronger than Triss because of the... But you could play both of them together. Yeah, with the crew though as well, yeah. I mean, as Entropy is kind of mentioning it. Yeah, it needs to be, Full Tilt needs to be very careful, because Odd Fiend can definitely give spying to any gold, but in particular, yeah, Fukushi's the one you gotta be worried about, because yeah, like, that would be able to potentially give over a... like another Philippe getting rezzed. Probably the best. Technically Rosa, but I don't think that's as great. A lot of points here with Joachim and the spying. I mean, these emissaries aren't amazing, but with the Seditious and the Usurper, they'll each be boosted by 1 for each emissary. Okay, there's the Terror of the Seas. Kills off the Usurper. That's one of the big engines that Kyrie had sticking. It's no longer sticking, it is very much unsticking. Solid little emissary boosting up the Croc. Justiana? I mean, Justiana's a real solid 16-point play there. Able to close up the point gap to a large degree. Both players have a gold and a bronze. Bronzes are gonna kinda cancel if you include the Croc ping. This kinda coup up against Fukusha, what's it gonna be? Yeah, I think that's definitely correct. Yeah, sure, just go for the emissary first. No rush on the Croc because you'll be able to use them next turn anyways. Holding the Fukusha to last turn is probably correct. But it's also bad because you're maybe only res like a Demon Smuggler until the Joachim goes to the graveyard, which will definitely appear as an option. Here's a Van Morgen Servant. Copies a good number of statuses. There we go. And moves an Aristocrat down, gives some bleeding onto that Joachim. Alright. Fukusha. Joachim is definitely in sight there. Is it chosen? It is chosen. Gets a 9-point Demon Pirate, but it is still short. The resurrected Joachim is not enough. The reverse sweep completes. Kayui able to secure the victory here. Team Brazil not out of it just yet.
Can we get some claps in chat? We are into the Syndicate faction mirror we go. Tributes, good cards versus mid-range cards versus the bounty list. So wake up everyone, I know that we are starting quite abruptly since, well, I just returned from work, but wakey, and let's see the resolution of Group B. Madame in hand, quite nice for Entropy. Has Tiger's Eye to start thinning. I don't see bricks in terms of the Peaches and Seductress, but for now decides to go in cheaply with bronzes. Firesworn bronze package is quite good, but we see that Press F, who is the Gussssta, is not here to see the religion spread, and he drills the first Firesworn unit of the board with the tunnel drill. Hello, Saba. Welcome, welcome. Всем привет. Турнир. Сегодня только одна серия. По результатам ее одна из команд проходит... нет, подожди. По результатам, если победит Великобритания, они проходят. Если победит Бразилия, то им переигровка нужна будет. So yeah, the result of the group is that China is through, and if Brazil wins, they go into the tiebreaker with UK. If UK wins, they are through. So Entropy is very interested in winning this one. But yeah, for now we see that he decided to preserve the Madame. I haven't played much of the books, and this build especially I'm not familiar with, but maybe he thinks that against Bounty he can like preserve the good cards for the next round. There is of course a brick alert. He has Sewer Raiders if he's not in them here, and then the Madame, but yeah, at least that is out. But yeah, you only have one Slice Seductress, so your mulligans are not that free. So, no answer to this drill means that the Ignatius is slowly growing from the bounties, and looking at Press F's hand, we see the disturbing lack of Golden Necker, both artifacts in hand, so the hideout will be on Mulligan, but yeah, you need to find it. I've passed so many games in the past 6 months where the Golden Necker was missing from the bounty player's hand. But so far so good. Your spender is sticking and you are threatening the win on even.
How about this one?
No. Entropy could have played bounty of his own, but and then gives him nothing, so instead we just see the Shady Vendor into a shakedown. Five-point creates here. Nothing to write home about, of course. But you are not over profiting and playing from the crime. You can spend once again. We even see some extra spends here. So the last bronze left here, but it cannot die without blood money leader being used. I'm not sure how Presef is feeling about playing Conjurer Scandal from hand in round 1, missing out on it in round 3, and the Salamander Hideout would have been nice to drop, but that means that your Golden Necker should be playing Conjurer Scandal. As there are limited amounts of locations artifacts. So for now we see morale being committed, nothing great Entropy can do about it. Gregory in its first form boosts himself for units controlled and gains coins. So we are witnessing the win on even here from Team Brazil, from Gussssta. Entropy decided to preserve Marquis. Let's see how good is it as a tool to avoid being bled completely, and 2-out as well, but his hand is at the moment too golden for that to happen. So yeah, as I mentioned, Hideout goes back into the deck. Still no Golden Necker here for Presef, but so far we see the development of carryover for round 3. I guess Court Executioner are the cards that you can throw, but I can start with the Menge as well. As I mentioned, yeah, not much in terms of control in Entropy's list here. Heatwave is there, some damage from Salomage and potentially Plunder, but realistically speaking, he just expects to travel to round 3, preserving some of his golds. I'm afraid hero passing at 4 cards in your opponent's hand is a bit premature. Hey, yo Lerio, hello everyone joining. This is game 1, so you guys missed nothing. So look at those bounties being collected. Of course, Entropy after playing Madame is still ahead. You are rooted for more tiebreakers, I see, Lerio. Okay, Royal Decree for bronze is always showing to your opponent. That your hand is pretty stacked. Like, if you don't have, say, Jacques, you probably are not wasting Royal Decree. Although maybe you are. But yeah, that's a show. So there is a blood money leader potential. And we see it clicked. So press F is not just trading his bronzes and cheaper golds for the good stuff. Actually throws away the leader as well. He's serious about this. I don't see how he manages to get that card advantage for round 3, but the trades are pretty favorable for him. No, that leader would have been probably better later on. Gets Jacques out. I suppose that's something. How do you guys feel about the trade? Especially later on into the round. So Saint Gregory is now a damage tool if necessary. Round is quite short, so I'm not sure how many units will there be for him to damage and to boost. The classic Sirinova in round 3, and we are seeing Golden Ecker in deck. This is the story of every bounty player in the tournament that I've been casting, starting with winner takes all. Like Jamie was famous for that. We do see Entropy play Amelfart into Disciple to get more units on the board. He has Commander's Horn. Also missing is Freak Show Royal Decree. Would have been nice killing things off, although the coin purse is not that stacked.
Have you made your offering?
So taking the Inquisitor out of the graveyard is nice because he still has its timer. More tiebreakers, more YouTube content. Hi Jason. So yeah, round 4 carryover established. Sadly Candle is not traveling there.
Remove his cowl, then his ears!
Can't really get more golds on the board to get a more favorable Commander's Horn, can ya? You can with Saint Gregory, but would ya? So we do get a Spoon from Inquisitor.
Or I'll beat you bloody.
We do get a decent board setup here. Or at least one row almost failed, so can complain about that in what, 5-6 card round instead of a 10 card round. Hamel fought, done a pretty darn good job here. Also, if you want to subscribe, but this thing can go from the screen. And I guess we can also move the player names a little. Why is it so bad? I don't like it.
The job's a job.
This way. It's triggering. Okay, so Pressef has some coins, has an 18-point play, but the point gap is quite large here, so
Eternal fire, cleanse me of villainy.
boom, 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 boom.
By denying penance, you
Justicar disappears, a Zealot appears in its place, no Golden Necker surprise as a finisher from Press F, so the leader is sadly small. It's a 14-point game, but Freak Show and Golden Necker. So Press F Gussssta is on blue this time around, plays Golden Necker decks, and wait, am I? Yeah, I missed the Golden Necker. I was thinking that I'm tripping, but if I'm tripping here, what does the Entropy do with his Skellige list? I'm not certain. You can look at his hand. Raids, more raids, tier, more raids, soul 4-point slam, all the familiar cards. But I'll show you this one simple trick of clicking with right mouse on his deck, and you start seeing heat waves. You start see epidemics, you see Vigor's muzzle. So, yeah. There is a cat in the bag, and it's getting out later on. Sadly, muzzle is not a raid card. Would have been nice, Vabjorn, at some point. And surprisingly, with playing those stall units of tier Arniolf, there is no trees in that deck. So it's still relying mostly on the raids. Even plays the Highland Warlords.
One of us or not.
Здорово, путник. Вторая игра. До 3 побед играется, как обычно, в принципе. So, raids getting buffed, board setup is starting, so we've seen River, Scout, but no muzzle. I think you slam muzzle if you have, even if you don't have soldiers of your own, because yeah, River Scout is searching for allied bronze soldiers. But not yet, not yet. So Entropy might be just playing for carry over here and then try to control, because at the moment yeah, he's not in rush to kill them and instead opts for the second Warlord. But sometimes you think that players are giving up on round, and then they surprise you with the catch-up mechanic of Patricidal Fury plus Soul Commitment. So we'll see, we'll see. I would not claim anything. And we see that the first kind of good raid card is going out here, dealing with one of the River Hunters, how are you multiplying River Hunters?
I told you so, you idiot.
Well, you can play reinforcement, commit 1 leader charge, and create more of them. Do we? Yeah, we don't see another leader charge, would have been a little bit overcommitting with that one, but yeah, takes a risk of River Hunter dying. Then there will be only 2 of them. Of course, there is a wagon as well. If you haven't seen the rivers too much, then yeah, wagon is the card recently found a new home. Well, recently. It's been like months and months of Gwentfinity by now, so nothing is recent in Gwent. But yeah, it hides a River Hunters pack inside of self and is resilient. Muta generator is sometimes quite low tempo, plus if you get some card chains, river scouts, copy and stuff in round 3, Muta generator is pretty decent in the later round as well. You don't need the carryover that much at times. Plus it's 0 tempo, and if Entropy decided to start killing everything, then you might have been in a peculiar situation. There is Flotsam, so that's not the only artifact, and I'm pretty certain occasionally a River Hunter players are playing Muta Generator early, but we've seen that, for example, on Karim's streams. He also keeps Muta Generator for later. But yeah, all that removal is not putting any points on your side of the board, which means that with that 20-point gap, Entropy actually, as I mentioned to you, has to slam the leader and so takes control of the round, but that's not a cheap one. And now he'll need to just either kill the River Hunters. He already destroyed the wagon, so the access for infinite amount of River Hunters is impossible. And in case of Royal Guards, yeah, there is 1 River Scout, so you'd want to take care of that as well. Hey, you're wholesome. Yeah.
I studied medicine, not literature.
Pretty decent deck, winning Masters before, still being played. Although probably on ladder not the best NR deck in existence. Yeah. There is muzzle. I didn't mention that. Oh, I did mention that there is no Harald, but War of Clans is also a devotion card. So if you don't get your death blow, your ability is not triggering. But both warlords were found, so surely that's enough to get a death blow, especially against rivers.
I hope we can trust you.
Finally, there was an opportunity to play a Purify in Skellige, a non-Grimace Purify, and purify the tier. But no, there is only Squirrel and no Peller in this deck.
For young is the night.
I'll smash your mug! Shut the fight, you bastard!
So yeah, once again, the Muta Generator is not really an exciting play to start with. As the question was, the intent is to play it in a longish round. The problem is you are being pushed here, so we just seen that bronze is a priority over the mutual generator, so would be a problem if opponent goes all in here for press F. And so far nothing important has a chance to stick. Golden Necker has Flotsam, has casting contest and whatever. I don't think we've seen the card order. And yeah, we see the Golden Necker fly, of course, with no good target to refresh. Has to be used somewhere, so Zeal condition is met now on that reinforced ballista. That mutant generator is a 0-point play, and he tries to avoid playing it most likely, and by how it's going it might be mulliganed in round 3. The problem is getting to round 3. I don't think it was playing for too many points. But yeah, the grid is here, so when you see that your opponent is not stopping, probably at one point you have to accept it and play it before the Golden Necker at the very least. Like, I understand trying to play it, or to try and get by playing Lerio and Arbalest, but now after Golden Necker you lost a couple. So he's pretending that there is no mutant generator, but that once again raises a question for Entropy, like, did you just play Golden Necker with a chance of hitting mutant generator? That loses quite a few points in the round as well. Yeah, this is non-devotion, muzzle playing warriors that we are witnessing here, and the Tris Meteor Shower is not there as well. Okay, so we do get the Idaran, we do get the last leader charge. We do get the last leader charge on the River Hunters, and there is the Flotsam Order as well. So while haters hate, no. While haters hate, greed continues, and okay, that was a nice call from press. Was it? I'm not sure. Like, what is the Flotsam Order on now? Nothing much. So you could have created another River Hunter. Like, sure, you are losing the Idaran. Would Entropy pass is another question. Okay, now the real question is, wasn't this a mutant generator turn? To just throw it away, like, sure, you can mulligan it. No muzzle for Entropy. King Bran would have played for 9, potentially a couple more points. And there are no raids in the deck, so Bjorn is no go. Yeah, then that's the decision you have to make. Can you transfer it into a later round and get anything, or do you want to play it for 0 tempo and risk losing cards, etc, etc? So the call been made, but yeah, I think it might be deemed a little bit too greedy. Also, yeah, there is a Vernon Rush. 10 provisions, 9 provisions, non-neutral card. Epidemic, Squirrel are quite bad. But Vabjorn is dead, and Brockford Warrior, I suppose, is decent. But let's see if Entropy is an entertainer. No! No! He's... Imagine being a streamer and going for more reliable line. This is a 5p card, so yeah, the Epidemic would not be too grand of a hit there. We do see a kill on the Invader, which puts her back into the deck. Oh, into the play from the World Plans. Yeah, not into the deck, but you get my meaning. And she is a little bit better. Then the Brockford Warrior there. And in the end, the Mutant Generator is the only card available for round 4 draw, but Gwent is the game of 3 rounds, and Entropy is taking a win here. So you have a chance to watch me and Lemon cast Nequist versus Sanvanter, Maemon versus Lerio, and then the final for Gwent Open number 1, and for some prize money as well. So you can also contribute to the Gwent World Cup prize pool. You see the nice things, you see the nice games. You can do a little bit of crowdfunding. So starting March 18th, we'll have the tiebreakers for the teams concerned. At the moment it's Poland, citizens of Russia and Ukraine. Okay, so Vampires versus Bounty. Both players are missing Golden Necker for now, which is quite an important card. Entropy found Operator and Fledder as well, and we see him keeping the Necromancer Stone. This is the only artifact in the deck. You can put it at the bottom of yours with Curse Scroll, which is guaranteeing that you not break your Golden Necker on the artifacts anymore. We see the blue coin having the advantage in the Golden Necker mirror, so to say, of actually getting it guaranteed. That's what you want to see in Gwent, right? The guaranteed draws. Nothing else entertains you. So Fledder is not being protected by Defender here. can be poisoned, and there is no access for defender. We also see second flatter to come in. The deck is running double incubus. Not sure how important that is in the overall picture, since there is only one flatter for your opponent, but you can do that in round 2 and then round 3. Also difference, which apprentice is starting early this time, and yeah, we see Presef just pressing spacebar, getting out of the round, so it goes quite different compared to the game number 1 that, or game number 3 that we are replaying now due to the disconnect. So, Necromancer's Tome at the bottom. Last Wish is the only special. Don't think Royal Decree is getting mulliganed, especially with the ability to go for either Flatter or Cave Troll. And you know what Flatters are good at, right? Overwhelming your opponent's ability to answer multiple troll targets, but if there is a deck that can handle them, Blood Money with poisons and with the damage spender. So let's see. Yeah, Entropy is showing that he's not probably playing this around, bleeding the Veiled unit. So Gussssta might feel some relief since Golden Necker was not found. Can build up, like, it would have been nice to have Candle here to build up some carryover.
The job's a job.
I don't think you can spare Kurt here to collect that bounty. So, yeah, not perfect. Doesn't feel like he needs 2 executioners. If you're not setting it for Riptide, heal. And if you can avoid it getting locked, you should be fine. Okay, things are mulligan. Getting mulligan. I got concerned for a second, but we are fine. So many Keker decks. Nothing wrong with a little bit of Kekering. It still plays like a vampire deck and not some mid-rangey, like completely mid-rangey stuff. So, yeah. Just accept it as one of the ways to build your deck, and I kind of don't see big problem with it. If every deck in the tournament would have been Golden Necker deck, then yeah, but we've seen a few, quite a few that are not. So, immunity is not guaranteed for Gillard, getting insta-killed here, but that's one of the 2 control tools the vampires have. We've also seen what Dorigrim getting mulligan, right? So this is the Cave Troll's time to shine, protecting or preventing the bounty collection. There is Kurt. So there is a little bit of Purify work going on, Purifying from Kurt, if you wish, Purify from Queen of the Night. Although, if you're not answering Caleb Manga, and just cost your opponent 3 coins, so you might be better off just keeping Purify for the poison.
You're one sexy witch and I'm here to please.
I guess you have to take the Proto-Fladder. Unless... But yeah, you have the duplicates anyway. Ah, there was actually nothing, like... Could have hoped for the hit on Dora though. But there is another Purify from the hideout. Oh. Bounties being collected, units being killed. At the same time, yeah, let's see if Bounty can do that without the Golden Necker and Candle spending. Okay, you have, unless all your spenders bleed out, you are fine. With spending on the Freak Show. Freak Show has limited lifespan. If you feel like you need to extend it, of course you can go for the Bleed Purifier from Hideout, but he will be just bleeding next turn anyway, so... And you are better off relying on the Failed Experiment poisons. All the threats are jumping in the amount of 2 per turn. Ladders, now Witch Apprentices. Poisoning. Bounted unit. Doesn't feel too great in terms of double dipping on the Queen of the Night value here.
Afraid.
Yeah.
This'll only hurt.
So that happens, but no more purifies, and there are still poisons, so that ladder is dying anyway.
In my trade, I am a great artist.
Freak Show gets the bleeding, so this is the last turn you can spend with it unless you're saving it. Not sure Purify makes sense in this situation. Although you don't need the Abomination anymore. So
not mine, I swear. Got no idea
we do see, but instead of Freak Show, Caleb, who is synergizing of course with the Executioner, and you only need to spend well, at the moment you cannot really spend properly anyway. So Freak Show won't be capitalizing on that bounty. Executioner will be. Vampire's points though. Like, while I'm commentating what's happening, you do see the point gap.
Plates for the best players.
Building up. So 1 damage, 5 points. You can still collect the Ekimara, but sadly Ignatius is capped, so you cannot grow him infinitely. Beautiful synergy between the Blitz and Leather, but it's only 1 per turn. And press F only has 18 plus a point from leader. So yeah, we've seen Fladders killed, we've seen other engines killed, but it doesn't matter if you cannot answer Necromancer's Stone. This is a scary, scary card. So GG's to Entropy, allowing the replay and getting a clean trio anyway. And congrats to Team UK, represented by Entropy, Jason and Full Tilt, who replaced yeah, we get invited, but that's not for us. We replaced Puzzle at the moment. Hopefully Puzzle finds his way back to Gwent at one moment. But yeah, congrats to UK qualifying from their group with Team China. Brazil and France should be out if I'm not mistaken, so that's not the end of the Gwent World Cup though. It's done for today, but we have to resolve the other group with the 3 teams at 5 points. So citizens of Russia, Ukraine and Poland will be playing starting with March 18th. Even a bit too early for my liking, as I was setting up on the go. But yeah, great players. 2 Masters finalists.
Of this DMCA free playlist, I have found it. Let's do it. And we're gonna get to see it! We're gonna get to see it right out the gate. CintrianLion taking for obviously it's a blue coin list because of the you want the cursed scroll. That's exactly what we're seeing. CintrianLion needing to figure out how to mulligan here. So we're gonna see the mulligan factor slow down a bit because you really need to think hard about what you want or don't want to play. So CintrianLion will get to put the Smorkvarg at the bottom of the deck if that's the motive. Could hold on to it for later, but yeah, Ansi, I like that. Got it right. Shoop, Compass, Redea in opening hand blue coin. Hashtag feels good, man. Meanwhile, Mistikal has Lara, Hivemind, Gels all in hand, Serquan and the Tatterwing Heatwave. So this is gonna be great. I'm so excited. I have big excitement energy right now, chat. I'm so excited. So we see using one of the scrolls for Triss, which makes a ton of sense.
I will not let this become a second sight.
I assume you want the Flaminica in hand. There's the Flaminica, which is K Tremendo already. I'm jamming. This is great. A great day to be alive. Yeah, I think the Serpent is probably the card that gets kicked with the Cursed Scroll here. The Squirrel in hand is also really nice for CintrianLion because there's so many... There's Echo cards and there's so much shit that you... Between the Hivemind... There's the Hivemind, there's the Ardgaith that you want to get rid of as well. So we see the red sword in hand. I assume that the Serpent gets... the Half-Root gets clapped here. Sure. And the red sword gets played just to take out a drone. Sure. There will be no calming down here, Spud. No one can be calm under these circumstances. Not any sane person, anyway. CintrianLion, of course, opts to row stack, knowing that the frost is out there. Jams the Shoop. Takes Shoop Resiliency. Opts to play it front row, playing potentially into an Ardgaith or a Red Riders, but opting to split the rows so that it doesn't take the damage here. Challenging Mistikal to play those cards. This potentially could be to tease out the Ardgaith, which then gets squirreled away. Whispus for another go wide with the Arrakis Nest. And there it is, round 1 Lippy to dump your entire deck. Which means you can also now play a Compass round 1 as well. That's so funny. So the Erendite goes back to the top of the deck. So CintrianLion will draw 3 cards here. So there's no fear of that. But we see the Delirium to be an echo card as well to build the deck. Melusine sends blessings. CintrianLion still looking here for a squirrel target. Finds one. This could be the squirrel target. Could also be for Ardgaith. Mistikal opts to play a leader charge here to get the Kikimor Stalker out of serpent range. But in doing so brings back a seagull. Which ironically enough is points now, but makes the Flaminica 1 point worse. We do see the squirrel come down on the Hive Mind. And there's the Laura, which can now be killed with the Kikimor Stalker. CintrianLion ahead big here. We see the early Compass for the Krakenborg. Oof, Papo, that's a lot of points. And just like that, CintrianLion is right back ahead. Now, Mistikal has this Heatwave in hand. So, the Corrupted Flaminica will get Heatwaved if Mistikal plays all the way down. But we should see an Ardgaith here, which will get Mistikal back ahead because Laura's busted. And that immediately procs the Laura. It also boosts the Kraken, which makes it so now the Serpent doesn't kill it on the next turn, which it would have. And now the question with CintrianLion is, we know that Mistikal has the Heat Wave, which can really break the strat of this deck. But CintrianLion doesn't know that. A lot of the consistency cards have been played. There's the Insta Heat Wave. And are we going to see Leader here and Hope and Pray? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So the Messenger goes up by 7. So it'd be double Leader here. You have to play double Leader if you're CintrianLion, unless your first Leader ping lucks into the Kraken. If it hits one ping on the Kraken, you're going to have to... You're going to have to play both Leaders here, I think, to guarantee it, right? It's 8 plus 7 is 15. Would get you to 51. Nope, didn't get it there. Is that enough? So I do math like shit. It's 1 Leader charge. I don't know how I got the math that wrong, but here we are. And the round 1 Tatterwing. So both players, huge spend. Mistikal, though, wins on even. Doesn't have to commit the Morvad. And now the problem for... now the problem for CintrianLion is that you need you're gonna have to go down another card here if Mistikal passes, because you discard the Hen Guided Sword so that you have 3 cards, you draw into 3 cards, but then you'll need to play the Delirium in order to put a unit on the board. So if Mistikal dry passes here, then yeah, that's... Okay, so we see just the Delirium and opts to go down a card this way, holds on to the Hen Guide of the Sword. We'll only draw 2... Oh, it does do... Okay, so CintrianLion does do that. Does end up discarding the sword to draw into 3 cards. Gets an extra point on the Erendite. The Morvid is worth more than the Erendite. The red sword is only worth 6 points, because I'm pretty sure it only killed a drone. But you do have... I mean, you do have a real juicy hand. Mistikal is guaranteed Morvid. Hey, Prawn. Good to see you, by the way. Yeah, so now you mulligan Naglfar here, right? Wait, what? Okay, so the Naglfar will be for the Morvid. The Royal Decree will just be for whatever's the best, whatever's the most advantageous unit here. I mean, I couldn't pilot this list consistently, Dathwin. Like, there's no way that I would consistently be able to pilot this list. So, always impressed to see somebody like CintrianLion just being a badass, bringing rockstar decks like this. Ends up going Shoop first. Was looking for boost in hand and found it, which is good. Doesn't have a unit in hand though. CintrianLion continuing to be uninteractive. We now see a jam of the yeah, not being able to Fukusha the Flaminica because of the heat wave. I mean, if Mistikal doesn't have a heat wave there, then I actually think that CintrianLion may have an advantage here. The upside is that the heat wave is out as a tall punish, so you could you're at least not as at least now whatever you play here, you could play whatever big body you want is not gonna die. Just ends up playing the Olaf to be able to soak up some of this damage. So this Olaf will actually play for 4. It'll play for 18, so that's not bad. But Mistikal is just going to discard all of his cards here to make sure that there's no value on the Erendite, no value sword, no value on the leader, and CintrianLion will lose this matchup. Because the Morvid plus the leader charges is by itself is 21 points. So sad. So this is a really bad. Obviously, this is a terrible matchup for CintrianLion because this Mistikal had all of the cards that he needed to be successful here. Didn't even end up needing to play the 18-point Morvid, but you love to see CintrianLion trying to bring something different. Makes my heart happy to see it. CintrianLion had the P-Strike list, yeah. Yep, that Precision Strike list likes for red coin and is also probably good into this matchup because you can remove a lot of the Harmony engines. No Heatwave in this list, though. No Heatwave in CintrianLion's P-Strike list, since it's a Renfree list. So that does mean that if you're CintrianLion, you are incentivized to win round 1 and then bleed out the scenario. And as for Mistikal, you're incentivized to play everything except the scenario because a short round 3 scenario claps cheeks. We see CintrianLion draws a Brockvar Warrior, or a Sentinel rather, in hand. So a brick in hand. Hashtag feels bad, man, because a lot of times, especially from red coin with a P-Strike list, you are comfortable jamming your leader. Gives you the opportunity to win on even. So that will be made more challenging for CintrianLion in this Game 2 matchup. Meanwhile, Mistikal has Simless, Shiru, Percival, and Scenario in hand, so has a lot of the key cards, but from Blue Coin, knowing that he's going to get pushed, this can also be kind of challenging. So we see the Dana played first. If this elicits a lock, then Mistikal has a Purify in hand, and as we noted, plays double Sapper. CintrianLion knows that, and knows that the odds are that Mistikal probably has the Purify, but you might still need to test with the lock. You could also conceivably play Dwarven Skirmisher here and let it live for one more turn, but that's pretty challenging. So we see instead CintrianLion putting a Chariot out on the board, building some of that wide value, although doesn't have access to any of those payoff cards. We could also see it could be CintrianLion is setting up to play the Zoltan Warrior next turn when there are 2 units on board. The downside is that then if you jam full leader here in that scenario, then again you're missing out on a Sentinel Thin. So we see CintrianLion opting to ignore the Dana for now. Could end up getting Geralted next turn, but essentially opting to ignore the Dana. Potentially, it could be that because if you're CintrianLion, you're assuming that you're going to need to just play every card in your hand this round. And if you're willing to do that, then maybe you don't care as much about, like, it's not, you don't see the hand buff for Mistikal as carryover. Mistikal knows he needs to win the round though, so like jamming a Percival here could be good. Percival, catch the infusion, and then click the stratagem. Yeah, it's worth a lot of points. We see a 27-8 lead. Mistikal opting to infuse the Brakvar, or the Scoia'tael Neophyte there, potentially tempting damage onto this as opposed to onto one of the tall, making the tall units that are worth a removal taller. So the Geralt is there now, of course, for CintrianLion. Can also jam the Zoltan here. You could thin. Kind of, I think whatever this next card is going to tell us how committed CintrianLion is to this next round. That suggests to me that it's that CintrianLion is potentially you might even play, you could potentially play Gang here and then pass. You could play a Berserker, because Berserker plus Gang does get you out if Mistikal were to try to tempo pass, which he won't, because Mystikal's not going to want to give up last say. But I'm kind of surprised here because, yeah, so the Berserker play, sure. I'm kind of surprised here from CintrianLion just because I would have thought that, you know, maybe it's because of the brick leader in hand, but it's such a pain in the ass for you to deal with the scenario, to deal with a long round against Scoia'tael with a scenario without Heatwave, right? But I guess maybe Renfrey, leader, lock, like those things are good. Yeah, Mystikal's been playing really, really, really well this year in a bunch of the different competitive formats. I think that's a great call out. CintrianLion still has plenty of reach here, though. Gaining and losing a point per turn, so you get 12. You get 12 on the Gang if you want to play the Gucci Gang. We know that CintrianLion doesn't have. That's a terrible ping. You You hate to see the ping go on the one place where it doesn't matter. We know that CintrianLion doesn't have the payoff in hand for the row stacking. Mystical doesn't know that, so Mystical's incentivized to play in because Great Oak obviously covers the distance. It's a 19-point card, an 18-point card. Ironically enough, if you're CintrianLion, you don't get ahead here if you Geralt the Percival. But there's also no more hand buff for Mystical, right? There's a Treant on board, obviously an Elf on board. So the Dana is no longer a threat. And CintrianLion passes. So a Shiru at 5, a huge Willow, Scenario, and Simless. If you're Mystical, I don't think you could have asked for that to go better. You gave up. You played Dana for its carryover value. You played Percival, and you gave up a couple of cards that had some hand buff on them. But otherwise, you played 2 4Ps, 3 4Ps, and got out of that round. And Big Bird is already at 9, which is great for you. So we should see the bird at, 16 by the time we get done. Why is screen so bright? Why is so bright? Roach in hand, what is this, 2017? Yeah, if Mystical were to opt to bleed here, that would be bad. Obviously wants a long round though, so that's a plus. Pyrotechnic or a Rune Mage is probably the motive here. Hey Dave! Happy Sunday, friend. Good to see you. I was actually lurking, in your stream a week ago? You were playing a game I'd never seen before. So, no Brehen, no Pavko yet for Mystical, but there are 2 bricks in the deck. And Mystical opts to only take the 1 mulligan. The Chameleon obviously is a great card. We don't expect it to live, but yeah. Yeah, how did you like it? Were you enjoying it? And now we see turn 1 scenario, and yeah, nine turns of the scenario being on board is always a hashtag feels bad, man. Oh, the release. Oh, we hate to hear about a rough release, but I'm glad it's been good. Fuck yeah. So because of the no Brehen and the access to movement, it makes sense to play the Weeping Willow back row, get the Harmony engine down early while also giving yourself, there is 1 poison in hand for Mystical to resolve. The poison with, obviously, knowing that armor, that second chariot, it also now means that you probably have to play the Zoltan now if you are CintrianLion, because there's no other way, right, for you to get armor on Zoltan Warrior if you want the one point per turn engine ping. You could potentially pair it with Rune Mage to get some value, but also no second Purify in hand for Mystical either, so the lock will probably get some legs here for CintrianLion as well. It's actually better than Diablo and more accessible than PoE in my opinion. Okay, so this should just be a poison, I would imagine. I guess you could also play the lock here, but okay. So we see the lock here so that Mistikal doesn't have to play the Harmony engine on board yet as well. Fair enough. Unless a Rune Mage can pull off some... Yeah. To be fair, I think Harmony would have too many points anyway, even if Lion draws perfectly. It's probably true. Mistikal did miss Brehen and Pavko, though. So that helps, but the Shiru is just gonna rock everyone's world, right? We now see an insta backup plan from Mistikal, which will take care of our boy. A fantastic find here with the Doblathana Archer. Finds a second Archer. Could also take a Farseer here, but instead we take double Archer. Archer is a fantastic choice. You go back row and front row respectively, which makes the Oak worse. I mean, what a huge point swing there, because Simless is still a stupid busted card. Misty drew everything with only one tutor. Yeah, exactly. If you played, and that's why, you know, if you played this on ladder, you would just, you know, it just wouldn't work that way, right? But it do be like that sometimes. We see another poison find here, also an engine. You might take the poison here so that way you can hold the Dryad. You also don't need to resolve the poison, so you could just take the Witcher for the tempo. You expect it to die, but that's fine. It can die to 2-liter pings without the charges. Also eats the Antherian, eats the lock. We could see leader. And we do see full leader to take care of the Cat Witcher. Not wanting to block the front row, we do see a division of labor from CintrianLion putting the Sentinels in the back row. I'm wondering the Shiru. So the Shiru is going to be able to. There's only 1/5 on the board to set up, but the Shiru could be 8. So the Shiru at 5 is actually really awkward for Mistikal, right? Because there's only 1/5 to set up on the opponent's side. You've got 2 5s on your side of the board, neither of which have Harmony. So you play your without having leader access to do the other things. Mistikal opts to just save the 3 points of damage. We now see the Cyprian Wily. Slow, ain't ya? Yeah, Pavko is still in deck, and Brehen. And I think CintrianLion probably smells that the Brehen is not, because of that way that leader charge was used, probably smells that. Just a casual 10 for 4 devotion card. Nothing to see here from Oak Critters. A little late though. The Oak Critters only plays as an 8 for 4 here. No more talk of these things without saying hi to me. That's the Spud we know and love. Pavko and Brehen are still in deck for Mistikal, but of course, as we know, no Renfree for CintrianLion. So both players missing some top end here. But Great Oak is still in hand, but as promised, an 18-point bird is big, much bird. Mistikal will assumedly use a leader charge to kill this Cat Witcher. It's worth 5 points to leader charge it. But doesn't look like this wow. Mistikal got lucky on a couple of those pings though, because it would have made it so that the Shiru would have only been good. Like you wouldn't have, if the Simless and the token had both stayed at 5, then you would have really struggled to get value there. But at a minimum now, unless one of the pings goes on to one of the... There's no more random pings. So it looks like a leader charge on the Dora plus the Shiru is probably the best use of the Shiru. Not even really sure if CintrianLion needs it, though. Gonna have another click on the Chameleon. Can the Chameleon go down to 1? Speaking of Spud, we need to spread some democracy soon. Chad Biker from Warsaw, greater than some angry lady from a children's card game. Yeah, and that's the game. Ends up getting a Shiru at 11. Cintrian obviously played into it, but was also never winning. So, yeah, we see Mistikal from Blue Coin with a Blue Coin deck. CintrianLion missing the Renfree here, and we see here a 22-point win in Game 2. An invitational that runs a round-robin stage a la World Cup soccer for a couple of weeks. Football, to those of you non-Americans. It runs a couple of weeks worth of round-robin group play, and then plays into a win or go home format for the top competitive teams based on country. You can join the Discord. Let's see. You can join the Discord for it if you'd like to know more. It is community driven. That is correct. You can join the Discord to learn more, and then also I have a flyer that I will absolutely share with you as you go. But yeah, it's 100% community driven, and many of the top and most fun players and streamers in Gwent are participating. So it's been fucking awesome. So Matol is #legend. In this game 3, where CintrianLion needs to win to stay alive, opts again to try and take the Skelegalist. Again, Mistikal is playing a list with Heatwave, and the Heatwave is in hand. Red Sword in hand for CintrianLion, and we see a insta Red Sword, so that Mad Dog is banished. The downside is now that means that the Phoenix will play. And you can conceivably Letho the Phoenix, although it would have to be a bit of a high roll in order to do that in this round, because the Roderick will show you 2 golds, and there's 5 golds in deck, so it's not a high probability of YOLOing into Letho for double Phoenix, but we'll see what happens. CintrianLion could also probably be convinced to just kill this Phoenix now, so that it doesn't, both for the 4 points of vitality, to deny the 4 points of vitality, and to prevent it from being copied. And we do see that using the Shoop. So Red Sword and Shoop, and then you probably, if you're... So Mistikal opting to play low and slow here. If you're CintrianLion, I think you want to play one more card. I think you want to get Compass before you Lippy here, I think. And or play one more, at least play one more card, right? So that then you can flip your deck. CintrianLion is going to draw into the Red Sword, so you could conceive. I guess if you're Cintrian, you could be convinced to Lippy next round as well, right? So we do see the snap. We do see the snap Lippy. That put the Compass in the graveyard. So Cintrian will draw into 3 cards next round. And then we'll want to bleed so that you can have second form Delirium, second form Erendite, first second Echo Compass, I think would be the motive. And Ops here to go down the card here to take the squirrel. Go down a second card, take a squirrel. Yeah, Gwent is definitely still one of the best competitive card games at the moment, for sure. And that is absolutely, I agree, that is absolutely correct. Matol just says Gwent dead. Even dead Gwent is better than a lot of the alternatives. I'm fine with a closed pool of cards. I wish there, yeah, it'd be nice if there was a little more flexibility, but it makes sense that there can't be because of the coding. Like I think there's like one human. I'm not actually sure. Matol probably knows how the back end of this works, but I think it's like still like Ryan Godric or something. There's like a human being that verifies that the game changes month over month work properly. But that's just my guess. So, if you're CintrianLion, you don't have a deck. And you're down 2 cards. You do have 3 Echo cards. And opponent doesn't play a squirrel.
Stop your yapping and start digging.
I still don't get why Compass has changed provisions like 3 or 4 times. I understand the one push to get it from 9 to 10 out of Kecker range, but I agree, I don't understand the 11. Like, I don't understand what was the... At 10 provisions, what is so toxic about Compass? Because you have to build an entire deck around the strat for it to work. It's either discard or hyper thin, lippy. Guy on the hill, welcome in, friend. So obviously, we know that Mistikal has the Karathi Heatwave in hand, which will clap the Flaminica. Also, the Ramon, having the Ramon, Nausicaa, and a Slave Driver in hand. I mean, it's just going to be really hard. Now, there is a dead Barification in hand for Mistikal. But... And otherwise, if you're CintrianLion, you can play around a lot of the other bombs, right? So Compass back to 8. Yeah, I mean it doesn't. It's just that like nerfing Care Trolled to 11 didn't make it stop being played, but it does take away from the flexibility of the deck, right? Same thing with Compass. Like, it just makes Compass decks a little bit less flexible to nerf a provision, to nerf a provision, but I also don't understand the purpose. Like, more importantly, I don't. Getting Compass from 9 to 10 makes sense to get it out of Kecker decks, but then what did nerfing it from 10 to 11 do? I don't know. I don't understand. Yeah, exactly, Bernice. That would be my thought too, is that it's like you didn't really solve anything. Feels like we could have used that change slot to do something more efficient. Yeah, what's up, Kareem? Good to see you, friend. Rev's got the right idea. Yeah, I mean, the thing is like you're gonna have to play your gold. You're gonna have to play your Roderick here for something to Barification, and then you're gonna have to click it to get value potentially.
Well, thank you very much. Can I be in charge for a while?
Rubaras.
Sir, yes, sir.
Welcome to the War Room, friend. It's good to have you. Oh, Cintrian or Mistikal does not find. So Mistikal could make their own Madoc now. They could get back a Madoc with the Letho, which is what I assume is going to happen, but didn't find an artifact. And because there was no artifact, they have a dead bearification in hand. So they did get an extra, you know, presumably 6 points off of the Letho into the Madoc. But depending on how far Cintrian pushes here, I mean, you're gonna need to play the Erendite. You'll get back 3 cards if you play the Erendite, so at least you'll have, you know, cards in your deck. We see Compass here. Is there a banish option? It's just a Smorkvarg. Is that really the best possible thing that could have been played there? I really wanted people to buff forgotten cards. You know, I mean, we did see Cyprian Wiley played last last game, so yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say Jay Will's on the right track. There have been a lot of cards that like hadn't seen play. Like Oak Critters didn't really see play, right? And we saw that come out as well. You're never getting last say back if you're CintrianLion. So as a result, I wonder if you ever... So you have a 1 in 3 chance if you play the Erendite now for it to boost the Madoc. You'd like to keep the Madoc on the board so that way when the click here could end up netting you positive points. Instead, we see CintrianLion opt to play the Erendite, but there's a dead card. I think CintrianLion wins. 22. 6 is 16. Red Haze plays for 8. Dead Bearification does nothing. The Nausicaa is a 10, so it'd be 10 in both leader charges. The Heat Wave doesn't get you the Heat Wave plus both leader charges also. So either way, this is a 10 and this is a 9. I'm sorry, I forgot. This is a 9. So this would have been 16. Okay, so if CintrianLion had played the Flaminica, which would have traded to the Heat Wave, then full leader plus Nausicaa plus and then the dead verification would have been enough points. Anyway, so either way, it's a wash. War Council, Truffle, Second Sergeant. It's a pretty good hand. Illusionist could be for a Hafru, which could play for positive points. You might kick it. Kicks the Bearification. So Mistikal does find a bomb, which is at least worth 9. Does not find War Council. So the bottom 2 cards in Mystikal's deck were War Council and Truffle. So the Truffle would have played for so many more points than with the Illusionist plus it plays for 10, essentially for 10 on deploy plus whatever the Illusionist would have gotten. Wow, wow, wow. Hey, Manginum, good to see you, friend. Bounce councils have been fairly... Yeah, I agree. I think they've been fairly effective. I think the community is also figuring out how to communicate with each other, right? Like, there's language barriers, there's geographic barriers, and that's before you ever talk about, like, people just disagreeing on what to do in the terms of the changes, and I think we're figuring out how to communicate those things. CintrianLion doesn't know that there's no Truffle, so opts to take the Red Sword into the Madoc. This is also, of course, good because it denies Savage Bearer value here. We know that this bomb then would play down, which is good. Only thing that CintrianLion's got to be careful about is having a unit on the board that's not Flaminica, because we know that the Flaminica trades is going to trade for the heat wave, so that whatever comes off of this delirium needs to live. Looks like it will. So we should now see... We could see the corrupted Flaminica here. I think makes sense from CintrianLion because, yeah, if opponent has the heat wave, they have the heat wave, and if they don't, they don't. Okay. We'll now see the delirium. Is there... I don't think that there is a Bride of the Sea target, so this is pretty terrible. I don't think so. That sucks. If this is even a Hofru, then this is good, right? So, CintrianLion has 18 points left. Mistikal will be able to play Vigo into a Slave Driver, into an Nausicaa Sergeant because it's stupid. And a sad day for CintrianLion, doesn't quite get there. If this is a Fukusha, then there's a win. We still see the Nausicaa played here off of the Vigo for, what are 10 points? 11 and 12? Yeah. So CintrianLion brings a really interesting deck. Can't get it through, plays into 2 hyper control lists. Can't get it through twice. The second time... you know, Mistikal missed two good cards there at the end, but the delirium low roll of either taking a 4 or a -5 really did in CintrianLion there. So good games from both players. Really appreciate the effort from both, and a lot of fun. Good games all. Or a different CDPR game. So we have Sif on the bottom, we have Sanvanter on the top, and Sif opts to take Northern Realms Kecker. Sanvanter opts to take movement Scoia'tael control from Red Coin, which makes a lot of sense. A lot of control on this list. Probably assumed NR was the first one out the gate. A really nice mulligan there from Sif to find the Royal Decree. And finds the Kecker as well. Oh, I thought, my bad. My vision is bad, and I thought that was, instead of Gem, I thought that was J-Will. I was like, I thought J-Will knows about what's going on with Gwent. Yeah, honestly, Gem, it is a great time to get into Gwent, get back into Gwent rather, because with the balance council and stuff, that's also an incentive, I think, to get to pro rank, is to play enough games, and or to play enough games to win enough games to qualify, is because you get to have a say in how the game is played. So it's pretty good. We start to see the trade-off that's going to happen in this matchup between control from Sanvanter and Sif trying to get engines to stick, so we'll see how this goes. Brehen and Shiru in hand for Sanvanter, but otherwise not a ton of additional control. And with no heat wave in this list, Sif knows he can kind of just keep going. Both players are gonna, at this point, looks like are gonna do a little bit of their own strat. Here, there won't be that much board interaction here presently.